Today's lesson, the truth about CDI College.
That right there is unethical. They're selling something that isn't correct.
A career college becomes a school of hard knocks.
In a lot of aspects of real life.
We go undercover to investigate. When you can make it, why are students and experts giving a failing grade?
With the examples that you provided here are previous.
Don't go anywhere. Class is in session on your marketplace. Turn this on. We're undercover. Clicking business. Investigating CDI College with more than 20 campuses like this one. It's one of the biggest volunteer colleges in the country.
This is the PA structure.
With many studying online, and at the helm is President and CEO Peter Chung, a Vancouver-based entrepreneur and philanthropist who oversees a private education empire. But we find hundreds of full reviews across multiple sites. Many online students tell us their higher ed was a huge letdown.
Wasn't organized. It just seemed very chaotic.
The subjects are outdated, out of high school.
The students, we were basically teaching ourselves.
The problems will get started at the very first step on the phone with CDI admissions.
Thank you for calling CDI College.
So we're posing as prospective online students, putting the college to the test on 3 different subjects: accreditation, the hard sell, and the cost of dropping out, and taking notes about anything else that happens along the way. All right. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you for having us.
Good to see you. So, we're going to be talking today about something. That something is CDI College. Jennifer Adamak, Sharon Stewart, and Michelle Penner are former CDI students. You guys heard of them?
Unfortunately. Yeah.
They sign up for online programs that cost more than $15,000. Give me one word to describe your experience.
Horrific. Disgusting. Unethical.
Harsh criticism, but they say their careers and thousands in student loan debt are at stake. Take a look at some of these photos we got here. When Jennifer gets laid off from her technician job, she decides she's ready for a career change.
When you're constantly tearing down or assembling and torquing, it gets hard on the body, so my shoulder was really feeling it.
She contacts CDI in the summer of 2021, and after talking to admissions, settles on the HR and payroll coordinator program. So you're pretty excited about getting into
I was very excited about this.
But before enrolling, she wants to confirm the program is accredited.
I was going back and forth with her. They promised me it was accredited and recognized. It felt like it was going to be a good fit.
You're doing this because you want to change your life.
Professor Glenn Jones of the University of Toronto is an expert in higher education. He says accredited programs can give students an advantage.
The notion is that program has to meet the minimum standard. If it meets that standard according to the accredited body, it becomes accredited, and that credential has greater value within the system.
That greater value is what Jennifer is banking on as she starts the program in the fall. When did you start to have doubts about what you were hearing and whether the program
It was pretty well the
was
first
accredited?
week I started doubting.
Jennifer's invested thousands in the program before finally hearing the truth. Only 3 out of the 20 courses are backed by a third party. Jen, I want to give you this to take a look at. You'll probably be familiar with that. It's an email to you from CDI that says the overall program itself is not accredited. What did you feel like when you read that email?
I was very upset. I cried. I was depressed for a good couple months too after it.
She's not alone. Jennifer reports this call with other students complaining to CDI staff.
She kept on assuring me that this course was accredited and recognized.
My enrollment person told me the same. This was an accredited program. Same here. It's the only reason I joined.
And just listen to how this employee responds.
We don't have any evidence or anything in writing. How are we going to know that that rep exactly says this or not, right?
So, to find out what students are told before they enroll, we call CDI admissions ourselves.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I second part, for results from your coordinator.
Yep, that's Jennifer's program. First, we want to hear about accreditation. The HR and payroll program, is it like accredited? Is it recognized?
Oh, of course. We never offer any programs where it's not accredited or recognized.
We give these former students a chance to watch along.
Wow.
I told you if you called them, they would say it.
Our students in Ontario are working in the field who took the same program online, completely finished it, working in the field, and of course they get a job only because it's an accredited program.
Just like Jennifer, we're told her program is accredited. We're also given incorrect information about the Child and Youth Services Worker Program Sharon enrolled in.
So there's no accrediting association for child and youth services. So meaning there's no accreditation at all, so you can just work.
That's not true. We find an accrediting body, but CDI isn't on its list.
That right there is on it. They're selling something that isn't correct.
We ask about the online paralegal program too.
Is the program accredited?
It is. It's approved by the Law Society for Upper Canada. Why don't we book a time for you to come in and see me?
But when we go to meet the admissions rep in person,
Yeah.
the story about accreditation changes.
The Law Society dictates that the courses that are specific from the Law Society have to be taught in person.
He means the Law Society of Ontario. CDI is on its list of accredited programs, but only for in-person study. It does not accredit the online program we're interested in. Now, he's steering us toward in-class study.
I kind of talked a lot about the fact that I wanted to do it online. So what's surprising? They're telling me now that I can't do it online now that I've come all the way here.
In fact, we find none of the online programs we ask about are accredited. So, what does CDI have to say? They don't address the details of our findings. After we reach out, they do remove the accreditation page on their site. They add they have a dispute resolution process for dissatisfied students. That process doesn't satisfy Jennifer. She withdraws from her program earlier this year and is on the hook for about $4,600.
I'm pretty upset about it, especially too. Like I wasted 2.5 months in that program, learned nothing.
How have you dealt with that range of emotion?
In a lot of aspects of it.
You did.
Yeah. I felt pretty alone for a while.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why do you feel compelled to speak out now?
I don't want other people to make the same mistake.
All three admissions
If you
reps
would not
give us
make
false
that big
information
mistake,
about
get a fucking real
accreditation.
job.
Next up, we're investigating the hard sell.
And you can have manual labor. That's fucking right.
This is a very big water main network that's under construction here in Europe. they got very somber and quiet. Right now, we're waiting for the last of the water to be ultimately bilged out. And there are people that are getting ready to go in, but they still haven't moved. Going back to 3:30, that's over 6 hours that this construction worker has been unaccounted for. And, they have no sense of what their condition could be. But the longer this goes on, the longer, the shorter the odds are, frankly. And that's something that this family is, very close to me right now. I didn't want to walk away to be respectful of their privacy. But, that's something that we're very, very mindful of. It's the opposite of it's a countdown clock that they don't want to be here for. Actually, police don't want to come. So when I spoke to them, they said they were compelled to be here because they're holding on for whatever hope they can. And they didn't want to be waiting at home. It's so comforting, for lack of a better word, to be here. If they have to take somewhere walking back and forth, waiting for an update, they want it to be here. But as of right now, we're still waiting for the water to be ultimately bilged out and pumped out, and have some people go in from the fire services and also other emergency responders that are here. Andrew, thank you very much for your time. We'll wait another report come up at news at 10 o'clock, and then again, your report will be 11 o'clock, and the 11:30 local news here in Toronto. Anyway, we hope there's good news. Thank you very much. Thanks, Andrew. Andrew Brett is CTV News, a video journalist, and is at the scene of what we hope has a happy ending. Okay, we have started what we hope to be some successful endeavors with some different people.
Progress with your plans.
We check in first with Rob.
As you work toward the biggest protest in Canadian history next summer, which will be entirely peaceful and completely within the law, right?
Yep, you got it. That's the only way to do it, because if you show violence or hostility, then that gives Trudeau all that more reason to pull that same crap out again. And this time, what we're going to do is we're going to give them notice, okay? Proper notice of what it is we are doing, okay? And it's not going to get all miscued as far as this and that and the other. It's going to be written, and it's going to be signed, and everybody can sign it and be a part of the protest. So that is the goal for next year. So everybody stay tuned, because we're not done yet. And I'm just getting the word out.
Okay, and that's what we're here for. That's the platform is for. It's to give people a voice, especially those who are voiceless. So, yeah, we do everything we can to share information in a thorough and responsible way. Thank you, Rudy. I'm going to hang on the line here, and I'm going to keep on broadcasting for a little bit, because there's a couple of other things I want to make people aware of before I sign off. But I will let you get to your weekend, sir. And
okay.
And I thank you so much for all you're doing.
Okay, Merry Christmas, everybody, and also Happy New Year if we get to that point. But Merry Christmas, everybody, and keep up the good work, Rick, for sure.
All right, thanks, Rudy. Take care, my friend. Talk to you again.
Okay, good night. Good night, guys.
Rudy Bruce, everybody. Rudy Bruce. There we go. There are a couple of things I want to touch on before I leave you tonight, so just give me a moment. I'm going to take a brief break, come back, share the stuff quickly with you, and then I'll get to my weekend as well, but I do have something I want to show you. So do not go away.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay, so just before we go, I know Brendan was sending some stuff earlier, and I do have the latest information on all that stuff about the Hunter Biden laptop and Elon Musk releasing information about what Twitter really did with regard to the dissemination of that information. And it's not cool. It says here in this headline from the New York Post, which is, I think, following this story in the most intimate way among all media outlets tonight, because they were the ones who sort of broke that story about the Hunter Biden laptop. They're the ones who ultimately were first to be censored on this front, because they're the ones who broke the story. And it says here, Hunter Biden laptop bombshell. Twitter invented reason to censor the Post's reporting. And so this story goes on. Just bring it up so you can see this. There's nothing to like about this. Elon Musk unveiled devastating internal Twitter files tonight, on Friday, tonight. It showed the company responding to a request, quote, quotation marks, from the Biden team during the run-up to the 2020 election. Shortly after the company cracked down on the Post's scoops about Hunter Biden's infamous laptop, Musk tweeted a link to the account of independent journalist Matt Taibbi, who began posting a series of what appeared to be redacted emails from Twitter employees. So there's one dated October 24th, 2020 that said, more to review from the Biden team, along with a list of tweets. Another dated October 24th, 2020 said, an additional report from DNC, that's Democratic National Committee, an apparent reference to the Democratic National Committee. In response, someone wrote back, handled these. Taibbi also tweeted, both parties had access to these tools. For instance, in 2020, requests from both the Trump White House and the Biden campaign were received and honored. But the former Rolling Stone writer said the system wasn't balanced and was based on contacts. And it goes on to say, because Twitter was and is overwhelmingly staffed by people of one political orientation, there were more channels, more ways to complain, open to the left Democrats than the right. And so it goes on and on. According to Taibbi, the social media company took extraordinary steps to suppress the Post's Hunter Biden laptop story, removing links to the expose shared by users and posting warnings that it may be unsafe. Taibbi said that Twitter even resorted to a rarely used tactic to stop the dissemination of the story, blocking the sharing of links to the story via direct message, a tool usually only used in extreme cases, such as to stop the distribution of child pornography. Can you imagine? I guess we don't have to imagine. We lived through it. Several sources reportedly told Taibbi that they remember hearing about a general warning from federal law enforcement in the summer of 2022 about foreign hacking, but no evidence has been found about government involvement specifically centered on the Post story on Hunter Biden's laptop. Oh, there's the man. Oh, he looks so healthy, doesn't he? When Twitter public policy executive Caroline Strom notified the trust and safety teams of the company about the incident, blah, blah, blah. Over the McEnany, that'd be Kayleigh McEnany, had violated the company's hack materials policy. The decision to censor the Post story was made at the highest levels of the company.
Need some chicken wings too or something?
CEO Jack Dorsey's involved. So this is, the story goes on, but basically what you can see here is that at the highest levels, Twitter was manipulating information by suppressing information. As I've said so many times here, as a media guy, I know it isn't about just about what they tell you, it's what they don't tell you. And you can see what they were doing at Twitter, which we knew anyway. But this just exposes it, confirms it. It takes it out of the realm of conspiracy theory by showing you the actual direct evidence in released tweets, which you can find on Twitter And in that New York Post article, it shows that they were intentionally suppressing the information. Now, you want to talk about rigging an election. I guess what you're getting at there is rigging an election isn't really just about like rigging election machines. And I don't know if rigging is the right word here. I wouldn't say that's what it is. But it is manipulating, influencing. It's information warfare. That's what we're engaged in right here. Twitter just has a lot more power than I do because they control a major social media platform. And because of that, and because of their ties to the other social media outlets, that's what they were doing. They were suppressing information in an election campaign to try to influence the results. Now, I know as a journalist, I can influence things immensely by choosing to report on something, not report on something, the way that I choose the words, the way I portray something, by whether I'm appearing to be impartial or maybe even just blatantly coming out and expressing my opinion on something, in which case people might even see it as an endorsement.
Oh, God.
That's the way media works.
Okay, thank you.
COVID is still simmering. RSV cases in children appear to be stabilizing, and the latest data show flu is rising fast. But instead of a triple-demic this winter, where all three surge at once, some doctors are predicting Canadians may face alternating waves of those viruses.
I expect some overlap in the circulation of these respiratory viruses, but I think it's unlikely that they will at their peak of activity exactly at the same time.
Dr. Guy Boivin is a Canada Research Chair in Emerging Viruses. He says respiratory viruses can interfere with each other, thanks to a compound released in our bodies after an infection.
Some viruses will produce more interferon than others.
When a cell is infected by a virus, it signals the cell to produce interferon. Interferon then moves out and attaches onto nearby cells, allowing them to block viruses more easily, giving you some protection.
It's still in the realm of research. It's not completely understood.
Dr. Ellen Foxman studies viral interference at Yale. She notes in 2009, the H1N1 pandemic, known as swine flu, swept the globe. But in some countries, the surge of a common cold virus appeared to suppress flu for months.
And only when that rhinovirus wave went away did the swine flu really take off in Europe.
The interferon doesn't stay elevated for all that long. Infectious disease specialist Dr. Alison McNear says the research is interesting, but
it's not like you can't have both infections.
At 6 weeks old, Diego Brulo was hospitalized for days.
So right away we knew that he had RSV and rhinovirus and enterovirus.
He's now healthy and back home, and research shows up to 30% of infections include more than one virus.
Get your flu shot, get your COVID booster, wear your mask indoors.
Scientists studying viral interference say this winter will be unpredictable, but with more research, they're hoping they can better predict viral waves in the future so that public health officials can get ahead of them. Christine Burak, CBC News, Toronto.
We're just going to come in through here. It's a first for the Northwest Territories, a pop-up testing clinic. Here's my number, a one-stop shop to help curb the territory's syphilis outbreak. We were given a demonstration before it opened to the public.
If you compare our rates with 2019, we at minimum have increased over 250%.
We need to look at innovative ways to quickly test, treat, and get contacts.
The NWT's Chief Public Health Officer is raising the alarm again after declaring a syphilis outbreak in 2019. The numbers keep growing, more than 184 so far this year, including in 5 cases in newborns passed on from their mothers. Left untreated, syphilis can cause deformed bones, blindness, and even death after birth. In adults, rashes, blindness, and even dementia. The NWT got early approval from Health Canada to start rapid testing for syphilis and HIV at the same time. With a prick of a finger, results are known within minutes. A game changer, says the Yellowknife Women's Society.
They're not expected to go to the hospital, then they have to wait. So everything's done with the rapid testing pretty quickly, and there's treatment that can be done right away.
It seems like the sexual health education that we have is not cutting it.
They say young people should be getting more information.
A lot of young people that I talk to aren't even aware of how contagious STIs can be, the long-term health effects, or even how curable they could be. It takes 5 minutes to resolve.
I think COVID really paved the way on us being comfortable with these point-of-care tests. People want to know and get treated because nobody wants an untreated infection that actually eating away their organs.
Nearly 90 people got tested in just 1 day at the pop-up clinic. The Department of Health says that's almost the number they'd expect to see in a whole week. Juanita Taylor, CBC News, Yellowknife.
The Agenda with Steve Paikin is made possible through generous philanthropic contributions from viewers like you. Thank you for supporting TVO's journalism.
If you can't stand talking to your fellow citizens, can your democracy really function well? That's the concern for American author and political commentator Anand Giridharadas. He's here to talk about his new book, A Plea for Restoring the Lost Art of Persuasion. Also, we'll find out why both disgust and misreading others drive people and their perspectives apart. It's Monday, November 21st, and that's all next on the agenda. Polarization is not new in American politics, but it's unlikely you get much pushback saying that the last number of years set a new bar. So many extreme and entrenched views on the left and the right. A new book from journalist and author Anand Giridharadas goes looking for answers on all of this. It's called The Persuaders, at the front lines of the fight for hearts, minds, and democracy. And it brings Anand Giridharadas back to our studio. So nice to see you again.
Great to see you.
I think the last few times
Get one too?
what do you call
Thank
that
you.
stuff? Satellites and
Zooms.
yeah. I don't like that. I like this better.
Well, we were just looking up the first time I was on the show was in 2009.
That's a long time ago.
It was a long
It's good to have you back. Okay, let's talk democracy. Free speech, free press, independent courts. These are the things that most people would say make democracy work. Where do you put persuasion as part of that mix?
I would. The 3 things you mentioned are I think everybody would agree. I think persuasion is like the 4th tenor that people kind of forget about. The whole idea of democracy, it's a big word, right? Democracy is the idea that we choose the future together through talking, right? And for most of history in most places, that was not how we did it. We did it by having group decisions made by one guy because it was just easier for one guy. It was thought to make decisions for the community about do we drain the lake or not drain the lake, do we let those people in or not let them in, do we educate children or not, all children, only half the children. In the last few hundred years, we tried this other thing called democracy, maybe the best idea in the history of the world, that people can choose the future together through talk. And it depends on a belief in persuasion, that I can try to change things by trying to change your mind, and that I can be open to the possibility that you will change mine. And what I observed in the United States, but I do think it's happening in many places, is a crisis of faith
in the idea of persuasion and the possibility of persuasion, and the rise of what I would call the great write-off, where people just say they'll never change because of who they are, because of what they think, because of what they've done. And when we give up on persuasion, I believe we're giving up on democracy, and we're setting ourselves on the road to political violence, civil war, these kinds of dangerous possibilities that we have come within striking distance of in the United States.
The conventional wisdom, certainly from this side of the border as we look south, is that the United States is populated today by people at the extremes. It starts with gerrymandering of congressional districts where you've got to be as extreme as possible to get elected, and therefore that's why your senators can't talk to each other, that's why your congresspeople can't talk to each other, and it feels as if we're in an era of ultra polarization that cannot be fixed. So is persuasion, the likes of which you just described, dead?
What you described is actually the polarization of leaders, in a way. You just described incentives that leaders have.
Yes.
Right? The reality is people, regular people, are people. And yes, there has been an increase in polarization of people, which is to say, people who are hard to move on an issue. But the experts I spoke to for the persuaders will show you through data that there really is, when you talk about regular people as opposed to leaders, a hardcore 20% on the left and 20% on the right who have what I would call strong opinions, strongly held. They don't just have loud opinions, but there's some roots under the tree of those opinions. The roots go down a ways, which is to say their stance on immigration is not a casual stance. They've watched shows like this and formed it. They've read books. They've watched documentaries. They've gone on YouTube rabbit holes. They've spent a bunch of time on social media. You're not going to casually talk that 20% on each end of the spectrum out of their opinions on something like immigration or other topics.
How about the 60 in the middle?
The 60 in the middle is much more in play, always, even now, than we realize. They're not all in play all the time, but this 60% of people is where the action is. And when we say this casual thing that people polarize, don't want to move, we forget things like gay rights. In this country or in the United States, where were people on gay rights when I was a teenager in the 1990s versus today? A moral revolution of a kind that rarely happens in history that quickly. In our lifetimes, in all of our families, in our leaders, in regular people. I just saw Mitt Romney, a very conservative Mormon senator in the United States, coming out in favor of a gay marriage bill in the Senate. Right? So progress is a process, as Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I write about in the book, says. Progress is a process, and that group of 60 in the middle, it can move. It is a group of people who can be toggled into very right-wing frames and can be toggled into very progressive frames, depending on the atmosphere, what inflation is, whether people feel things are abundant or scarce, growth is high or low, whether their town feels like it's changing in a way that destabilizes them or stable, whether a leader is charismatic or not, whether they feel like the system broadly serves them or doesn't. These things affect that 60%. And I wrote the book because I wanted people to recommit to the idea of persuasion and seek to woo that 60% and not simply seek to circle the wagons and kind of build and hold their own tiny tribe.
There's a massive echo chamber, though, and ecosystem in the United States right now. We have it to a lesser extent here, but it's certainly huge where you're from. That just is so invested in the status quo. It's from cable channels to political leaders to newspaper to everything. Social media, of course. They want people in their respective corners, and they don't want people to be able to persuade each other. Who wins if that status quo persists?
I mean, I wrote the book because I want, in a way, to illustrate exactly what you said, that there are very powerful people who want you to live in a kind of unthinking, reflexive tribe and not to do what democracies depend on, which is think for yourself and try to talk to people about the world you want. And I think it's important to defy those people who don't want you to think for yourself. And one of the things, that I really learned from writing about the activists and politicians, scientists, and particularly organizers, political organizers that I write about in the book, is that their mental model of the voter is very different from most people, certainly than what I went in with, which is they view people as fundamentally conflicted rather than fundamentally monolithic. People as being, as Beyonce says in her new album, contradicted. Right? Beyonce says, I'm contradicted.
This may be the first time Beyonce was quoted on this program.
Wow. Well, I'm glad we rectified that.
Well done.
Yeah. People are contradicted.
right? And so, and I will tell you, just speaking personally, the reason some of these characters in the book were revelation for me, in the Trump era in the United States, my mental model of people on the far side of me politically is not that they have a lot going on. It's that, you know, they're monoliths of what is frankly an increasingly authoritarian, even fascistic movement. And that's sort of the single story I have in my mind for them. Well, a lot of people I'm writing about will remind you that people may love fascism and they may also have married a black woman they met in high school who they love. And they may also have undocumented coworker who's amazing and think that there should be no undocumented people let into the country.
It's complicated.
People are complicated. And the resource that you have when you're trying to persuade or build bigger coalitions for multiracial democracy is to try to play up some of those B-sides that people have against that big thing. You can't replace what is in someone's head with the microchip of your opinion, right? If you've been married, you know it doesn't work. However, you can try to play up sources of dissonance within them that maybe have not been fully activated. That is what these persuaders do, and it works. It works more often than I think we think.
Let's do an excerpt from the book. Sheldon, if you would, let's bring this graphic up. The stakes of this writing off were high. Some of the most dangerous and anti-democratic movements of our time had managed, in spite of those features, to make their causes appear welcoming and make newcomers feel at home, whereas some of the most righteous, inclusive, and just movements gave many the feeling of being inaccessible, intractable, and alienating. It seems to me you think the right is very much better at persuading people of the rightness of their cause and bringing people into their fold than the progressive side of the spectrum is. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. By the way, that paragraph is the last paragraph I added to the book. I added it right after I finished it, so it's interesting. It was very important to me. I'm going to try an analogy on you. You'll figure out the Canada analog of this. I sometimes think about this as the New York-Kansas problem, right? New York City versus the state of Kansas. New York City, on a formal level, what is the laws, what are the rules? It's the most inclusive place in the United States. The actual laws, the substance, the structures of New York City. But the vibe New York gives to a lot of people is a little hard to get into, a little complicated, you know, just like you have to know things. It's hard to get into restaurants, hard to get into clubs. New York can give a vibe of feeling inaccessible, even though formally it is one of the most inclusive. And Kansas is the opposite. You go there, everybody's so nice, smiling. You look at the laws on the books, you're living in the 18th century in many ways, right? I think in many ways the progressive left sometimes has a problem of being formally committed to an agenda that is, you know, the most inclusive agenda in human history if you look at it on paper, but gives off a vibe of being a hard-to-access movement. If you don't know the right terms, if you don't understand the pronouns thing, if you were kind of socialized as a man 40 years ago, you're not a predator, but you're just socialized at a different time. We're going to shake you. You can't quite get in. And the far right in the United States is the opposite. It is formally committed to one of the most exclusionary programs in modern American history. But if you look at something like the Trump rally, the vibe is come as you are, no judgment, get in here. And I think we have to reverse that. I think we need to align the formal commitment to inclusion in the progressive movement with a kind of vibe that is just open and easy and lots of on-ramps.
Okay, we're going to do another quote here.
What's the New York, Kansas in Canada?
Well, okay, you can start with the city you're in right now.
Yeah,
right, Toronto.
That feels,
which is half the people in Toronto are not born in Canada. So it's a very
wow.
And what's the opposite of Toronto? You know, you probably don't have to go that far away. You go somewhere in northern Ontario or somewhere on the prairies or something. Yeah, I mean, we got the same kind of thing happening.
Okay, you can submit on social media. Submit your.
But every now and then, Kansas throws you a curveball, right?
Yeah,
when Kansas said we want our abortion rights. Kansas said, I think Kansas just voted for a Democratic governor.
It did also, and what's interesting, I want to actually that's an amazing persuasion story. What happened earlier this year after the Supreme Court gutted Roe v. Wade, the constitutional. The holding that had protected abortion, and in Kansas there was this thing to actually gut the state constitution version of that protection. And these brilliant women in Kansas did something that is actually very rare for the left to do. They were totally, in a way, Machiavellian about it. And they basically recognized that in where they are in Kansas, it is not New York, it's not a coastal place. The argument that deep wellspring of sentiment to tap into to protect abortion was to tap into a kind of libertarian, center-right libertarian streak, even though it wasn't necessarily the ideology of the campaigners. So they ran these ads obliquely comparing the state's effort to take abortion away to mask mandates early in the pandemic. Now, these women running this campaign, they supported the mask mandates, right? But they had
don't persuade people doing that.
Right. There's a respect that you show people in persuasion to say, your moral frame may not be the same as mine, but let me tell you why the thing I want, which is to protect abortion, hooks into moral intuitions you have, which is the government should not tell you what to do with your body. If you felt that way about the masks, let me invite you in to this issue now. And they won a stunning victory.
Let's do, I want to do two more quotes in the book from two of the persuaders that you have chronicled. Here's Alicia Garcia, who said to you, there's a purism that can come with social justice work. And in her memoir, she wrote, movement building isn't about finding your tribe. And then, someone who I think you are very fond of, AOC, she says, some people I think have equated a moral purity with losing. It's as if they're winning, there's something wrong, or that you've compromised your morality in some way. Okay, those two quotes. Why those quotes in particular?
I think it's such a important thing. I think one of the suppositions of this book is that a lot of politics is about psychology and emotion. And I think one of the emotions that hamstrings the political left, or sometimes progressives, is exactly what AOC said there, which is a kind of association of being a small insurgency fighting for the right thing against the powers that be, which is, a righteous posture, but sometimes conflating that with the notion that if people are joining you, there's something bad happening, right? I compare it sometimes to the way music fandom works. Like, there's a way in which I think we'd all understand some people might like an album, and if, too many, people they perceive as just more normal people also start liking the album, like, they won't like the album anymore, right? The album has been ruined.
It's the Bee Gees story.
Right, there you go. Now, that's fine for music. I'm not going to pass judgment on that attitude for music. It's a ridiculous attitude in politics. It is ridiculous to be scornful of more kind of normal, less dyed-in-the-wool people joining your club. The whole point of politics is that you start an idea with a hardcore of people who really get it, have read all the books, would lay down in traffic for it. And then if you have any luck, there's like people in the back.
At Toronto's St. Lawrence Market, businesses are desperate for workers.
We are functioning like with one dishwasher where we're open 14 hours a day. You can't have one person working 14 hours a day.
And as the busy holiday season approaches, they need more staff to stay up and running.
When they show up for the interview, they get the job, they don't show up for the job, or they just no response at all. It's been very difficult.
But while some sectors were hiring last month, like finance and manufacturing, others were firing.
We're expecting a pretty rough year in terms of the tech sector and the broader economy over the next 12 months.
Tech firms have seen a sharp slowdown this year. Communitech just laid off 10% of its staff as it prepares for tough times.
I've been through a whole bunch of recessions before, and I think pretty sober about, like, you've got to work a little bit harder.
But for those companies still trying to attract workers, many have to offer higher pay. Average hourly wages rose by 5.6% to more than $32 an hour in November compared to the same time a year ago. While many paychecks still aren't keeping up with the cost of living, it marks 6 months of wage gains that are above 5%, something policymakers are watching closely.
The Bank of Canada is going to look at this labor market as still too tight, still too hot for its comfort.
Steep wage gains and robust jobs growth came in south of the border too, where U.S. employers added 263,000 jobs last month, despite the central bank's recent efforts to cool the economy with aggressive interest rate hikes.
They've already raised rates a lot, and a lot of the impact of that on employment won't show up until we move further into 2023.
So with a labor market that remains resilient, the pressure on central banks continues, with economists predicting interest rates will go up again next week. Nisha Patel, CBC News, Toronto.
Billion trees. You've probably heard us share that number before.
The Trudeau government presents itself as planters of trees, protectors of the environment. But a leaked letter from Canada's ambassador to the EU reveals Canada is concerned about its ability to sell trees under proposed new rules in Europe. Specifically, EU legislation to restrict trade with countries that aren't deforestation-free. The ambassador says it would mean increased costs, be burdensome, and risk negatively impacting trade.
There's a lot of sustainable actors in Canada's forest products industry, but not all of them. They're taking out old growth, carbon-rich, wildlife-critical habitats.
One Canadian concern that the EU regulation refers to forest degradation, not just deforestation. The official definition of deforestation is a forest that has permanently been changed for a different use. Clear cuts like this are still defined as forests because they have been replanted.
There's no globally recognized definition of what degradation is. We know there is ongoing work to find a global definition of what degradation might be, and that level playing field is really important for a forestry powerhouse like Canada.
The leaked letter comes weeks before a UN biodiversity conference in Montreal, where advocates will argue species can't survive when trees are cut down. Expect a spotlight on how Trudeau can live up to his green promises in a country dependent on resource industries.
We're going to continue to lead the world in how we protect nature, how we demonstrate sustainable practices, and how we include Canadians and their concerns around it.
Words outlining a political balancing act, saving the trees and selling them too. Lindsay Duncombe, CBC News, Vancouver.
People are naturally inclined to stay away from things they find gross or disgusting. Does that apply to ideas as well? And what about political or extreme views? Yoel Inbar teaches psychology at the University of Toronto. His research looks at how disgust shapes our social, political, and moral beliefs. And he joins us now on that. Good to have you here in our studio. Great to be here, Steve. Well, let's start from the real beginning here. The evolutionary role of disgust. What is it?
Yeah, well, Darwin first wrote about this, actually. The way he put it is that disgust functions to keep us from eating things that would be bad for us. And there's a lot of...
This Bell Media station believes in being accountable to you, the listener, which is why we participate in the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. We are committed to upholding the highest standards of broadcast excellence and adhering to the codes of conduct administered by the CBSC. If you have a concern about something you heard on our station, contact us or the CBSC at Post Office Box 3265, Station D, Ottawa, Ontario, K1T 6H8, or visit the CBSC's website, cbsc.ca. FKNMICC.ca. My grandmother taught me an important lesson. She said, Fred, you are what you can't let go of. And it's true. She was saying that the things you cling to define you. What did you do? I got rid of a bunch of junk. That sounds good. Call 1-800-NO-JUNK. You keep your magic. You'll feel as light as a feather, as free as a bird, as happy as a puppy. Literally fly. So we make junk disappear. So let's see to this point. Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com. They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. So why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Log in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at CuisineWestIsland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed. Giant commercial metal leaves, sheets, plates, bars, and many more. Diversified Electric is Canada's premier metal supplier with a full line of the highest quality stainless steel, aluminum, and specialty metals in all grades, forms, finishes, and tempers. AS 9120B certified for aerospace with over 20,000 inventory items to choose from throughout their 150,000 square feet of distribution space in Quebec and Ontario. Diversified
Oh, fuck's sake.
Was because she's got a service dog where it shoots mean, it strikes me that this is a problem that should be fixed. Because people really should not have to go through this, particularly when I would see my daughter. I mean, I just opened up the app because you're so brilliant. There is Google Plat. I don't know if it's in every jurisdiction. Any better bigger market for Uber, but there is Uber Plat and Uber. Like, because I don't know, in Texas was the last one in the late 80s, early 90s. So just, they really made a lot of that access. You know, one thing is that there's supplements, and I don't really see any good reason why you have to turn down a service dog. Your cars would get to it. Who cares? Because one of these lines to use this stuff, they have to get it back. So it's really unfortunate for this one that you're in. And I hope there's something about it that's really not fair to mostly transport is the private transport thing. That's actually getting a day and a half in advance. You have to call it the other wheelchairs. Transport system. It's just trying to get all of the obstacles that are still in front of people with disabilities, guys. I really do hope you have a great weekend, and thank you for your time. You can stay in for tomorrow morning Ottawa on CFRA 6 to 11. And Bob Richardson, well, thank you very much for your time, Bob. It's a great weekend. Sorry to get on the way, Bob. Since we got 30 seconds with you, I should have, as a member of Soccer Canada's board, you must be very proud despite the fact that our Canadian men did not advance. Great team. They showed a lot of determination.
Oh, yeah.
They still scrapped it out. This team It's an actual news. That's next. Here we are. No talk radio. Now Wednesdays for the CJD Denver Traffic Center. A trio of the latest eventual wrenches northbound of 15 north in the process of being boarded up from the same day exit number 8 and the 440 entry. This is the books at 11 o'clock at 6 a.m. that you just reached just out back for Bridge, aka the Mid-Atlantic Methane Bridge, and the service road is heavy duty at the same methane. People have stopped not beforehand. Not forced to do so yet, but if you want my opinion, I would stay on the highway north of the same methane. It's just up the back of the thing where you're heading east on Highway 50 over on the south shore as you get off to the eastbound Messier Bridge. Be prepared to hit the brakes soon after, and the early and clears on the long business tunnel. There's closure stretches to build Tantira and left on 10, losing a few minutes and enter the W section. Looking for great gift ideas and real my gifts for that. And yes, we trade shop at This past year has been challenging with many of them facing unexpected expenses, lost wages, and rising credit card debt. We don't see the technology with non-state around the past year's finances. So guess what? You're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that gift with you, and with the Canadians that pass off of their tax debt that give you with consolidated credit cards. With the view that they will be the largest builders and financial organizations in the country with an age training for the better business results. Major bills that you want to payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you just need to do this alone. So get help. Call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991.
Stand for the oven. Stand in front of the oven.
Material license number 4705786. None of the talk on this activity can show you more than having another baby. I'm Dr. Elroy Sugar. If you don't know this already, as the sex in Montreal, we have taken care of thousands of patients as experts of the no needle, no scalpel, and commercially painless procedure. Most importantly,
And the circumcision one's way funnier. The circumcision one's really funny. They're like, do you think circumcision might be right for you? I'm like, oh God, no.
Insurance believes in you. Your home and auto owners everywhere. Get your car to find the right home and the right car. But what about the right insurance? Access makes it easy by shopping around for a solution that's right for you. And with combined home and auto insurance savings up to 30%. Access Insurance Solutions. Auto, home, and business. Right solutions, right price. 514-363-3636 or visit accessinsurance.com.
I know you're begging for it. You already ate.
Ready for viewing. Royal K Homes on Lansing Lane, Norbound, runs like any other properties available in Montreal. Nestled in Cottonwoods with waterfront access with your own private docks. Timeless, modern dream homes on the most exclusive properties. Book a visit today at trustee.ca. Discover why Trustee is selected amongst the most coveted home builders. Trustee.ca. Hi, I'm Richard Flint, CIBC with County and Jack House be reached. I'm not just saying my last note is out front. I answer the call. It's important, especially during times of uncertainty like right now, that you have immediate answers about your life and the team that takes care of it for you. I'm Richard Flint. I can always be reached at 514-847-6324. CIBC Wood County is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC. Diarrhea, Canada's #1 streaming radio. Stay informed wherever you are with all your favorite podcasts. Electric Read, we handle districts through elections and radio, diarrhea. Anywhere, you'll download personalized playlists with just radio, big curated playlists, including your own and songs straight from live radio. You have to go with Apple CarPlay or Android Radio. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. This is the voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio. CJAD 800. Let's get you into the weekend. Thanks for your time. Thanks for Lydia, who produced the show this week. We appreciate all of your hard work. Also, Mark and Andrew and Sean, who is the newest of the talented people behind the scenes at News Talk tonight in the iHeartRadio Radio Network to all of them. We are
What's up, Jack?
grateful.
Okay. What's up? Okay. Bye.
Treats me in a very disrespectful way here. That is how I feel about all the people at the iHeartRadio Radio Network, and hopefully I let them know often enough. Lydia, what is a big weekend plans with Lydia? What an introduction. I can't go to lunch tomorrow. And I don't know, it's just gonna take it easy. Take it easy tomorrow. Yes, we're gonna have to go pick up a huge TV that I'm getting for free. I thought you got the U-Haul in 24 hours, but how did you get it today? And you're going in the morning. Well, that's what I have to be back for 11 o'clock. And so I gotta figure out I need to bring all sorts of things to pack it in because it's I just know this is going to take way out. Yeah, no, this is not going to go right tomorrow. You know, with you all, you have a reservation, but it's not really a reservation. So you may not even get a car or the truck. No, with you all too. I moved with you all and went to pick up you all, and they didn't have one for me. And then they were like, oh, we have one really far away at another location, but then you have to pay all the mileage. I'm not interested in any of them, so if we learn it, okay, what is your first story on Slow News Day? The trailer for Cocaine Bear is out, Jim, and it looks amazing. It's based on a true story of a coke shipment that gets tossed out of the plane and Bear gets loaded. It sounds like a pretty wild, dark comedy. I don't think it's going to look a comedy, but whatever. Here's part of the trailer. A lot of cocaine was lost. Cocaine.
I'm like freezing. I'm freezing.
A little boy got pushed into a cold lake by his brother, and it filled him with so much rage that he was hilarious outside.
Brotherly love. Slow news day. Not sure how that even qualified to make it here on News Talk tonight. That is definitely slow news day.
That's not my imagination.
A carjacker who stole a vehicle with kids still inside was chased down by the father in the stolen van. The carjacker was originally driving. The dad ended up rear-ending the carjacker, stopping the vehicle and saving his kids. Here are Tina and Derek Bocci talking about this dramatic story. I fear two lives leaving.
Jumping in his van and going after the kids. Grace and comments on him. As soon as he turns sideways a little bit to get past the fence, he just hit the back of the truck and pursued his alleyway, trying to get against his fence. That was a threat. That was like, yep, there goes the family. I'll say that's the news story, and I want to get to the fair to their kids, because station 2 right there.
For sure, okay. An adorable kindergartner admitted something very personal to her mom. She breaks into the school and spreads the blame. I know someone at work who does that.
Interesting.
Would you just tell me? Would you just tell me? Okay, for today, I'm going to work on the tiny part. Okay, and today I did bake my donut, and I felt like I was tiny, and my nose so down. And Olivia? Yeah. Hey, you blamed it on somebody else? Yeah.
I'm surprised that it's a deep story on CTV National News. We think that it was probably deserved this whole news day, I'm going to have to say.
A Kansas man is saying that his dog saved his life by waking him up out of a nap when his home caught on fire. Here is Tyler Rebel talking about how his dog, Monroe, saved his life. Dogs save your life and cats will spotting your murder. Mom wants to know why her 3-year-old daughter is crying out. Let's find out.
Why? There's no way you're so hungry. Dad? Really? There's no way you're so hungry. You look like a beetle. I'm trying to have food in a butt.
And yes, there'll be 20 halfway leagues. No, I won't say the good question. I will not be joining the slot fighting league. I think it's a huge problem with the slot fighting league, and I will not be doing that. Listen, I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend, no matter where you are. Thank you to Lydia, to Mark, to Andrew, and to Sean. Chip, to Richard, again, on behalf of the iHeartRadio Network, I hope every single one of you has a great weekend. No, I don't think it's that.
Jack on my balls.
What?
I heard it after I said it.
What?
You jacked all my balls. Aw. Okay, we're fine. Grow up, man. Okay. Can't pull up your shit or whatever. What you've got will be. What? Stop. You serious? Stop. This is so bullshit. Zach?
Problem for a while now, but with rates rising, we have to include people who already own a home or at least have a mortgage on one. Here's a look at the effect of rising rates by the numbers. After a huge jump in the number of variable rate mortgages during the pandemic, they now make up about 1/3 of all mortgages in Canada. That's up from 20% at the end of 2019. Of those variable rate mortgages, the majority, or 3/4, have fixed payments. So when rates rise, the payment stays the same, but the amount of that payment going to just interest versus the principal owed on the house also changes. When interest rates pause the payment amount to be equal to the interest amount, that's called the trigger rate. In other words, no principal is being paid. On a $500,000 30-year mortgage at a 1.5% interest rate, the monthly payment would be $1,724. Most of that will go to principal repayment, or $1,101. $623 would go to the interest on the loan. But when rates rise to 4.5%, as they've done, that same $1,724 payment now pays a whopping $1,786 in interest, meaning the amount going to pay out principal is actually negative $62 in this case. At that point, a few things can happen. The payment can rise. The lender allows the loan to grow rather than shrink. That's called reverse amortization. Or the homeowner makes a lump sum payment. There is, of course, also the option to switch to a fixed rate mortgage, which will lock in a higher rate but be more predictable. The Bank of Canada estimates that 13% of all mortgages in Canada have now hit their trigger rate, and that as rates continue to rise, that number could jump to 17% by mid-2023. for a certain portion of the population. Fixed or variable is a big question. Is now the time to get fixated on fixed when it comes to your mortgage? What's the best advice for people at or near a trigger rate? James Laird is the co-CEO of RateHub.ce. James, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Amanda.
So there is this growing number of people that will be dealing with this dilemma, but it's always this question people ask. They must ask you, should I be fixed, should I be variable? Is now the time to kind of lean into one versus the other based on where rates are?
It really depends on your outlook, Amanda. If you believe the markets and that we're near the end of rate hikes and that rates might actually come down to fight a recession late this year or next year, then variable might be the best choice, but of course comes with a risk because if inflation is more persistent, the central bank will have
China detained Canadian nationals had to stop wearing in which she acknowledged making false statements about Butler's passport. But the trial was real and no extradition. She left the hall where she spent her house arrest in Vancouver and returned to China. And she was for free after spending more than 1,000 days in Chinese jails, paying the price for prosecution of the U.S. as well. And
Alex Michaels have gone through this ordeal and how their lives have been damaged and changed forever. Whereas we see Ms. Mom move on, and she's been promoted essentially since her return to China.
Canada's diplomatic ties to the world's most populous nation remain intense. As evidenced by the frosty confrontation last month between the Prime Minister and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Before Meng's arrest, Canada and China were considering starting free trade talks. That idea is now long gone as Canada pursues a new foreign policy in Asia and seeks out more reliable trade partners.
There's some positive news on the job front today that exceeded expectations. The country added $10,000. The unemployment rate fell to 5.6%, a record number of women aged 25 to 54 are now working. The unemployment rate for Canada's Costa Rican refugees, however, is almost double the national average at 9%. Those coming from war-torn Afghanistan face already settled 25,000 pounds gas over the past year, but in the past funding. After a major hurdle in their quest to get here.
All of them are now eligible for assessment for repatriation.
Global Affairs will determine the 19 detainees have met the threshold for receiving assistance. It still doesn't mean they'll get the help they're asking for, but they will at least be evaluated. Let's go for a break, but when we come back, you're excited to hear.
This past year has been challenging, but many of us facing unexpected expenses, lost wages, and rising credit card debt. We all need a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your finances. But guess what? You're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. Canadians.
I don't like my mind right now. Stacking up problems that are so unnecessary. Wish that I could slow things down. I wanna let go, but there's comfort in the panic. And I drive myself crazy thinking that
It was Johnny Papalia. What was he like?
just cold. That's all I can say.
The best way I can describe Johnny Papalia was this guy used to love to scare people.
While Canadian crime figures aren't quite as well known as American mafiosos, there are some memorable Canadian mobsters worth their attention. In today's video, we'll go through the life of Johnny Joseph Papalia, the most dominant boss of the Hamilton-based Papalia crime family. He was Johnny Pops to those who loved him. However, the majority that feared his legacy preferred the name Johnny the Enforcer. To put him into perspective, one judge once quoted that the fear of Papalia seemed to be greater than the fear of God. Not only will we discuss his personal life, but we'll also explain how he structured his businesses to emerge as one of North America's longest-serving mafiosos. Born on March 18, 1924 in Hamilton to mafia parents, Johnny was pretty much destined for a life of crime. He was one of 7 sons that looked up to their bootlegger father. According to Johnny, it was incredible how their dad, an immigrant who couldn't even read or write, was able to put food on the table and own a car. He wanted a life just like that. Through his teenage years, Papalia would grow into a gangster prodigy. Despite his smallish 5'8" frame, he was always ready for a brawl. He was a wild kid who enjoyed staging burglaries in the neighborhood with his gang of delinquents. Apparently, he was also good enough with the ladies to acquire syphilis by the age of 19. It didn't take much to anger Papalia. According to those close to him, he didn't like that he was born out of wedlock. Those who were dumb enough to even jokingly call him a bastard often faced a brutal beating. Johnny also shared a similar hatred for the Canadian government that once falsely accused and imprisoned his father for supporting Mussolini's fascist regime. Even though his father was later released, the damage was already done. Papalia didn't want anything to do with the government, and despite being of age, refused to volunteer in the Second World War. Instead, in 1943, he moved to Toronto, joined a gang, and became a professional burglar. Johnny's first professional gang featured the likes of Paul Volpe, the Pascal brothers, and Alberto. Life in Toronto was as wild as young Papalia had hoped. They did everything from robbing banks and convenience stores to selling drugs. In fact, they even partnered with Harvey Chernick, one of Toronto's biggest heroin dealers. Other underworld associates confirmed that it was a very tough bunch. They specified that even though Papalia himself wasn't all that scary, he surrounded himself with people who could do a lot of damage. Unfortunately for him, the young and upcoming gangster would experience his first arrest on January 27, 1944, for failing to register for the Canadian Army. However, after considering his persistent health issues and criminal tendencies, the government decided to drop the charges and release Papilia. Unknown to them, only several weeks later, the gang would rob a Toronto Dominion bank. Many experts believe it was this heist that provided Papilia with the funds needed to launch his criminal enterprises. After making it big, Papilia would always jokingly refer to that particular branch as our bank. In 1945, Papilia was again arrested facing burglary charges. Fortunately, the jury served a favorable short sentence. 4 years later, in 1949, he faced more serious charges after he was arrested for possession of narcotics with the intention to sell. At his trial, Johnny remorsefully explained that he wasn't selling heroin as his prosecutors claimed. Rather, he maintained that he needed the drug to treat his syphilis-related pain. It worked. The judge sympathized with the young man and handed him a much shorter sentence of 2 years in Gulf Reformatory. Meanwhile, the Crown tried to strike a deal with the 25-year-old gangster. They promised to reduce his sentence if he would feed them information about the growing heroin business. Papilia stubbornly turned down the offer, and it paid off. This seriously boosted his reputation in the underworld, and higher-ups now knew they could count on him. Immediately after his release in 1951, Johnny moved to Montreal after being summoned by Luigi Greco and Carmen, the representative of the Bonanno crime family. Carmen was so heavily impressed by Johnny's conduct and work ethic that he introduced him to Vincenzo Cartoni, the boss of Montreal's Cartoni crime family. He even appointed Papilia as his agent in Ontario. From 1954 to 1955, Johnny did several jobs for the mafia, from running taxi companies to collecting money from businesses. Eventually, Montreal proved to be too much for the young criminal, and he moved back to Toronto after surviving an assassination attempt. Sometime in 1955, Johnny's long life of crime that almost cost him his life finally paid off. He was summoned to appear before Stefano, the boss of the powerful Buffalo crime family. Quickly, he was inducted as a made man into the organization and appointed to be the boss of the Papilia family in Ontario. Papilia knew the life of petty crimes was now behind him. The young burglar was now the head of a well-structured criminal organization based in Hamilton. He knew it was a chance to grasp power and wealth, and so he did. As if to warn him, Stefano explained to Papilia that he wasn't to replace the old leaders in Ontario. Instead, he used to work with the Dons, listen to their advice, and enforce the will of the Buffalo crime family. Papilia's territory spread from Hamilton to Burlington, Oakville, St. Catharines, and Niagara Falls. He also had some influence in northern Ontario and to North Bay. To say Johnny Papilia was rich is an understatement. With his newfound status and reputation, the young Don seized several businesses in his territory. His method of conquest was quite simple. Johnny would simply walk up to the business owner and ask, "Johnny Papilia, does that mean anything to you?" When the owner said no, he would casually introduce himself as a new business partner. Any further resistance was quickly met with violence courtesy of his thugs. What about the police? Well, with the backing of a powerful organization such as the Buffalo crime family, even justice didn't stand a chance. Just like that, Papilia had tens of small to medium-sized businesses paying him up to $1,000 a week for protection services. Like a shrewd businessman, Johnny would then invest his protection income into his loan sharking business, which he also called Shylocking. Like others in the trade at the time, he enlisted the services of Howard Chord, a monster of a man with a scarred face that haunted anybody who looked him in the eyes. His resume was quite impressive for the job. He was a professional heavyweight boxer, and even though he had never won any mainstream titles, he did win the Kingston Penitentiary boxing tournament. The loan sharking business was an instant moneymaker. He targeted desperate businessmen and offered them hefty loans at the drop of a hat. He cleverly marketed his offers, reassuring his loanees that they only needed to pay him $6 for every $5 lent for 2 weeks. Unknown to his clients, that would amount to the extremely high annual interest rates of up to 1,040%. If for any reason someone failed to settle his debt, Johnny would send his thugs to convince the defaulter. Slowly, Papilia's loan sharks broke into Toronto's and Hamilton's lucrative gambling clubs. At this point, Johnny wasn't even loaning out his money. He partnered with other mafiosos who allowed him to borrow their cash, loan it out, and return with double the interest. Other dons backed the idea because not only did they earn tax-free income, they were also assured Papilia's men would and his crew arrived at the scene and convinced him to sign over his $5,000 convertible. The car was then immediately sold to a mafioso associate for $3,000, and just like that, they had made $2,000 profit. Another Winnipeg hotel owner lost $36,000 to a Toronto bookmaker. As if on cue, two strongmen went to visit him, and before the meeting was over, he had signed 260 checks, post-dated a week apart, for $300 each, a total of $78,000. It was also around the same time that the Papalia family bought the Monarch Branding Company. Even though Frank was listed as the owner and manager, everyone in Hamilton knew who was really in charge. Monarch Branding grew into a monopoly like none other. No other company was willing to compete with it. First, because they couldn't. Second, no one wanted to go head-to-head with the upcoming Papalia crime family. Businessmen who couldn't settle their debts were forced to set up vending machines on their premises. To be clear, Monarch Branding made as much as $12,000 in daily profit. How did he manage to make so much money off of his vending machines? Well, according to police reports, Papalia had stolen most of the cigarettes he sold in his vending machines. It started with warehouse raids, and before long, they were intercepting cigarette trucks and railway cars. The provincial inspector at the time told the public that Papalia had 3 organized rings responsible for the operations. In just 8 months, they would steal roughly 1.5 tons of cigarettes and distribute them across hundreds of underworld vending machines. Speaking of organized rings, Johnny also found a way of squeezing millions from churches and charity organizations. In 1957, a small Toronto company called Esquire Novelty offered cheaper bingo cards to churches and service clubs. Whereas a bingo card would normally cost $250 per $1,000 of potential prizes, Esquire Novelty sold theirs for only $1 per thousand. However, unknown to the churches and clubs, Esquire would then send a man under an alias to town. The man would check in at the local hotel and organize for 3 locals to go to the games with printing presses. As the winning numbers were read up, the locals would print them onto identical cards and claim the prizes. The man would then later meet up with them, take the prizes, and pay them anywhere from $20 to $100 for their worth. Now, bingo games were more popular then than they are now. Even on a bad night, there would be at least $15,000 in prizes. In such a case, besides making money from the sale of cards, Esquire Novelty would make away with at least $14,000 in prizes. Investigators later revealed that in the 4 years that Esquire organized bingo events for Lions Club in Toronto, the club only made $30,000 in profit. On the other hand, Esquire made $100,000 from the sale of cards and an additional $96,000 in prizes. It's even crazier if you take into account that the Papalia's men were doing this across 8 provinces, duping hundreds of churches and clubs. Authorities estimated that the company made away with roughly $6 million a year. By 1958, Papalia was rolling in money. He was known for his classy, expensive suits and automobiles that only reaffirmed his womanizing habits. Those close to him recalled that he loved flashing $50 and $100 bills as a sign of his wealth. In his own words, they were his reds and browns. Unfortunately for him, he can only shine so bright without attracting unwanted attention. The authorities were slowly but surely catching up with him. After several police raids on his gambling clubs, he decided to further diversify his income. Johnny Papalia now decided it was time to go big or go home. In October of the same year, with Stefano's permission, he contacted Vincent and Frank Caruso of the Genovese crime family and declared that he wanted in on the heroin business. Papalia's plan was to smuggle heroin into the U.S. and wanted someone on the inside who could distribute and sell his product. The following year, in 1959, Papalia was invited to a secret meeting in New York City. Experts believe it's the same iconic meeting that set up the infamous French Connection smuggling network. According to the police informants, Papalia was the only Canadian invited to the meeting and was introduced to the rest as the couple that ruled southern Ontario on behalf of the Buffalo crime family. The French Connection was no joke. Just to fill you in, the smuggling ring was responsible for supplying over 80% of America's heroin market from the 1960s to 70s. The mafia brought in tons of heroin via France into North America. International authorities on the case explained that the drug was grown in the poppy fields of Turkey, the Golden Crescent Nations, and the Golden Triangle Nations. One can only imagine just how much money Papalia made from this operation. Nevertheless, even with all that drug money, Papilio still wished to dominate Toronto's lucrative gambling business. After all, he had the power and connections within the police force to make that happen. Unfortunately, there was one man standing in his way. Maxime Bluestein was pretty much the king of Toronto's legal gambling scene, and somehow had managed to keep the mafia out of his pocket. Besides his Lakeview club, which raked in more than $13 million annually, he was also the proud owner of a series of rental apartments in the neighborhood and a finance company. He was a rich man that didn't hold back as far as bragging is concerned. On March 21st, 1961, Johnny spotted Bluestein at the local tavern and sent him a drink. This wasn't just any approach. To accept the drink meant submission and willingness to partner with the mafia. Owing to his pride and unaware that he was completely outnumbered, Bluestein firmly turned down the offer, arrogantly saying if some punk wanted to talk to him, he should come to his table. Tensions continued to rise as time passed by, and after drinking a little more than he should have, Bluestein got carried away in his narrative. Confidently, he assured his entourage to leave him behind so he could handle these punks. After staggering to Papilio's area, he was kindly invited into the lounge, an offer he again turned down. In the blink of an eye, two men suddenly appeared behind him and struck him in the head with a blackjack. To defend himself, Bluestein pulled out his pocket knife and stabbed his attacker, but it was too late. What followed can only be best described as a semi-execution. A local columnist that covered the story commented that it was as terrible a beating as it was possible to give a man without killing him. Bluestein was beaten with fists, brass knuckles, blackjacks, and iron bars. According to columnist Burton's account, Bluestein's cheekbones were smashed, his scalp was split at least 8 times, knuckle dusters were smashed into his eyes, and a broken bottle ground into his mouth. 10 days later, when he went to visit the businessman, he looked like a piece of meat.
They didn't know exactly what the procedure was in a college. I mean, there is some training that is given in high school, but the college setting is very different.
Quebec's education minister says armed violence around schools is concerning. It's before a well-known dash, but then should schools practice lockdown drills more often? Perhaps, he says. Three lockdowns in a matter of weeks for the students and staff preparing for situations they hope they won't have to face. Matt Burlow, CTV News.
A Superior Court judge is blaming police for having flaws in their security plan the night of the Metropolis shooting in 2012. And it has awarded 4 survivors of the shooting $292,000. The target of the shooting was newly elected Premier Panin Marois. She was unharmed, but one man was killed and another seriously injured. The cities of survivors' lawsuit revealed how disorganized the police forces were. Why the 105-page decision makes that clear as the outcome of a lawsuit filed by 4 Metropolis survivors. Superior Court Justice Philippe Mélanger said essentially the evidence showed the SQ and Montreal police failed to do their job. They didn't plan or communicate effectively. There were misunderstandings. He described it as a major flaw, and so in essence they didn't protect the public or the PQ leader who was elected premier that night. In 2012, Richard Henry Maine intended to confront Marois and Metropolis. It was the PQ election night headquarters. He opened fire, killing Denis Blanchet. Another man, Dave Courage, was seriously injured. Maine's rifle jammed after firing that single bullet. He was arrested shortly afterward and is serving a life sentence. Also present that night, 4 stagehands, Guillaume Capitien, André Dulon-Derubé, Jonathan Dubé, and Gaël Chingali. The survivors filed a lawsuit testifying their lives were changed forever. They lost a friend and colleague who suffered post-traumatic stress. During the civil trial, the SQ admitted they didn't take other threats against the PQ leader that same day seriously. Their lawyer gives Jimmy Duhan Lemire the decision of November 30th a big victory. Here she explains the judge's conclusions.
She's working on communication inside the NPDM, but also between NPDM and SQ.
Before we go on to the next question, it's been great today, but I hear Dodge Law.
So close to the building, and come so close to us, and come so close to our family. I think that we will draw the lessons from what happened so that it never happens again. Terrifying, and it was an attack on the next democracy, not only with respect to one particular political party, but all the democracy.
Both the SQ and the Montreal Police released statements today separately, but both said their forces have already adjusted their procedures for these kinds of events, and those procedures have been followed, they say, ever since. They will comment further, they said, since there is always the possibility of an appeal. Maya. Okay, thank you very much, Cindy. Happy Friday, everyone. I hope you had a great week. Let's get you ready for your weekend and see what's in store weather-wise. But first, let's take a look at what we're dealing with in terms of lows overnight in Montreal. 2 degrees. Quebec City is chillier, though. We're -4 overnight. Now, our 7 to 7 day planner shows that we are starting the day off with wet weather, and that's continuing throughout the afternoon. We'll see 3 to 4 degrees to start the day, a daytime high of 8, and then later into the evening, we are dealing with some serious windy conditions. I'll have more details coming up later in the show. A new 16-page report from Hockey Canada details the number of cases of discrimination reported during the last season. The organization says there were more than 900 documented or alleged incidents of discrimination both on and off the ice. They included insults related to race, religion, sexual orientation, and gender identity, among other things. One suspect suspects the numbers are actually much higher.
When you begin collecting something, or this is a brand new initiative, the policy within their handbook is only 1 year old. People are not used to the fact that they can bring attention to discrimination against themselves or their teammates, or even competitors. So the LGBTQ community very often faces deterioration, whether it be blatant discrimination, really over the transphobic language being shouted at them.
Hockey Canada has been grappling with major fallout over alleged sexual assaults involving members of both the 2003 and 2018 World Junior teams. None of the allegations have been proven in court. Getting around downtown is going to be more challenging this weekend. Security barriers are up near the Palais des Congrès, and it's affecting roads and public transit. It's also cost 15, which starts next Wednesday. Robbery and more.
Outside convention centers, you can always tell they're getting ready for something big. In fact, what the city calls the Big Summit is hosting in every decades.
As much as 12,000 participants, and we will inject in the local economy somewhere around $85 million. So it's going to be a great event for Montreal.
Decision makers from around the world will be in Montreal, hoping to reach an agreement to protect endangered species. Jay Richland of the David Suzuki Foundation wants to hear real solutions coming out of COP.
I think the big question here is, are we going to get that commitment at a global scale to actually halt and reverse biodiversity loss, nature loss? And that halt part, the halt and reverse, that's really one of the key things that we've got to try to get. And there are a lot of countries pushing for it.
Some groups are threatening to disrupt the meetings. On this website, protesters doubt the convictions of governments, saying they created the problems and can't be trusted to fix them, adding only popular movements can make governments bend.
The David Suzuki Foundation is full support of people who want to get out in the streets and make their voices heard. Of course, no one condones violence, and to be honest, I think that's a very small part of any of these protests.
To make sure things don't get out of control, Montreal police will be out in huge numbers, and the city is limiting traffic near the convention center.
We're doing everything in order to secure the area because we don't want to have negative impacts coming from the protesters. As long as they protest peacefully, it's going to do so.
COP 15 starts Wednesday and goes until December 19th. Rotterdam City News.
Students in West Island were put to the test today, building and coding their very own robots. Kelly Gray has that story.
Why?
To that little voice, whoever it is, doesn't want me to recognize any embarrassment. The honorable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn. This Prime Minister blew through a balanced budget led by the Conservatives, spending more than every Prime Minister before him combined. He's the architect of this inflationary mess. He made home heating bills almost double, and is responsible for 1.5 billion Canadians visiting a farm bank in a single month. He left billions of dollars of good energy projects in the ground and killed pipelines. He's missed every emission reductions target and emissions went up. Whatever the Prime Minister touches, he breaks. Will he acknowledge his failed record and stop forcing his failed carbon tax on struggling Canadians? Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, by building an economy that works for all Canadians, we see not only millions of jobs created, but also millions of Canadians lifted out of poverty over their past years. Because we stepped up to support small businesses and families and communities and workers and seniors and youth during the pandemic with historic supports, our economy actually bounced back faster than many of our allies. We recovered full employment 6 months before the U.S. did following the pandemic. We're continuing to be able to support families with direct initiatives that the Conservatives are opposing because that's what we're doing for Canadians. For Calgary, for Schwan. Mr. Speaker, this is coming from Canada's most notorious high-carbon hypocrite. He calls seniors and people on fixed income polluters while he jet sets around the world, singing in luxurious hotels, embarrassing Canada on the world stage on Canadian dimes. There was always a price on pollution. We all pay our gas and electricity bills. What this Prime Minister did was create a scheme to take money from seniors and those most vulnerable to fill up government coffers, all in the name of climate change. Emissions keep going up, and the Prime Minister hasn't hit a single emissions reduction target. Just a simple question. Why do Canadians have to pay for this Prime Minister to pollute? Mr. Answer, I just want to remind the honorable members, I know this is a passionate place, but please use parliamentary language, and calling each other names is not a good practice to have if you want to civilize conversation and debate from the chamber. The honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, personal attacks seem to be all the Conservative Party can deliver right now because they have no plan to fight climate change. They have no plan to reduce emissions. They have no plan to support Canadians who are struggling right now with the high costs of food and fuel and everything. They voted against our support for low-income families on rental. They voted against support for families to get their kids to the dentist.
Yeah,
we will continue
there's
to
already
support
dental.
Canadians. We will continue to return more money into the pockets.
You know what? You won't have to go to the dentist if you don't have no food to eat, so.
Future of the economy if you don't have a plan to fight climate change.
Hi there, I'm Rosemary Barton, and here's what's at issue this week. Witness testimony wrapped up this week for the inquiry into the Emergencies Act. We've heard from officials, protesters, and police who dealt with blockade. This week, key ministers from the Trudeau government were asked to justify their use of the unprecedented act, their reasons for
For 78 days, the Canadian Army and the Gagahaga faced each other down over the barricades as riots broke out, as protesters marched across the country, and a man died from pine trees in Pakistan. All of this for the expansion of a Gulf Coast.
Yep, onto a graveyard. And they were like, we're just gonna go ahead and do it anyway. We were really asking. We were letting you know this is what we're doing. This thing would happen. Fucking bullshit.
So I remember as a young kid talking to my grandmother about the countries of the world and how some of them had done terrible things. At the time, I didn't really know what terrible things meant. I must have been like 8 or 9, and I had a kid sense that sometimes countries can do that. Being British, she brought up the United States, of course, and Germany during the war, which she had lived through.
So sorry.
That the British had not been entirely perfect. I know, it's come on, she was old. Anyways, after going on like this for a while, Canada, or rather, I thought it was sometimes hard to get rid of it. Anyways, she said that Canada hadn't really done anything bad. And if it had, it was really on the British. Canada did nice things like peacekeeping and speaking French, nothing really bad. We were the world's nice guys. Everybody likes Canadians. But what does that mean? Being the nice guys? In other words, what does it actually mean to be Canadian? Yeah, we're really going there. When you ask the average English Canadian, francophone opinion vary much more widely. What does it mean to be Canadian? You'll usually get the usual string of cliches: maple syrup, food to eat, how nice, polite Canadians are. Maybe a moose or a canoe are thrown in for good measure. The deeper cut, though, if a person has spent any amount of time thinking about the question, a now tired opinion article of how it doesn't mean actually to be Canadian, at least nothing substantive. We are terribly a nation without culture, at least not a unifying one. There is no there. What you'll rarely get, if ever, is a mention of history, of events that created a national myth. Sometimes Vinny Ridge is cited, but nobody can tell you what Vinny Ridge was for. It's just that it was a Canadian moment somehow. The school child idea of Canadian history. And as a high school history teacher, I know is that history is just boring. And it's this basic truism that follows most people into adulthood, if sometimes lightly frosted nostalgia. The consequence is a void where a story should be, a history should be. So an acceptance of syrup and gravy on fries is a hint. And I don't really want to tell you here that those things don't, that you shouldn't think of Canada as needing those things. I frankly just don't care about them. Well, I do care about canoes. Canoes are what I do care about is the idea of emptiness, of meaninglessness, of Canadian identity. We're the great white north. And that's just a direction, a color. Not even a color. It's not exactly dead. You might say, well, that's fine. We give space to more substantive cultural identities to form part of the cultural mosaic that is Canada, leaving aside the political complexity actually comment in the description but talk about the fundamental problem with the idea that there is no real substantive Canadian identity is that there is a very concrete, a very real story of Canada, which is today, whether we like it or not, forcing us to confront what Canada has meant for one people.
Canada has been awakened. The words of a residential school survivor today as the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was submitted. What took place in residential schools amounts to nothing short of cultural genocide.
Hundreds of unmarked graves were found at the site of a former residential school for Indigenous children. Both these recent cases have re-exposed a deep rift between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. It's a divide that goes back hundreds of years.
I'd argue that this lack of identity, at least in the context of Indigenous people, has allowed us to forget the original sin of this country. And time again, this formed the basis for continuing the cycle of injustice. Reading accounts of the 270 years of resistance against Italian, I was struck by how the white people seemed so surprised. This was still, and that's the problem. Going back to the 90s, a period Francis Fukuyama famously described as the end of history, the fall of the Berlin Wall and the defeat of communism. The lives of Indigenous people seemed pretty remote to me in suburban Ottawa. White people, not all, I suppose, believed that Indigenous people were a conquered people on their way to assimilation. And frankly, it would be better for everyone if they just got on with it. But this was not the end of history for them. In a sense, it was a late stage of a new beginning. Because the reality of what was going on in the background in the 1990s and earlier couldn't have been more at odds with that. And as a consequence, today, in view of what was happening then, we are faced with a question, a real question, about not entirely what Canada has to do, although that's a big part of the equation, but what Canada should be. We, as a generation of people, face a great constitutional question. What is the right relationship to Canada? The case was announced that is what is at the core of many news articles you may be reading, or stories you might be hearing on the radio, or videos you might be watching. What the future of Canada will be. What it means to be a Canadian is being decided today and tomorrow. So today, I invite you into that conversation about where we're going and what kind of country this is going to be in 5, 10, 20 years. And I have to say, these are exciting times to be living. There's a lot of wrong going on, and frankly, too much injustice both now and in the past. It's unequivocally true. But there's also a lot of possibility ahead of us. It's unquestionably long overdue. But we have a responsibility, and in fact, the good fortune to be born at a time when we can meaningfully make progress on this fundamental aspect of who we are as a country. Strap it, because today I want to talk to you about the open crisis. One morning in mid-July, Joyce Nicholas was making pancakes and coffee at her home in Quebec near Montreal to bring up to a group of protesters manning a barricade just off of Highway 344. These people in the barricade were Kanien'kehá:ka, known commonly as Mohawks. They had been for 3 months protesting the expansion of a golf course to their territory of Kanesatake, known as the Pines. The pancakes and coffee Joyce was in the process of preparing would never reach them. Instead, she stepped out onto her front porch and she saw dozens of police cars and rental trucks making their way toward the barricade. She went right back inside, jumped on the phone, and let the protesters know. By 5:15, the Sûreté Québec, or PSQ, the provincial police force of Quebec, arrived at the small barricade and ordered it to be dispersed. After a few attempts to delay the others, they began to lob tear gas canisters over the barricade. What happened next is entirely. Was it the police who shot first, or the Kanien'kehá:ka? Both claim it was the other side. Either way, the wind was turning back the gas toward the SQ officers, and in spite of the fact that they were wearing protective gas masks, panic ensued. And after 22 seconds of semi-automatic rifle fire, 31-year-old Corporal Afsa Lemay was left fatally wounded. The police officers had scattered, leaving behind vans, police cars, and a front loader meant to dismantle the barricade. The Kanien'kehá:ka, as much surprised by the turning of the tides as the SQ officers, nonetheless seized the moment. Driving the front loader out onto Highway 344, they quickly erected a new, larger barricade. It was built from felled trees and the abandoned police cars of the In solidarity with their brothers and sisters of Minnesota, Iganiga Haga of nearby Ganawake would also seize the Mercier Bridge, an important commuter artery leading into Montreal. As the Iganiga Hagas, the 17-day invasion of their territory, known as the Siege of Gannesatagi, had begun. It is more commonly referred to today as Eagle Concurrences. But how did we get here? Very slow. Wrote about his work as the Federal Deputy Minister of Indian Affairs in 1990, and contemporary events of 200-year-old trails. This was definitely not only the case with the Ogre Gardens, but looking at these 200-year-old trails provides us with a useful case study in Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. They all go back to the early 18th century, 270 years before a decision by a small group of Yanigahaga, that's the actual Mohawks, consent to moving from Montreal to a place where the Ottawa River spills into the St. Lawrence Sea. If you check it out on the map, it's actually a fair distance from Montreal, and so the Yanigahaga only consented to this move because they were guaranteed to receive a deed from the king. They wouldn't therefore be forced to move anywhere else ever again. Since the arrival of the French, what they call France, this particular group had been shunted around all over the place. This was a way to put an end to that uncertainty. These lands were to be, in the words of Steve Dumping on the King's Region, a home for the Indians. And they know is what they said back then, okay? A home for the Indians, as long as they wanted to live there. They called their home Gannesatagi, or the place where the crusted sand dunes. Now, we should just take a moment and recognize that it's kind of weird that they always able to do this in the first place, right? Because the spot was actually already an established hunting ground for this particular group. Why would they just accept being given what they had been used to using for generations? What was already there? Obviously, there's that whole stability thing, but it goes deep. And, understanding why this relationship started out this way is really the first step in understanding what actually happened between Indigenous people and Europeans, and what continues to generate confusion and, for obvious reasons, stress. Put in the simplest terms, and perhaps kind terms, have a different set of cultural
and realized that the French people were fucking having sex parties and had too many STDs and were inbred, and so they wanted to fucking get rid of all the peasants. And then the French wanted to help to fight the English, and they wanted to talk to the natives. And they fucking went right anyway.
Ascribed to the seventh generation, whereby all decisions must take into consideration the impact that those decisions might have in 7 generations from the time of their being made. In contrast, for the very hierarchical and Christian Europeans, the concept of private or personal ownership was a thing. This land is mine and not yours. And insofar as it is mine, you have no right to it. Moreover, I can do with my land whatever I want. This kind of thinking would come to form the basis for modern capitalism, and many folks actually see the discovery of the New World as kickstarting capitalism. Hey, that's all well and good, but since the Ganyegahaga had been using that territory as a hunting ground for a long time before the French arrived, would they have a better claim to that land? Well, not according to the French crown. And the reason why comes down to what is known as the doctrine of discovery. It's possible that you've heard about this before. It was a big deal when the Pope visited Canada to issue an apology to Indigenous people, because a lot of those were calling on the Pope to rescind the doctrine of discovery. It was ultimately something that was established by papal declarations called papal bulls. Pope Francis did not rescind the doctrine of discovery. And whatever you think about the justice of his decision not to do so, it's plain to see why, for someone like him, doing so would be a bridge too far. So if you ever attended high school in North America, you might period following the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks, which in effect cut Europe off from the lucrative trade routes to China. Europeans wanted out of the spices and silks, so luxury goods, which came from China. What they didn't want to do was to pay super high markups, and so starting with Portugal, they set out on an epic quest to find silk and spices. In 1492, this resulted in the discovery of the New World by Christopher Columbus. So yes, scare quotes on discovery. I think it's almost at the point of a cliche now, or at least should be, to say, like, what about the people who live there? And yeah, that's a pretty big inconvenient truth of this so-called discovery, right? Some folks want to get all deep about it. And they say, well, like, they discovered it for Europe, you know? Now the rest of the world knew about America. But actually, in saying this, they do get to the core of what the doctrine of discovery is, just maybe not for the reasons they think, which is to say that the doctrine of discovery is not just some silly thing that Europeans thought they had done, but actually happened. Like how we use the term Indian for centuries, knowing full well that this was not Indian.
And now they call them Native American, even though they're not native to this land. They're native to this land, they're also not American.
By which the rights of indigenous people to their land are simply waved away. Not, I should stress, by indigenous people, but by Europeans. And what was the basis for this? Cultural superiority. Now, I don't want to freak you out by this next term, but this was literally white supremacy. The doctrine of discovery is based on the idea that white people possess a better sense of truth about the world. So much so that their mere arrival in North America immediately disinherited people who were already living there. If you're wondering what truth we're talking about, yes. It's Jesus, guys. It's Christianity. They were Christians. It's because of Jesus that they got to have everybody's stuff. Columbus famously described how nice the Taino people he discovered were, and how accordingly they would make great slaves. In Canada, indigenous people were described as simple or naive, or more often than not, much more offensive, sauvage, which literally means wild. In spite of the relationships that the French built with indigenous people, these were not people. They were, for all intents and purposes, hands, parts, the landscape. Okay, so why would the Pope want to disavow policy which was literally white supremacist? Well, folks, because all law in Canada, at least as far as it relates to property, goes back to the doctrine of discovery. Lands here are guaranteed by the Crown, i.e., the British monarchy. By some interpretations, even private lands are held of the Crown. Regardless, even today, only 11% of Canada's land is held privately. The rest is Crown land. And so, for the Pope to rescind the doctrine of discovery, well, Canada would have to sort out some pretty important aspects of the Constitution. Whatever you want to say about Canadians' present claims to the land, I think that reckoning with the doctrine of discovery takes place at the foundation of what Canada is something we really need to get on. Okay, so how does this relate to Benesitaki and our friends at Amiga? Well, in 1716, since Jacques Cartier claimed discovery of New France back in 1534, these lands, whether inhabited for 10, 15,000 years, were legally speaking crown lands. The king could and did do with these lands whatever he pleased. All of this formed the origin point for the Oka crisis. But wait, Philippe d'Orléans was supposed to have given the land to the Guinea-Ganaga for their use/benefit, if at the pleasure of the king. Well, they're still there. today.
I'm
So,
kidding. I'm not actually a
well,
stalker. I'm just curious.
see, there
And
was a little bit of
slightly
a
nosy.
Yangahaga were not given that would be too simple, right? Much too straightforward. And we're talking about the period of Byzantine and Ancien
And
France colonizing America. But you knew there was a catch. Well, the deal was this. Your community is going to be a mission. That is, the Parisian Catholic Order of the Sulpician Monks are going with you.
I started making them when my last boyfriend was accusing me of not being where I said I was going to be.
Tiny sliver of territory right next to yours.
So now,
But it's going to be great.
this is the thing that I do.
They are just going along to tend to your souls and make sure that you get right with God. Totally in your interest. No big deal. Now, the reality at first wasn't all bad. Philippe de Leon did specify at the time that the Sulpicians had precisely zero claim to the 3 leagues of territory being granted to the Yangahaga. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. Another important facet of indigenous peoples' relationships with colonial states started to play out pretty much right away. You see, the simple fact of the matter is that the Sulpicians were French and the Yangahaga were, well, they were the Yangahaga. This meant that the Sulpicians had a much higher level of access to power that was making decisions. And right away, they began to exercise the power that came with that access. But unbeknownst to us, you see, as a mission, the Sulpicians would be responsible for tending to the souls of the inhabitants of Yangahaga, which meant in practice convincing them to leave behind their traditional spiritual beliefs in order to adopt Catholicism. The problem was that spending all of your time thinking about and talking about God meant that you had less time to work on the necessities. Consequently, the Sulpicians needed money, and so they were frequently pressing the French monarchy for more and more access to the territory granted to the Yangahaga, which was something of a trade-off. The king's regent, Philippe de Leon, finally agreed to extend their claim without informing the Yangahaga a few years after their arrival, on the condition that they build the stone tower within 2 years. European powers seem to have felt that stone towers were not only sick, but they confirmed land claims. The Sulpicians were unable to build the tower, so they asked for an extension to 7 years. The extension was granted, and they failed again. So this plan to extend the territory should have been dead in the water, right? Well, no. The Sulpicians just started acting like they had rights over the territory, and they justified their encroachment into Yangahaga as in the interest of the souls of the community. This was a mission, after all. Over the years, completely counter to the spirit of the original agreement, the Sulpicians would sell plots of land of Yangahaga to incoming French settlers. As late as the 19th century, the Sulpicians would even charge the Yangahaga with theft if they cut down trees for firewood without permission, something that could mean the difference between life and death in the cold Quebec winters. The idea that this was a mission meant to be in service of the people of Yangahaga was really just a conceit that served to conceal the fact that the territory was being progressively exploited and taken away. This relationship seemed like it might be on the way to improving when in 1763 the British conquered the colony of New France. Although widely seen as a catastrophic moment for, in particular, Quebec sovereigntists, it seemed like it might be the moment that would resolve some of the confusion that had been developing over the 60 years of sharp dealings at Yangahaga. Specifically, when the British issued the Royal Proclamation of 1763. And pay attention to folks, because in spite of the horrifically boring title, the Royal Proclamation of 1763, why this document would define the relationship between Canada and Indigenous people up until Up until today, the proclamation lays out the ground rules for a specific relationship between British colonies in North America and Indigenous people. It says specifically, and whereas it is just and reasonable and essential to our interests and the security of our colonies that the several nations or tribes of peoples with whom we are connected and who live under our protection should not be molested or disturbed in the possession of such parts of our dominions and territories as not having been ceded to or purchased by us are reserved to them or any of them as their hunting grounds. So, to be clear, this is still the doctrine of discovery. This is Crown land, not yours, but you can use it. However, what we also have here is a declaration that any place that has not been ceded to, that is given over officially to the Crown, is guaranteed to the nations or tribes of Indigenous people. As an aside note, this is actually the first place in Canadian law that you see the term First Nations used. And so when you hear the term First Nations, although it's got to be seen as something of an identity as well, it's also a specific reference to the Royal Proclamation of 1763. It's a call to honor the promises laid out in Canada. I had a real fun head of a professor. Yeah, I call him a fun. Like, I had a professor who thought that because he was smart about Aristotle, he also understood business with like zero actual knowledge. He once said in class, apropos of nothing, but like nation is a European concept, so they can't even be First Nations. Oh, that's literally not what we're talking about. Ever since I learned about the Royal Proclamation, I've been playing and telling them about it so many times. Yes, I know. Anyways, the Royal Proclamation, the Pro, is a really big deal because, you know, a lot of lands in Canada are covered by this, like pretty much all land outside of modern Quebec. But at the same time, this isn't a straightforward declaration that all of these lands belong to First Nations, right? Again, doctrine of discovery. Like it's all there, but not actually, right? It's the kings reserved for them under his protection. In effect, what's happening here is Indigenous people are being made subjects of the Crown. It's in a different way from how settlers are subjects of the Crown, but they are subjects nonetheless. They hold the land of the king at the king's pleasure, not on their own terms, and definitely not as sovereign nations that have the right. Today, this precedent produces its own kind of legal complexity because many Indigenous communities in what would become Canada were actually sovereign nations. And so today they have to play the strange game of working within the strictures of the Royal Proclamation and later the Indian Act, all the while affirming their status as sovereign nations. Yet another layer is added on top of it with the specific language of lands not ceded. Because whatever you want to think about the ethics of it, the British never waged an outright war of conquest against First Nations like they did in the United States. They used policy, sharp healings, to push them aside instead. The Canadian way. Consequently, unlike the situation south of the river, no lands in Canada have actually been ceded. This is why, if you've ever heard in land acknowledgement, people refer to the unceded territory of the Algonquin or the Anishinaabe. But I keep doing this, but what does this have to do with the people of Guinness-Tuck? With the conquest of New France, we have a Protestant power, the British, ruling over a Catholic province. I won't bore you with the details here, at least not about this, but suffice it to say that the British were not down with the Catholics. Specifically, it was not possible for Catholics to hold property in Great Britain, and the Sulpicians were nothing if not Catholic. So what does this mean for land granted to the Catholic boys? by the King of France. Well, right after the conquest, the new colonial administrator, James Murray, guaranteed the Ganyega free exercise of their religion, customs, and trade in the English. And it seemed as though the Sulpicians' claims to land would not survive the conquest. Great. Awesome. Oh, it could have been so simple. Well, not so fast. You see, the governors of New France, now renamed Quebec, quickly realized that making Catholicism effectively illegal would do nothing to shore up their position in America. After having waged an expensive war that led to the capture of New France, the British had zero interest in stoking up resentments that might lead to a revolt. And so instead, what they did was what all colonial powers do, going back to the Romans, and that is enter into a partnership with the elites to, in effect, downsource keeping the plebs in line, beginning a tradition that would last up until the 1960s, so 200 years. The British entered into a partnership with the Catholic Church, which ensured the obedience of the people of Quebec. You can keep being Catholic as long as rebellions keep not happening. And so, for Benesatage, this meant the Sulpicians were there to stay. And in spite of their claims being legally protected by the crown, they would continue to be slowly chipped away at over the centuries. The doctrine of discovery, sanctified by the British conquest and shored up by the relationship between the colonial administration and the Catholic Church, would mean that Benesatage would prove to be a legal and moral nightmare for years to come. A few years back, I was living in Sudbury, Ontario. I was there taking some additional courses in French and Canadian history at Laurentian University for prevention. This was an important time for me being exposed to First Nations people and ideas. For reasons I'm going to hear, it's no longer the case, but Laurentian had a really strong connection with the local Anishinaabe community, with history courses and even language classes taught by Anishinaabe people. I also participated in a day-long workshop called Men for Boys. Yes, I know, lame name, but that's okay. The idea was that boys from local elementary schools would be paired with an older mentor, and we would talk about our feelings. We talked about what it meant to be a man in the world today, and kind of gave them a snapshot of the challenges they might face. The activity the whole day was lent a kind of seriousness, even sacredness, by Anishinaabe ceremony. We had an Anishinaabe singer introduce, punctuate, and conclude today's activities. We also had an Anishinaabe man come and share with us his experience being a man. One of the things that really stuck with me that he said, especially in the context of all the Anishinaabe ceremonies that pervaded the day, was that for him, reconnecting with traditional knowledge and traditional culture saved his life. I won't go into the details of what he said because I couldn't find out who he was, and so I couldn't ask permission. But suffice it to say, ceremony became for him kind of bedrock, an anchor in the rough waters of life. I do think that ritual and a kind of serious magic is missing from our daily lives. Regardless, a reforging of a connection to traditional knowledge and traditional culture is something that you'll see a lot of in many Indigenous communities across the country in Canada today. It's something that was literally made illegal by successive Canadian governments. Looking at you, Laurier and McDonald, it was something that the government explicitly tried to kill through, for example, the residential school system. If you're interested in that story in particular, I'm not sure I'm the one to share it, at least not yet, but I've left some links in the description for more information. Today, the reforging of a connection to traditional culture and knowledge is something that very much animated the resistance at the Benesatage during the Oka crisis. During the 1970s in particular, the Ganyega had begun to recommit themselves to traditional knowledge and traditional culture through a political and spiritual philosophy known as the Longhouse. Since this was such an important part of the resistance that took place in 1990, I thought we'd take a look at that idea now. few months, if you wouldn't know, I've heard the name Hiawatha or Hiawatha. Here's a poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, wrote in 1865. What have I become? The poem is not about the actual Hiawatha we're talking about, but it's one of the reasons why the name might not be totally alien to everyone. Anyways, so there's this guy, Hiawatha, and he's credited with spreading the great law of peace among the Haudenosaunee in and around the 15th century. So just before the contact with Europeans. Why should we care about this? You may ask. Well, the Haudenosaunee are our good friends. Iganyengahaga. Well, sort of. So as I've already said, twice, Iganyengahaga is the actual name for the Mohawks. Stay with me. The Mohawks / Ganyengahaga are part of the Iroquois Confederacy. Maybe you heard of these guys. Well, the actual name of the Iroquois Confederacy is, drumroll, the Haudenosaunee. Do you have it? So the Ganyengahaga, or Mohawks, are one of the 5 later 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, also known as the Haudenosaunee. How does this connect to everything? Well, the meaning of the Haudenosaunee is the people of the Longhouse. Yeah. And so the Ganyengahaga are also the people of the Longhouse. Okay, but what is the Longhouse? It's not actually as straightforward as you might think. Why would it be? Well, first thing, it is an actual long house, right? It refers to large multi-family dwellings, fancy word for house, organized around a female line of descent where Longhouse lived. But it is also so much more. It's also a spiritual and political philosophy based around the teachings of Hiawatha and his mysterious friend known as Iganyengahaga, or the Peacemaker. So, in the 15th century, rather the years leading up to the 15th century, the Haudenosaunee were constantly at war with each other. And it seemed like things were pretty much going to stay like that forever. Folks were feuding with each other. And it had become, to some extent, a way of life. That is, until Iganyengahaga arrived. His origins are ultimately a little mysterious. He may be more of a kind of stand-in for the long process of arriving at political settlement known as the Great Law of Peace. The story goes that he came to the territories of the 5 nations within the Haudenosaunee, just south of Lake Ontario, from just north of Lake Ontario. He came with knowledge of a new way to live in peace. There, Iganyengahaga met Hiawatha, and although Hiawatha didn't trust him at first, he soon came to see the wisdom of his new ways. And after years of adventures together and proving the value of their new way of life, he hoped to spread his teachings. If anybody's familiar with the story of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, it's a lot like that. So, to cut a long story short, the 5 nations, including Ganyengahaga, would join together under the Great Law of Peace to form the Haudenosaunee. Under the Great Law of Peace, the Haudenosaunee drew up a contract to confirm the new order, or rather, they made what is called the Hiawatha Wampum Belt. Wampum belts are a kind of belt made with shells to confirm treaties by indigenous people across the country. In South America too, if you know, please say so in the comments. Today, the belt's design is still used as the flag of the still existing Haudenosaunee Confederacy. You may have seen it. The figures on the wall represent the 5 nations of the Haudenosaunee, united by the white roots of peace. These roots themselves represent the main principles or philosophies of the Haudenosaunee way of life. So, soundness of mind and body, justice, law for all, equally, and the importance of military power to protect the Confederacy and also to enforce the Great Law of Peace. In the center is a pine tree, the tree of peace. And if you'll remember, the Ganyengahaga of Benesatake were trying to protect an area of their territory known as pines. The central pine tree represents not only the central Onondaga nation, geographically speaking, but also the heart of the nation. The idea of the Hiawatha Wampum is that all the parts of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy are separate political unities, but they are also joined together to form one larger political unity. The five nations are a confederacy, which means that each part governs itself, but they also accept a larger overarching governance for every multiple. This is important. The Haudenosaunee people themselves are considered to be the true source of power in society. It's a representative form of governance where the chiefs are meant to represent the people and enact their will. Decisions are not made by royal fiat, but by consensus. Sounds familiar? Actually, a really important development politically for the world. Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson apparently visited the Confederacy prior to drafting the U.S. Constitution and given the literal revolutionary content of that Constitution. It's generally agreed upon that the Great Law of Peace had an important impact on the kind of participatory federalism that we have now in the United States. It's also worth mentioning that Canada is also a confederation, which its members, the provinces, hold specific powers, where the federal overarching government holds different ones. And strictly speaking, neither is supposed to interfere in the domains of the other. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy is therefore the precursor to the democracies that we have in North America today. I suppose that fact is not particularly important for this video, but it's anyways, if you are enjoying this video, I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe. It really helps me get my videos out to as many people as possible. What's important about the Great Law of Peace for us are, roughly speaking, three things: the role of the clan mothers, the integrity of the Confederacy, and the warrior society. Starting with the clan mothers, I've already discussed how the Longhouse, the building itself, was organized around the women of the community. The Haudenosaunee are a matrilineal society, meaning that descent is traced through women, and women hold a lot of political power. Now, this has been confused to some extent by the impacts of the Indian Act. And oh, baby, if you want to see a piece of legislation without any semblance of an attempt to serve the people it's meant to serve, and even mass equally kind, take a look at Canada's Indian Act. Definitely an important topic, but for now, one for another video. The point is that women are traditionally an important part of Haudenosaunee society, and this was only confirmed by the Great Law of Peace. It's the clan mothers, for instance, who not only chose the 9 Longhouse chiefs, the leaders of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, but also groomed them for those roles. Furthermore, clan mothers not only have the right, they have the responsibility to depose chiefs, to dehorn them, as it's called, if they are either incompetent or acting against the best interests of the Confederacy. In short, women are central figures. In 1990, women would be the negotiators and the spokespersons, particularly the figure of Ellen Gabriel. They are also defenders of the land, and it was almost exclusively women at the barricade July 11th as the front loader advanced and tear gas canisters exploded around. The second part of the Great Law that's particularly important is the integrity of the Confederacy. And in some ways, it's the most straightforward. Basically, the Haudenosaunee are one people, united by this law. The most immediate consequence of this is that should one part of the Confederacy be attacked, the rest are compelled to come help. In 1990, this meant that many other communities would come directly to the aid of the Haudenosaunee, or in some cases, start their own protests across the country. This is why on July 11th, the nearby reservation of Nanuwage would occupy the Mercy Ridge. Another part of this integrity of the Haudenosaunee is that membership is pretty exclusive. Not like Hot Club, Jeff Bezos, Velvet Dress, Space Brain Kim Kardashian exclusive, but like exclude people exclusive. I guess Jeff Bezos and Kim Kardashian. Specifically, you are Haudenosaunee, and that means you are not something else. You don't get to belong to another political community that is not part of the Haudenosaunee. There is no dual citizenship. Practical terms, you lose all inheritance rights, birth rights, whatever. The moment you, in the words of the Great Law of Peace, submit to the law of a foreign people. This is perhaps best expressed by another law. Remember, that's the Haudenosaunee contract that the Haudenosaunee drew up as the two-row wampum has two rows, right? And each of these two rows represents a single canoe, which in turn symbolizes the Europeans and then the Haudenosaunee. Basically, what we have here is a promise agreed to by the Haudenosaunee, and in this case the Dutch, that neither side will attempt to step into the canoe of the other. Doing so, and if you've ever been on a canoe, you can probably see the logic here, would capsize both canoes. Basically, the idea of the two-row wampum is you do you, we'll do this. In short, the pillar of Haudenosaunee life is the rejection of external interference. You can imagine that what the Yangahaga of Sitagi may have felt for over 207 years. Lastly, we have arguably the most consequential aspect of the Great Law of Peace as really one of the elements that would catapult Haudenosaunee traditionalism into the mainstream of modern Haudenosaunee, the warrior society. You may have seen the now ubiquitous flag warrior society. So remember how before the Great Law of Peace, the Haudenosaunee really liked killing each other? Like, a lot kind of reminds me of classical Greece. Actually, Ben Franklin called the Haudenosaunee the Romans of the New World. Well, the Great Law of Peace didn't change the fact that Haudenosaunee society, when it wanted to, could still be pretty warlike. The Great Law just transmuted that energy from feuding amongst themselves into external warfare. One part of the Great Law of Peace explains how the Confederacy could be extended to other groups. Yay! Peace on Earth! Not so much. If they didn't want to join, it was totally fine to just conquer them and make them join. So what does this mean for the warrior society? Warfare was important, and it was particularly important to the most aggressive and capable warriors of the Haudenosaunee, the keepers of the Eastern Domain, those who we know as the Yangahaga, or the Mohawks. As for the warrior society, I am being a little bit sneaky here. The warrior society as such is really something that would appear in the 20th century. During the time of the Great Peace, the warriors were simply that. They were, for all intents and purposes, the soldiers, meant to, according to the philosophy of the Great Law of Peace, protect the Confederacy and enforce its laws. In the 20th century, however, the warrior society would evolve into something new. Well, new-ish. Around 1980, a man called Louis Hall, who incidentally designed the warrior flag that we saw earlier, wrote a book called Rebuilding the Iroquois Confederacy. It was a radical book that took the Great Law of Peace and distilled it into a political ideology that could be used to, well, rebuild the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee Confederacy. In the super influential book called People of the Pines by Laurie Pandera and Jeffrey York, they describe the Great Law of Peace as prescribed by Louis Hall as forming the basis of a modern theocracy. It is a rule book for everything from how to run schools to how to wage war, all based on the Haudenosaunee way of thinking. Now, the degree to which Hall's ideas actually define warrior society are a matter of debate. Joe Deal, a Yangahaga warrior, participated in the Open Crisis, said his books aren't a driving force, they're more of a mirror. The idea being that the warriors were already something substantive, which Louis Hall merely described. Regardless, what's important for us is the fact that whatever the ideas of the warrior society, their very presence and the popularity of their ideas are to be full expression of a process that had been taking place for the last 50 years, namely the decision on the part of indigenous people to look back to their own past as a source of inspiration for their future. The Great Law of Peace would form a bedrock for a renewed commitment to the ways of being that had been progressively eroded by these submissions and, of course, the government of Canada. And those who made a commitment to those ways of being will be called the adherents of the Wampums. It's important to keep in mind when talking about the siege of Inisitaki, also known, of course, as the Oka Crisis, that this was not just some random explosion of rage. As we've seen already, the Yenigahaga of Benisataki had been trying to get their land claims recognized since pretty much the very first day that they landed on the shores of the Lake of Two Mountains. More than that, they did so in most cases, not through armed conflict, but by playing the game of the colonizers, especially after the British conquest. They petitioned the government about once every 10 years, in one case even sending a delegation to Great Britain. Actually had a whole section on the life and struggles of Joseph Murasagabrat, who led the people of Benisatake to what amounted to the first oil crisis. But for the sake of time, I have to cut it. If you're interested in that part, let me know by email, and I'll send you a transcript of that section. Regardless, the point is just that even when playing the colonizers' game, the Ganyengahaga were always rebuffed. I think that might be as a rhyme with Taifu Gramprati, rhyme with Mike Supremacy. Management of the territory by its officials went completely unchecked as they gradually whittled away more and more of the original 3 leagues given to Benisatake. The Sulpicians themselves just left it. They had been experiencing financial troubles of their own, so they sold their lands to a wealthy Belgian baron in 1936. Surprisingly, he was interested in developing the territory and, to whatever extent possible, excluding the Ganyengahaga. Actually, let's restate here, I don't think we ever thought of Benisatake at all. At least not when he was originally introduced. That's really the problem here, is it's the mindset of the doctrine of discovery. Also, does it say a lot that these officials did just like, what about their responsibility to the souls of the people of Benisatake? It was always about the land and its value, never about the people. For Hong and the Sulpicians and the French and the British afterwards, the people of Benisatake and their claim to that land, both before and after the actual land grant, were immaterial. Like, this is the problem, right? To put it as straightforwardly as possible, this is not a sustainable situation. Acting for all intents and purposes, like people don't exist, like the history of the place doesn't exist, doesn't stop those things from existing. Doing so will make you confused and maybe even angry at the people that remind you of these non-things. So, after finding it was too much of a hassle to develop these lands, with the Ganyengahaga constantly reminding them of their existence by disrupting development, often at the expense of their own health and the threat of jail, it should be added. They would sell the land once again to the town of Oka. So 31 years before 1990, the town of Oka would approve the construction of the famous golf course. You guys, like, look at how mediocre this place is. The fact that this thing was the catalyst for a national crisis has got to tell us something. The golf course was approved to be built on an area of Benisatake known as the Commons, or to be Ganyengahaga, the Pines. And at the time, it should be mentioned, there was a huge outcry and there were protests. By 1990, only 31 years later, the people of Oka had completely forgotten that for the Ganyengahaga, this golf course was a problem. Due to the pines themselves, it's difficult to overstate their importance to the people of Benisatake. They had actually planted the pines in that area themselves in order to stabilize the hillside. Remember, the name Benisatake means where the crusty sand dunes are, because, well, that's where the crusty sand dunes are. They fall, they go to things, sliding action, when they're on top of the hill, like this was. And the presence of the pine trees on this hill actually protects the town of Oka from landslides. Golf course greens, I probably don't have to tell you, would not have the same effect. We also shouldn't forget the importance of pine trees for the Haudenosaunee over there. Remember that the White Roots of Peace, unifying the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Hiawatha are those of a central pine tree. But it's also not just about pine trees. It's about gravy. this day still borders the golf course. Chapter of the book, People of the Pines, Definitive Account of Poker Prices, which describes this place. It's called Golf Balls Headstones, because that's the reality of building a golf course literally right next to a graveyard. Like, look at this. Here are the remains of the people of Minnesota going back centuries. The golf course in 1990, already on lands the Gangahaga considered to be theirs, was going to be expanded, and so would completely envelop the graveyard and destroy a significant section of the pines. The decision to do so was made explicitly without any thought. Minnesota, mayor of Boca in 1990, explaining why he didn't talk to them, said simply, "You know you can't talk to me." Do you know that regardless, he knew he had the strict rule of the law on his side. He worshipped the lands of Minnesota had never been settled. They had somewhere to their place. It looked like this would just be one more chapter in same old Minnesota. And again, we know that's not what happened.
No.
Two things changed. Firstly, the warriors through force of arms and a barricade. People in Minnesota were able to make their case heard. Secondly, the people in Minnesota also had the support of white settlers. For some reason, the white settlers were not different to the struggles of the Gangahaga. Had something changed, or was it the starkness of prioritizing an exclusive golf course? Great. That counts where the expansion was simply declared a fact. Some citizens of Boca were aghast. A petition signed by 900 demanded that the expansion not take place, whether because of an interest in the justice of the situation, or because, after all, this was a private membership golf course. Public opinion was, possibly for the very first time, split on the issue of appropriating lands of Minnesota. When, on July 11, 1990, as the tear gas canisters began to fall, Ellen Gabriel shouted out, "This is their justice system? What the kind of people are they? Over a goddamn golf course and their greedy lust for money?" She may have had little sense, the degree to which many Canadians would absolutely agree. In the days that followed the beginning of the Yoga crisis, the worst parts of Senator was, on the one hand, the SQ, that's the provincial police force, had a history of pretty extreme violence toward the Gangahaga, and the crisis to be no exception. Without going into too much detail, let's put it this way. Once the Canadian Army was called in to replace the SQ, many Gangahaga breathed a sigh of relief. On the one hand, this was because with the federal army as their adversary, some Gangahaga felt that their nation-to-nation claims were granted legitimacy. On the other hand, the Canadian Army showed a lot more restraint, especially in the context of the death of Corporal Nasser. It's manifested in several ways. For instance, they attempted to starve out the Gangahaga, particularly the ones who were blockading the Mercier Ridge. Access to food and medicine was restricted. Moreover, those who simply looked overlooked would be stopped and, in some cases, literally tortured in order to elicit a confession to their participation in this family. Linus Boswell's excellent documentary about these events, which you should definitely watch, link in the description, has an interview in which the man and his son, with zero connection to the events going on in the barricade, were stopped and threatened. During the encounter, a police officer accidentally discharged his weapon, thankfully, into the ground, spraying the two with dirt. The way the man involved fights off tears is disturbing, but the SQ were the only ones that Gangahaga had to worry about. The small suburb of Chateauguay, which sits to the southwest of Montreal, was the settler community which was probably the most impacted by the crisis. The Gangahaga of Benwage had also seized the Mercier Ridge in solidarity with their brothers and sisters in Minnesota, and so Chateauguay was effectively cut off from Montreal, where many of its citizens worked. Rioting broke out in the streets of Chateauguay, which the SQ also attempted to contain, which culminated in the burning of an effigy of the Gangahaga person. Sign on its shirt says "Savage." Later on during the crisis, when some of the citizens of Ganawage attempted to discuss the philosophical basis of the warrior society, so I won't go into it again here. But it is true that the warrior society was more than just present at Oka. While it was the women who were manning the barricade on July 11th, it was the men, the warrior society, who staked out in the woods with AK-47s. It was their gunfire which, it seems, had caused the death of Corporal Nafsan. And the warrior society at this time were not angels. It's clear that criminal activity was a part of the financing of the warrior society. Many warriors were veterans of the Vietnam War. Many of the warriors at Kanesatake did not come. They came from Akwesasne and elsewhere. But the distinction made by some of the citizens in Chateauguay between the Kanien'kehá:ka and the warrior society were false. Remember that according to the Great Law of Peace, members of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy are bound to come to each other's aid. And so when Kanesatake put out the call for aid shortly before July 11th, many answered. So terrorists actually talked about the concept of terrorism in my last video on the FMQ. So if you'd like a more in-depth treatment of the topic, you can click the link here. But to my mind, and to that of many Canadians, the presence of these men with their guns and their masked faces didn't make them terrorists in this situation. The hundreds of years of dealing with the government on their own terms had yielded no results. As Shiri Pasternak of the Yellowhead Institute says, Canada has only ever listened to us when we blockade, when we protest. The SQ was prepared to inflict whatever damage on the people of Kanesatake over the expansion of a golf course. A golf course. So does that mean that violence is in some way justified? Saying the death of Nafsan was A-OK? Obviously not. At the same time, a combination of systemic exclusion and explicit policies of assimilation, which, let's be frank, amount to genocide, has to lead somewhere, right? To go wrong. Remember that? What happens when you stick your thumb to the news of this? The siege of Kanesatake ended on the terms of the Kanien'kehá:ka. After 78 days, the Canadian Army pressed it closer and closer. They would use tactics such as shining lights on the protesters at night to keep them awake, or launching flares, or turning the power on and off on reserves. The protesters were never sure if a great push was coming today, tomorrow, next week. No more deaths resulted from these tactics, but the psychological impact should be understated. After 78 days, the Kanien'kehá:ka decided to leave their position in the pines, marching out peacefully and unarmed. Doing so was a bit of a surprise to the Canadian Army, and in the botched response, 14-year-old Winnie Horn Miller was stabbed by a Canadian soldier. She survived her injuries, but it was an ignominious end. I think what was shocking about the Oka crisis, the siege of Kanesatake to many, was that it was political violence taking place in normally peaceful Canada. A confrontation like this, an essentially military confrontation, had taken place in Canada in more than 100 years. Incidentally, that earlier confrontation was also between Canada and Indigenous people, or at least the Métis during the Red River Resistance. Oka was surprising to Canadians and to Quebecers in particular. We were a peaceful country. The world's nice guys. We didn't have these kinds of problems. But yet, it was for the simple reason that then, as today, Canada is incomplete. The place of Indigenous people in Canada is not properly defined. Kanesatake is probably one of the more drastic examples, with no clear land claims being established. Even now, but that doesn't mean that the reserve system is fair either. The Indian Act, while apparently a part of our Constitution, is not meant to include Indigenous people governments. It's meant to exclude them until they magically become white people. Now, to be clear, I am not even advocating the removal of the reserve system. The history of Canada's relationship with Indigenous people has been one of removing more and more rights. I think we need to at last realize that this has been a resounding
Creepy and weird.
Discount at the expense of the well-being of indigenous people. You can
Fucking weird.
their apartments, which are promised the land back.
Yeah.
Not what you think.
Yeah.
Not about putting white folks on boats and
I used them in enough pot. Well, not enough pot, but
constitutional change is needed. Indigenous people need to be partners in Canada, just as
pot isn't
provinces
as potent as potent, I guess.
stands now. Is incomplete.
And I used
Confederation.
a split the butter. So
Someone very
if somebody said that my cake is too strong, then you gotta had a panic attack or whatever. And I was like, don't this. Someone should be prepared ready for the fucking edible.
about all this. Do you think there is a way forward for Canada?
I'm not accepting me.
Lost over something experience of the municipality or the organization that box comments. And don't forget to like and of course subscribe to the channel for you can also follow me on Twitter at my next project at this point. In my last two videos, I talked about the history of Quebec going back to its origins and tracing its development
Did like $200 in fucking pain for to sit in my fucking apartment and we're done for like 5 fucking years. What? That your alarm or someone calling you?
estimates, well, for GSC, this usually meant American listeners and almost exclusively meant Anglophone listeners. And it also meant defending the rights of those investors, always at the expense of American workers. Take, for example, the asbestos strike of 1949. Yes, you heard that correctly. The asbestos strike of 1949. In 1949, that supplied something in the territory of 85% of the world's asbestos. People even knew back then that it caused lung problems, but hey, not a great job, right? Anyways, the asbestos strike of 1949 took place in Stepford mines and imaginatively, asbestos. The miners were demanding that the American owners of the mine increase their pay to $1 a day, up from 85%. And they provided them with pension, 9 paid holidays, and an indicate some action to reduce the presence of the harmful asbestos dust. Lucky for the American lawyers, 2DC was firmly on their side, and throughout the months of March and May of that year, workers clashed repeatedly with police, burning rail tracks and throwing rocks at the replacement workers brought in to keep the work. At the end of the strike, the workers didn't achieve much beyond a 5-cent increase to their pay, whereas the safety concerns were effortless. What's interesting about the asbestos strike of 1949 today, aside from the obvious narrative of oppression, is the political maneuvering going on behind the scenes. First, the representative of the workers union that was negotiating their position was not a socialist organization, it was instead Catholic. The Catholic Church was justifiably terrified of the influence of socialism throughout the world, and in Quebec, the solution was to fill the void with what socialists had been. Now, on this occasion, the Catholic Church did seem to have the best interests of the workers at heart, at least at first. Monseigneur Joseph Charbonneau was very supportive of the workers, and in a sermon in Montreal, he said, "The working class is the victim of a conspiracy aimed at crushing them." And when there is a conspiracy to crush the working class, it's the church's duty to intervene. We value people more than capital. Yes, I'll head to the church meetings outside of the raise funds for families participating in meetings and do appeals to aid workers. Unfortunately, things didn't actually go out with the full shot. And this actually leads us to that second major policy of the UNC government, was everybody's. You see, Union SNM had a tight relationship with the Catholic Church. For the most part, Union SNM could count on the church to reach their positions. And in return, they would favor policies that strengthen the position of the Catholic Church in society. In particular, the church at this time was in control of both healthcare and education, which gave it enormous social influence, aside from already representing the organizing principle of their society with the church buildings themselves. Returning to the asbestos, they represent a serious challenge to this, and we know that the Archbishop of Montreal was directly challenging the policy of the government. And so, the government flexed its muscles and its relationship with the Catholic Church. Behind the scenes, GDC was apparently able to have Charbonneau removed, and he was sent to British Columbia, where he could become a chaplain for the Sisters of St. Anne in Victoria up until his death. The government wanted to even have an archbishop. Okay, but there's maybe a happy ending to all this. Well, kind of, actually. The asbestos strike of 1949 was a ways off from the White Revolution of the 1960s, but represented the first crack in this. Well, the relationship between the Catholic Church and the Quebec government was never something that either side ever tried to conceal. The asbestos strike of 1949 showed the average Quebecer that that wasn't necessarily a good thing. And 11 years later, which is a long time, you don't necessarily have the power to political government from its solution. Unrelated, if you enjoyed this video, I really appreciate it if you take a moment to subscribe. Okay, so I wrote at its core the movement is best known by the 1962 election campaign taking back control of power, of electricity for the establishment of pronounced English is just technical. This was of particular importance on social level because at the time, most of the electricity companies were owned from outside of Quebec or by many Quebecers. You had to know English to work for the power plants. And so by nationalizing power, Quebecers were able to ensure not only a reasonable fee for existence, but they were also able to develop a class of French-speaking Canadians. Quebecers wouldn't have to be just miners or wage earners. They could now be white-collar experts. If the White Revolution had stopped the creation of Labour Quebec, it would have already changed. It was only because they touché new was also about creating a more tolerant, open, less hierarchical, less traditional society. They touché new was about wresting control from the Catholic Church, healthcare, and education, both of which were created during the 1960s. In this way, the White Revolution represented a wholesale rejection of policies of least and ignorance and outward economic colonization and clericalism. It was public ownership and secularism. The White Revolution created in Quebec all of the institutions of a modern democratic society, and the people were justifiably proud of their nations. How does any of this relate to sovereignty? To find out, let's first take René Lévesque is a cowboy figure. So, for example, he was to a great extent the center of the baseless shape which saw the creation of life in Quebec. And he was, in fact, the man who saw it through as Minister for Natural Resources during the War from the 1960s to the 1960s. Although initially the party Lévesque's political leanings and temper eventually led to his breakup with the Liberal Party of Quebec. He openly signed, for example, with a group of government workers on strike, a no-no if you work for the government. At the head of this open sovereigntist political group, Lévesque would go on to lead Quebec to the first of two referenda, the subject of Quebec's sovereignty. While the motion passed on a pretty slim margin, Lévesque famously said, "Je l'ai bien compris, c'est en train de dire la prochaine fois." I understand you, right? You're saying, so that's, now, why do I bring up this? Well, it's said to be one of the driving forces of length and sovereignty for 20 years. What he says about sovereignty sums up what sovereignty meant and continues to mean for Quebec. Show you this. Let's take a look at a clip from a conversation between Quebec and some students at Scarborough College. It's a fantastic motion, and I highly recommend watching it. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, it is.
It's a truly wonderful speak both fun and passion. And incidentally, I think the fact that it took me hearing it in English to understand this gets to the reality of miscommunication between French-speaking and English-speaking.
Yeah, we get something angry.
Let's take a look.
It's so. Look, she just because she was
And I'm afraid the people, the low people, the workers, will not benefit nearly as quickly as you think. And the fact that the economic development of Canada has been so dependent upon the cooperation of the United States, investments in the United States, will not extend to your New Quebec. And that you will need, you say, get rid of the 18 to 20% minority of English speaking.
I didn't say get rid.
No. You say, let's say for example, that all these people leave, the people who have the money. Say for example, they do, and they are moving out now, and you know,
Quite a few of the people who have
money.
Quite a few of the people who have the money. That's right. Are leaving. And quite a few of them who are used to thinking that the natives. And I'm sorry to feel bitter because I live in Montreal. Recently, I was in the so-called non-public, one of those private affairs with young businessmen. Next to me was sitting the grandson of someone who was something or other like a lieutenant governor at the time when we were completely the natives. Next, on the other side was the nephew of Mr. McLaughlin, the president of the Royal Bank, and a few of all of them around the 30 or 35-year-old group, calling themselves a whiff of grape, very elegant little club for dinners once a month. We were discussing in private. I was trying to be very polite when one of them came up and said to me, and this was typical of the money group among that dominant minority in Montreal. He said, when you guys have finished doing what you're doing, you'll come groveling back. The word means groveling back to us. Yeah. This was one of a few instances in the last few years that have helped me in a way you can't imagine, to make damn sure that it's going to happen the way we think. Right. And it is going to happen. Some of those should be for our own help.
He did.
And the sooner the quicker they leave, the better. But the low people, as to use your word, in other words, the guy that has to earn a living, and God knows there's more of them than there is of the other bunch, they're not that. They're not that traumatized or, banged over the head by a possible change. I know a lot of friends in my riding who are taxi drivers, clerks in stores. Some of them are English, some of them are Jews, some of them are immigrants of other descriptions. And they say if things are done reasonably, and we are respected, and we have members among those groups in our movement right now, and they're good enduring members. They say this might become, in spite of what I think Mr. Desrochers was saying, a more just and a more equitable and a fairer society that administers and develops itself, that if it has this sort of irresponsibility that was going on for too long.
Yes, sir.
And I think this, without any guarantee, because nobody can be sure of the future, this we have a better chance of doing on our own than in the present setup.
What I'm afraid
of. And people, as you say, are more and more in agreement with that.
Yeah, well, what I'm afraid of, and I certainly agree, I'm afraid of the fact that what will happen in Quebec is what has happened in many developing countries who have separated, that a government of elite will come into power and will benefit.
Oh, well, believe it, Naruto.
From the independence in a monetary
Fucking true. This is perfect.
Otherwise, a government of elite, money elite, Okay, so very superficial. This is the most passionate ramble that gets during this conversation. And I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but this is the only person who makes the attempt to speak to French. Which is basically asking them to working back victims to the same cycle of violence characteristic of the dictatorships emerging in Africa through the process of decolonization, i.e. the revolving door of minorities pressing each other into further revolutions and migrants compete. In short, she's asking, are you sure you don't want to ethnically cleanse with ethnic laws? Saying that this needs to seem pretty high, right? His response is no. But it's a very prescient question. Quebec does think that certain people being with great should leave Quebec and maybe even Canada. I don't know. But at the end of the day, Quebec's understanding of Quebec as it relates to Canada is as part of the project of decolonization. Quebecers are a colonized people, and independence is the only way to fix that, to heal from that. But what about the oppressors? Like, seriously, what would happen if Quebec became a sovereign nation in 1960? For Quebec, the answer is no. The Quiet Revolution is endless. The Quiet Revolution was fundamental about freeing the people of Quebec from the shackles imposed upon them by history. In a sense, I really don't think that we can imagine that the political war that emerged from the British conquest wouldn't also find itself at some point in the crosshairs of the Quiet Revolution. And so, yes, Quebecers began to think that if they were now free from the Catholic Church, which became the religion of Quebec even before it was Catholic, it's almost lower hanging fruit, right? It was the Quiet Revolution, not bloody. There were no priests, there were no kings, but the next step for the revolution has to be transformation of the political world. And no, what would have otherwise been the British Empire is a big part of the stagnation of the not believe that they honestly
Susan Back.
Masters in their they had some pretty big social problems. They were key to competing. Socrates is often criticized as making no economic sense, but then it isn't and has never been about it. It's about social determination. It's about breathing that sense of confidence that was born out of our evolution. It's not addressing the feeling of subjection to an alien authority. If today that seems to run counter in some pretty fundamental ways to invest in that, is because many people in that province see themselves as fundamentally different to invest in Canada. If it seems like Quebecers are bellyaching, even though Canada bends over backwards to economy, then maybe we should consider why the country seems to do so. Maybe it's because Quebec shouldn't give.
And to Kevin for starting us in such a good way and reminding us of really the strengths that we all hold, but the humility of the sun and the moon and all of these things that are bigger than us, and yet we count on them every day. And so I too want to acknowledge that we're in this beautiful lodge of David Child Family and on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas, the credit where we honor all of the Indigenous peoples who paddle these waters and the moccasins walk these lands. And I always feel here in Toronto we are blessed by all of those beautiful diagonal roads in my riding of Davenport and Vaughan and all of these that actually remind us of those pathways that the First Peoples walked. And I think really this morning it is the humility of us being able to acknowledge that today we're really talking about prevention and about really the medicine wheel, which we wanted that balance of keeping people well mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And even Tommy Douglas had said, part of Medicare was Medicare had to be keeping people well, not just patching them up when they get sick. And here at Native Child and Family, it's actually trying to keep not only individuals well, but their families well and their families intact. And I think that is what we've learned for such a long time about the importance, and with Kevin's help, the importance of secure personal cultural identity. When people get back in touch with their language and culture, how they make healthy choices, how they are able once again to get onto a good path. So we are really grateful to be here with you
today in downtown Toronto, but being able to see firsthand the amazing work to support Indigenous children and their families here in Toronto, and the huge numbers of Indigenous peoples that live in our cities across the country, and how we have to have of dealing with this extraordinarily important population. So it's just always an honor and humbling to meet with you and to learn from you. And as you said, Jeff, COVID has been tough. We're currently going through a parallel pandemic of mental health challenges and the overdose crisis caused by the illegal toxic drug supply. Le stigmatisation et l'appui en matière de sensibilisation, d'éducation, de services de santé mentale et de dépendance rendent cette situation déjà dangereuse encore plus mortelle. Disproportionately, we have seen the impact Indigenous and racialized communities across the country. Des milliers de personnes sont mortes. Ce sont les membres de la famille, de collègues, d'amis et de voisins. And as we know, people like you in the front line, these are people you know, people you love, people you serve, and people who are no longer with us. And so I think recently we've been somewhat appalled by the irresponsible dissemination of completely untrue information about harm reduction and safer supply amidst this crisis. It is imperative that we work to replace judgment and disdain with compassion and respect. Last week in National Addiction Awareness Week, the theme was a community of caring. We actually have to understand that every single Canadian has a role to play, and I think just coming back down into downtown Toronto, that when you see someone who's intoxicated and ask what's the matter with them, you have to know you're asking the wrong question. The question is what happened to them, and that's why dealing with trauma-informed and the effects of colonization, we have to have everybody aware about really the path to sort of difficult and now dangerous behavior because of the toxic drug supply, and how we can meet them where they are with the spirit of compassion. So we're just so grateful to the people and organizations like Native Child and Family that's working behind the scenes to save lives and reduce the stigma towards people who use drugs, and it is with your help that we continue the conversation about harm reduction, to close the gaps in awareness and to meet people where they are and to try and keep families together. So we are, as we all, I think all of us here, including the wonderful project on spine health, working with Indigenous peoples to create real change. Nous travaillons ensemble pour nous attaquer aux causes profondes de fardeaux disproportionnés qui portent des préminations, des métis et des ennemis, des méfaits, des traumatismes intergénérationnels, des effets de la colonisation, le système de pensionnat, le changement climatique, la pauvreté et le manque de logement stable. So that's why we're here today. The funding we are announcing is nearly $10 million for 16 projects across Canada to support Indigenous communities for substance-related harms. These 16 projects, funded through Health Canada's Substance Use Addiction Program, will directly support Indigenous people at risk of substance use, harms, or overdose, and allow organizations like our host to implement innovative community-led projects to serve the many communities and people who need it. If we 2017, plus de 300 projets à travers le Canada ont été financés par le biais du programme sur l'usage et les dépendances aux substances. These projects, like the ones we're here to talk about today, are making a difference in the community here in Toronto and across the country. We know that to address substance use harms and addictions effectively, we have to take a comprehensive, compassionate, and united approach. Je sais que toutes les personnes présentes dans cette salle aujourd'hui contribuent à insuffler cette dynamique positive de changement. Together, we will save lives and build healthier and better and future for Indigenous peoples and their communities. Thank you. Merci, Miigwech. Now I'd like to invite up Melissa Harmonic, Director of Holistic Services here at the Center to talk to you about their project that's being funded today.
Marcy, Minister Bennett, for sharing about the importance of this work and really the community introduction. We all know.
This new documentary is a follow-up to the Epstein Filthy Rich series, watched by millions, which brought the scandal to the public's attention, and it gives victims a chance to be heard.
We were both abused, and I'm going to be testifying in her trial.
It also tells the story of the late Maxwell's dysfunctional family life, in particular her relationship with her father, the late media mogul Rob Maxwell, and we hear from a number of her former friends.
She didn't think she was doing anything wrong.
But of course, in court in New York, found she was very much aware of what she was doing. Found her guilty in December last year of sex trafficking with minor and a number of other offences. Maxwell spent nearly 60 or 20 years on which she was. The victim believes anything can happen to the media. Her recent proven the foreigner now running yoga. In a series of exclusive interviews, journalists and parents, they Maxwell described
very happy to discuss the international flight service as the safety programs take shape.
Lake Maxwell's appeal is expected by the end of January this year. Just one snag there, though. Maxwell's reportedly transferred most of her wealth to her 46-year-old husband, who she secretly married in 2016. He told her over the phone he wanted a divorce while she was awaiting trial in court. And now he's reportedly not paying her legal bills. In the meantime, two women who have accused Jackie of sexually abusing them have filed lawsuits against Jacob Morgan and Deutsche Bank, alleging they facilitated and profited from Epstein's alleged sex trafficking operation. A Deutsche Bank spokesman told the New York Post, "We believe this claim lacks merit and will present our arguments in court." JP Morgan declined to comment on the lawsuit, which mentions a high-ranking executive, James Staley. The lawsuit describes how he fostered a business relationship with Epstein and does not accuse him of knowing about the alleged sex trafficking. But it is a fact that both banks continue to work with Epstein even after he pleaded guilty to soliciting prosecution by an indirect date. Here is a picture of Epstein, James Staley, plus the U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and the dates taken in 2011. Here is Gates, who is on his relationship with Epstein. The latest allegations center around yet another billionaire, Leon Black, who's being sued by a woman who alleges he raped her at Epstein's mansion in 2002. A lawyer for Black says the allegations against her client are categorically false and destroying his reputation. When Epstein died in a detention center in Manhattan in 2019, while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges, he took his wicked secrets with him. Elaine Maxwell has provided very detail herself about how he did it. This episode is brought to you by Audible. Get your first month absolutely free when you sign up using the link below. Almost every discussion of characters, realism, historical figures, movie, Dennis novels about Inspector Gamache, played by Alfred Molina. He played Dr. Octopus. Massive settlement was the other voice you heard that song one of Donald Sutherland's sons, and Al Maya Tail Feathers. Patty Lemon Reed is former CTV chief finance correspondent, and this week Tuesday was actually Giving Tuesday, so we talked about what it means to give to charity.
I was fascinated by a recent poll by Canada Helps. It was conducted by Ipsos. And going into the holiday season, 47% would rather receive a charitable gift than a sweater. And when it comes to actually needing the services of a charity, 22% say that's going to happen this year. And I don't think that surprises us. We've been talking about the economic environment out there, how people are struggling, interest rates going higher, debt levels. But for some, going to a charity, it can help them make a decision on food or shelter.
I'm seeing something. I don't know. I'm going to take this with a grain of salt because it's on the web, but it certainly gives you some idea of the scope. It says here there are more than 86,000 registered charities in Canada. So how would you? Are all charities in terms of the tax man created equal? Do you get the same sort of tax rebate for all?
You know, what I can tell you, based on the surveys I've conducted and the people I've chatted with, when someone gives to a charity, rarely is it about the taxable benefit. I mean, yes, there's a great way to pool receipts as a family. You do donations, gifting of securities can make all kinds of sense. But that's not why people do it. People will tell me that they will give, and you can't give to everyone. You simply can't. People will knock on your door, you'll get email, and you might feel badly. But one of the things, one of the ways in terms of a framework, I've often talked about what are your values. Now, what really matters to you? But Andrew, it's not enough to say, this matters to me. I think in order to want to give financially or of yourself, why do you want to give? It's got to pull at your heart. There's got to be meaning there for you. Because once you know what you value, then you say, okay, I'm going to explore the charities out there. And like any investment, you know, I've talked about this, do your homework. Understand who and how the charities will help people. What is the cost? Do you want to give in your own backyard, in your own city, in your own country? Do you want to do it internationally?
Former CTV Chief Finance Correspondent Patty Lovett Reed. Coming up, probably my favorite conversation of the week with actor, comedian Paul Roblaskis. That's next. I'm Andrew Carter on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Coming up on Weekends with Ken, Saturday morning show will include some nutrition tips to help you handle those hunger pangs. That's at 6:40. Christmas comes early. For some less fortunate kids, we'll tell you all about it at 7:10. Andy Jim Christmas concert tickets after 8 o'clock, and the townships on the backdrop for a new TV series. Details with Bill at 8:40. The latest news and a whole lot more. Weekends with Ken, Saturday and Sunday mornings, 6 to 9 with Ken Connors. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800. Who will win the biggest prize in sports? The best of the beautiful game continue their quest. FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022, November 20th to December 18th on TSN and CTV. iHeartRadio, Canada's #1 streaming app for radio. Stay informed wherever you are with all your favorite podcasts. The fight isn't over. In fact, it's just getting started. Where do you find to fight the battle? iHeartRadio. Anywhere. Now with personalized playlists made just for you. And curated playlists, including your own ad songs straight from live radio. Connect on the go with Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. iHeartRadio. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. J.J. Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. J.J. Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcardinal.ca. Sports enthusiasts, busy executives, active seniors, aching feet. Minimum invasive foot surgery is a cost-effective reality that will make you feel young again. No more excuses. Take that next step. Call Dr. Mull, 514-844-5250. The Bandit is back. After a 2-year hiatus, the Dolls German and Rodney back up the band returns with That 70s Show. Join us December 6th and 7th at M. Telus as we celebrate with special guests Aretha Franklin and Stevie Wonder. The tribute performers from Legends in Concert, presented by National Bank Private Banking 1859, as well as Steve's Music at CJAD 800. Get your tickets now.
First, we should talk about how we're all poisoned with this idea, and the place that starts is with the death of alternatives. Hardly anyone thinks capitalism is really handling the world all that well. The global wealth gap keeps growing, environmental collapse with emissions every year, social services keep getting gutted, and we live in perpetual states with economic crisis, recession, inflation, depending on the year. Things are pretty bad, and there are clear ways in which economic model that sees growth and profit at all costs, backed up by the most powerful governments in the world, at the very least seriously contributes to the best spirit. But still, in the back of your mind, somewhere you can't really imagine anything better. First, you will learn on that you
They're looking up for me every time I go back. Speaking of Paul Verblaskus, who is working this weekend, headlining at the Comedy Nest. And so, Poplar River First Nation, 600 kilometers north of Winnipeg. So it's where the Poplar River meets the Lake Winnipeg.
There's no roads.
There's no roads.
So the time when the ice freezes, there's a winter road, and then we can cross the ice in the wintertime. So in the summertime, it's only plain. So like I said, when you isolate it, you're isolated and you're deprived from all these things. That's why it's so exciting.
How do you get back and forth then?
Little tiny little bush lanes. There's a 90 and the audience, you can't tell by my voice, but I'm a very large man. So when I go, like every time I'm in this bush place, I'm everybody's seeing me on that place. People get delicious.
That's how it is.
I'm not very tall. That's what I'm about 6 feet.
You look like a linebacker.
Yeah, I'm 6 feet, but I'm over 300 pounds, so I'm a huge guy. And the planes, I'm like 600 pounds though, because these are little tiny planes. Anytime there's turbulence, and there's an old lady at the front who's just looking back at me and wishing I wasn't on that flight. But it's fun. I love the reserve. It's such a beautiful place, and I think we're able to capture that in the show acting, which is something I really want.
Okay, something I had to ask you about though, this poor sack with Paul Verblaskus. Now Verblaskus, that's not a ninja boy.
That's fine. Yeah, my dad. Kind of fun with my grandpa, my Lithuanian grandpa. He escaped from the war in Lithuania. He came over to Kirkland Lake, Ontario, and then kind of just lived in Toronto for a while. My dad, moved out to the reserve. He was fixing houses in different communities up north, and he met my mom, and I guess he was a pervert, and then the rest of history. And then 30-something later, here I am.
To be on the reserve, you have to be a certain percentage.
There's no rules. And you get banned from the reserve.
No, they actually tried to do that here in Gunaway.
It's wrong to claim that you're from the reserve and that you are First Nation,
right?
When you're when you're not.
Right.
I think that's the case. But we have white people in the reserve. We have people that married white people and now have half. Just like myself, there's a lot of hackers, I guess you can call them, on the reserve. There's a lot of that, but we're not gonna. We don't kick out of the reserve for.
Everyone's welcome. Since you're only like with
I'm gonna say everybody. Everybody's welcome to. We like I said, it's a flag. We get to control who comes in and out of the airport. So if we see, there literally is last summer, some guy just showed up to our reserve. Like nobody knew who he was. And he was just walking around. And 2 days later, they escorted him.
That's crazy.
He was just
like, how did he get there?
He just jumped on a plane. And it's like, and then he was just walking around town. He was like, I don't know where he must have slept in the bush. And then I remember being at the band office, this is the main point. They're like, who is this guy? And then they went and picked him up and just sent him home. Terrifying. That's terrifying.
I had a Christmas party like that one time. The guy came into my house. He walked into the house, and he thought he was invited to the one across the street.
Yeah.
And he realized we we didn't know him, and after about a half an hour, he didn't know anybody there.
That's every party though.
He said, like, are you John? And I said, no, I'm not. This is, I think that's across.
It took him so long to figure out that he has no friends there.
How cool is that to be, or how different is that to be in a community where basically everybody literally knows everybody?
No, it's really cool. It's safe. I feel honestly safe. And obviously, there's sometimes when you're isolated, there's gonna be local people fighting each other and families fighting each other. But I don't lock our doors. I sometimes I go to bed without worrying if I lock the door or not. I go to the store and I know everybody. I have nicknames and jokes with everybody. It really is a cool sense of community when I'm back home. And I haven't been back home since we started shooting the show. So when I go back home, it's gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be a lot of love, except for all the people I put on my show. I use real names on the show and real nicknames from my reserve. And there's some people being like, yo man, you doing me dirty on the show. So
Paul, where do we see Acting Good?
It's on CTV every Monday, 9:30 Eastern time. And it's it's
on the CTV Comedy channel.
Comedy, and then soon it's going to be airing on APTN2, which is the Aboriginal People's Television Network, which is really important for me that my people get to watch the show, and then hopefully we'll be on some streaming sites soon that we'll be doing.
Paul Rablaskis, his show is called Acting Good, available on CTV and CTV.ca and the Comedy Channel. Thank you very much for listening again this week. Anthony DiBiasio doing all the hard work in master control. Sarah DeHay is responsible for great guests like Dale McKay, Top Chef, Leslie Beck, Andy Kim, Dr. Mitch Schulman, actors Alfred Molina, Ross of Sutherland, and Elmaya Tailfeathers from Three Pines, the television series on Amazon, Patty Levitt-Reed, and of course, Paul Rablaskis, my new favorite actor and comedian. I'm Edward Carter in Montreal on the iHeart Radio Talk Network. You're listening to the Voice of Montreal, News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station. This past year has been challenging, with many of us facing unexpected.
resources, markets, profit seeking, and so on naturally lead to the most desirable outcomes in any situation. And you can add on to this list of ways capitalism builds and functions the equally widely disseminated idea that it's just simple pragmatism to believe in capitalism. Everything else is gross and ideological. And ideological means bad. And to make that point, here's a quote from the writer of ideology himself, Slavoj Žižek. At this point, we reach the supreme irony of how ideology functions today. It appears precisely as its own opposite, as a radical critique of ideological utopias. The predominant ideology today is not a positive vision of some utopian future, but a cynical resignation and acceptance of how the world really is, accompanied by a warning that it's come to change it too much, leading to totalitarian and social. These different narratives try to establish the idea that capitalism is its existence.
Limits don't work together to end gender and race-based violence. The chair of the National Family and Survivors Circle, Hilda Anderson Piers, urged governments and other institutions in power to act quickly.
Each day of inaction has led directly to further violence and murders with Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit and gender diverse people, going missing, being murdered, experiencing violence.
Winnipeg police on Thursday charged Jeremy Skibicki with first-degree murder in the deaths of Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, and an unidentified woman. That was in addition to the charge brought in May in the death of Rebecca Comtois. Canada announced on Friday it was sanctioning more Iranian officials, including a senior military official who was spotted earlier this year at a Toronto area gym. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was asked at a press conference why the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is not listed as a terrorist entity. He said Canada's measures already target the military entities' top officials.
Even if there was a total change over in Iran, the people that we have now listed will be forever banned for what they are doing right now. These are some of the strongest measures anyone has put forward.
Canada has also newly sanctioned other top officials, an Iranian commercial airline, 3 companies, and a state-owned news agency. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says the sovereignty bill that grants her cabinet unfettered power to rewrite laws behind closed doors without legislature approval was never intended to do that. Smith says she is open to amendments to make it clear that any laws they rewrite have to go back to the Legislative Assembly for debate and a vote. Smith made the remarks in a CBC interview following days of criticism that her new bill is dangerously undemocratic. And finally, south of the border as well as overseas, FBI Director Chris Wray is raising U.S. national security concerns about TikTok. Wray says TikTok's ties to the Chinese government are a cause for concern about the app.
We, the FBI, do have national security concerns about the app. Its parent company is controlled by the Chinese government, and it gives them the potential to leverage the app.
Now, TikTok is owned by Beijing-based ByteDance. It issued a statement earlier Friday noting that ByteDance is a private company and that TikTok Inc., which offers the TikTok service in the U.S., is a U.S. company bound by U.S. laws. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, Patrick Laine scored twice and Johnny Gaudreau contributed a trio of assists as the Columbus Blue Jackets upset the Winnipeg Jets 4-1.
Hi. Oh.
Crisis every 5 or 10 years. The competing logic of reducing costs and increasing sales almost always leads to a crisis of overproduction under capitalism, where, over time, workers don't make enough money to participate in the economy at a rate that keeps profits coming in. Regardless, whether it's a mostly internal crisis like that of overproduction, one triggered by a relatively unpredictable event like a global pandemic, crises are often moments where capitalism comes into the foreground and faces the risk of being challenged. The benefit of capitalist realism in these moments is that it suppresses the revolutionary idea of transitioning away from capitalism to another economic model and favors explanations of the crises that don't mention capitalism. If capitalism is the ground that the world is built on, not an economic model that society wants to keep, it will never be questioned. And fascism in particular is the ideology that benefits from this aspect of capitalist realism, since it works by attributing any problem in society not to the structural nature of that society, but to its corruption by some outside force called kind of people. To quote Ron McGowan, fascism views the crisis as an anomaly that went away from air, while emancipatory politics sees the crisis as the moment at which capitalism reveals the truth of its distortion. And just to be clear, here repair is very euphemistic. Repair for fascists means killing, deporting, or imprisoning those whose identity has been selected as the cause of the distortion and crisis. Capitalist realism can quite literally stop us from seeing the root of some of our problems, and can either lead us only to band-aid solutions or genocidal cataclysms. So, how do we combat this idea that capitalism is all there is? Well, there are a couple ideas. The first, from Mark Fisher, is to demystify concepts like the economy. We make the economy up. We can choose to make it work in another way. We are allowed to question the rhetoric that says things like austerity, inflation, and recessions are out of our control. They're not. We don't always have to be on the back foot. We can anticipate these things and control the economy in a democratic way. Same goes for ideas like privatization. There's nothing mandatory about privatizing a government service. Not everything can or should be run for profit. Not everything can be put up for sale. There isn't a market for everything, and the purpose of human government is to turn over more and more of our existence to capitalist forces. And finally, we need to build an alternative, a communist realism. In Mark Fisher's words, the concept of communist realism also suggests a particular kind of orientation. This isn't an eventism, which will wager all its hopes on a sudden and final transformation. It isn't a utopianism, which concedes anything realistic to the enemy. It is about soberly and pragmatically assessing the resources that are available to us here and now, and thinking about how we can best use and increase those resources. It is about moving, perhaps slowly but certainly purposefully, from where we are now to somewhere very different. In case you couldn't tell from all the moves, this episode was inspired by Mark Fisher's phenomenal work in capitalist realism. If you enjoyed this week's episode and you'd like to learn more about just how ingrained this notion of capitalist realism is in our modern society, I highly recommend you check it out. I try my best to learn and understand as much as I can about topics like these so that I can explain them the way I wish I could have had them explained to me back when I was first learning about this stuff. And my personal favorite way to do that is by listening to fascinating audiobooks alone. I struggle to sit down and read a book. Audible, I can get through my very long list of titles, all while running errands, working out, or tidying my perpetually busy office. I just finished listening to Capitalist Realism again, and I cannot stress enough just how critical it's been in helping me wrap my head around this topic. There's seriously no better place to start, in my opinion. As an added bonus, when you sign up for Audible using my link, you get to pick a free audiobook every month, yours to keep even if you cancel your subscription. Listening to Audible has completely changed how I learn. If you enjoyed this week's topic, I highly recommend you check out Capitalist Realism on Audible. It's a fantastic listen. So, you want to help support my
Technically,
Oh.
Oh, okay, I got it.
That's it. 28th of November.
Yeah. Nice. In China, there's a big lockdown and everything, but like to the extent where police were going and like welding people's doors shut. That's pretty fucking nuts. I mean, we're almost there, but it was also China, so it was like, yeah, well, it's China. I thought you would have fucked up your clothes everywhere. What a fucking useless shit. He only has one fucking thing that he's supposed to do. There's not a career for Trudeau. Fuck that. So fucking bad. They should still be doing. Oh no, wait, I'm putting next to you. Yeah. But I did like, I did put that in the freezer. Fantastic. Didn't even take him out. I thought I could suck her out of a walking my dog, but no. No, I thought I could like get out of walking him because yeah, well, hopers. We're buying new oven mitts because I hate the oven mitts. They were here before I was here. And they're gross. Maybe matters if it's a hot dog bun or a regular bun.
Right?
Would be a good start. So it smells like fucking
Yeah, but the other ones, the guys that paid out, the other ones I did like completely forgot about them. We ended up staying like fucking 14, 16 hours. That's why it's been a bit slow, right?
Like I always used to cook.
Right?
I always used to cook.
Yeah, you know how many of them I did? Like about 5,000 dollars a bit fucking six there. But it's only cooking $1,000 a bit.
No.
I have plenty of shit. We're gonna go.
What?
I said I have plenty of shit to cook. You knew about it, you just forgot.
You did it right.
Right?
You did it right.
Yeah, that's the shit from fucking. I got the blue green from the fucking French guy that I like.
As long as there's not mold on it.
Oh, it's good stuff in there, right?
There you look. You done more than that, mate, now though. Use your fire. I have half fucking brick of butter left, so.
You don't have to do it now.
No.
Test these.
We still have to put down here. Very quickly.
I just picked fucking chicken out of there.
I tell John's pregnant.
Right?
Did I tell you John's pregnant?
I don't know. It's the end of the world. Oh, that song fucked up my head.
Yeah, well. If I know Joanne well enough, I mean, one of the few things that would actually get her off drugs. Unless she's like that far gone and I'm not aware, but last 2 times I saw her, she seemed pretty okay. She seemed more into forward with her life. Trying not to fight with her family members. But now that she's pregnant, her family members are part of the club now. Then I guess she's still not talking to her mom, or she's still pissed off at her mom. I saw her mom at what do you call it, Maxi in Lachine, and she actually looked really, really amazing. She looked like a suit, it looked like a fucking Versace fucking woman's suit type thing. And I was like, oh, and her hair was done she was in a salon. Same with Jenna, she was in this, and they were driving an SUV, a new SUV. I was like, oh, okay. Did you fucking rob somebody? You're just doing better. What? Well, what?
I guess I thought it was a Gatorade, but it's the BMW. Are you sure? consider I got the same bottle twice on the bed. The smoke was that way, so when I pick it up, I have to empty it out.
I don't need to. Good job. What's up, Jack? Now you know me. Okay. Fucking stupid shit, man. You startled me.
The family and also over a nation in rapid transition from the steam age to the jet age to the computer age. She's lived, as anybody in their 60s and 70s and 80s have, in a remarkable transformation of human society, and she's presided over it with a kind of wry smile on her face.
But she had a certain depth, understanding, I think, in all the eras you were just describing, all the technologies that we've lived with. She adapted again and again and again.
Yes, indeed. I mean, when you see the reign of towards at the end, 2022, and at the beginning, it's a very different population, and it's a very different reign. I mean, when the Queen ascended the throne, I think the statistics are something like 4 out of 10 people believe she descended direct from God. Well, you wouldn't get many examples of them today. So British society has changed, world society has changed, the continent has changed. The freedom is, this is what I was trying to look at. Going
That is offering, and it's data source is dubious, which is not exactly double source journalism. However, it might explain a few things. You always remember when you were a kid and somebody would pass away and you'd ask your parents what had happened, and they would say they died of old age. It's usually something more complicated than old age. And the assertion in this new biography is that Queen Elizabeth actually was battling a serious form of cancer in the last period of her life. Here with details about something that is making headlines all over the UK and all over the world is Corn Hall, our royal correspondent. Corn, always a pleasure. Good morning. Good morning, John. Tell me about this latest biography. Who wrote it and what do they know?
Absolutely nothing to talk about. Already sorry, looking.
Black gold.
But yeah, I like them enough.
That was the new tree. And that's the outside stuff. That's access. I would still, and if it's good as long as you put it right.
Yeah, no, personally I like it. I like the ones it kind of has all the crystals and shit.
So I'll put. Oh,
Woohoo!
I'll just keep it in there for now. But you can do it back to this.
What for you do take gold ones with that?
Hey?
You take a couple of this.
No, but I'm saying use this for, not mix it with that just in case.
Well, no, fuck no. I'm not mixing them. Unless it's like really bad. Good. Wow. 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 But yeah. Jesus Christ.
Crippling Canada-U.S. trade. I believe it is very serious, potentially grave menace to the border blockade. Yeah, the border blockade that was carried out of emergency powers was crippling the economy. It was very serious and potentially grave. And all this was without any future want to start from that. But they basically just said the exact same thing we would have done. That was the kind of legacy we inherited. We got what we were fighting for. And now look at it. Last thing we were just trying to get rid of some country. We just turned a video that Trevor posted got over 1 billion views on Facebook. It's left, right, and center. Says the guy who vilified K truckers who froze their bank accounts and threw them in prison. He threw protests over it, but I will never support negotiating with those who held our deposits. So good.
This is actually fucking crazy.
Join the protests because you're tired of it. You now need to understand you're breaking laws. The consequences are becoming more and more severe. You don't end up losing your license, end up with a criminal record, which will impact your job, your livelihood, even your ability to travel internationally into the U.S.
Any kind of protest for the truckers.
We've heard your frustration with COVID, with the measures that are there to keep people safe.
Crazy? You said this is straight up fucking threat. If you go try to protest, He's threatening your livelihood, your jobs, your finances, and he's taking them away from people. He's actually doing it though. That's the really fucked up part, that no one's stopping him from doing this. What? Wow, man. You little punk bitch. Doing this all.
And all this goes without mentioning the Toronto Star front page, where they basically just said the unvaccinated people are going to die. That was the kind of legacy media coverage we got when we were fighting for freedom. And now look at them, waxing lyrical about the Chinese protesting for their freedom. The Justin Trudeau video that Trudeau posted got over 1 million views on Twitter, went instantly viral, and he was getting dunked on left, right, and center by the rest of the world. Rightly so. The hypocrisy is astounding. But there are some great quotes that deserve highlighting on the show. Says the guy who vilified Canadian truckers, froze their bank accounts, and threw them in prison. He threw protest organizers in prison, labeled Tamara Leach an enemy of the state, and put out a nationwide arrest warrant for her because she dared to get voted around. Insane. Okay. This guy writes, Justin Trudeau pledging his solidarity with the anti-lockdown protesters in China. The absolute brass neck of it. Brass neck, I like that actually. I'm going to start using that piece of British slang. Then the Daily Wire, just to top it all off, dunked on Trudeau, saying, cool, now do the truckers. Exactly. Calling out the hypocrisy exactly where it matters. Our of the lead time in. What on God's green earth is going on over at the CBC? I'm not even bothered to try and explain this clip that you're about to watch. But this is apparently this is what passes for comedy over at the CBC. The CBC that receives $1.2 billion of our money a year to try and, I guess, promote Canadian culture.
What?
This is supposed to be Canadian comedy. Grade A stuff, guys. Wicked. CBC Gem, the streaming service, which you have to pay more to access. So your $1.2 billion isn't enough to access CBC Gem, where you can get absolute gems like this. So this is posted by CBC Gem, where you can watch this great piece of comedy.
This chia vulva, so there I am thinking of getting a very subtle brush off. And then they offer me. Are you ready? Yep. You scared? I'm not. You sure? Yep. Berlin.
They offered you the city in Germany?
That's Russia. To work at a gallery in the queerest city in the universe. Germany literally legalized a third gender option on birth certificates. Can you imagine curating there? Well, paid internshipping there. Sabi, I'm gonna have the most delicious orgy. God is like good.
Yeah, totally. I'll have one word.
That's right. How absolutely hilarious, guys. I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, this got destroyed on Twitter. It's murder out here on Twitter. 787 replies to 87 likes. Libs of TikTok commented, this was the same broadcast network that was crying yesterday about a mug for sale at my Shopify store. You guys are a joke. This is the rest of the world is laughing at us, Canada, for this. Yeah. They're laughing at us. We need to immediately defund the CBC to just avoid this shame altogether. We can't really handle this anymore. Jonathan Kay commented as well. On a related note, can we please see the download/viewership numbers for Gem shows? Thanks. Feel free to post them in this thread. But when I love the little embedded PSA about Germany having a third gender option, inserting stuff like that into the dialogue is inspired comedy. And Andrew Lawton, my colleague, put it very well when he wrote on Twitter. The case for defunding CBC is made far more effectively by CBC than anyone else. All right, that's a perfect way to end it for us this week on the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll catch you tomorrow on Fake News Friday with Andrew Lawton. My name is Harrison Falk, and this is
The Hebrews created history as we know it.
You don't get away with anything, and so you might think you can bend the fabric of reality and that you can treat people instrumentally and that you can bow to the tyrant and violate your conscience without cost. You will pay the piper. It's going to call you out of that slavery into freedom, even if that puts you into the desert. And we're going to see that there's something else going on.
fear that is far more cosmic and deeper than what you can imagine. The highest ethical spirit to which we're beholden is presented precisely as that spirit that allies itself with the cause of freedom against tyranny. And yes, exactly. But do you want the villains to learn before they have to pay the ultimate price? It's such a Christian question.
When I first heard the argument that it might have come from a lab, I said, no, we're not nearly clever enough to design a virus this good. Well, once I found out what we were doing, they were doing, I was really shocked by how far into the manipulation and testing of dangerous viruses we have gone in the last 10 years. I'm trying to understand why there would be motivation to shut down, let's say, speculation, investigation into the possibility of a lab leak. And I guess maybe part of the reason is that it reveals a reality that in some sense is too dreadful to conveniently comprehend. It'd be easier in some sense in the short term just to stick our heads in the sand and pretend it isn't happening. But we also have another problem, which is while the Chinese are pretty damn authoritarian and they're still run by the Communist Party, which is a dreadful organization, we don't know how much our entanglement with the Chinese tilts us towards that totalitarian structure. And so when the pandemic emerged, the totalitarians acted first, and they acted in a totalitarian way, which is, well, why don't we just lock everyone down? Which is sort of the totalitarian answer to everything. And then in our herd-like panic in the West, we immediately imitated them. That's the spread of a pathogen too, right? We have a pathogen of COVID to contend with, but we also have a pathogen of totalitarianism to contend with. And I would say the latter poses a much bigger threat than the former, unless we keep mucking about with gain of function research. Hello, everyone. I'm happy today to be speaking with Dr. Matt Ridley, one of the world's most well-known and lucidly minded rationalists. I've spoken with Matt before on my podcast. We're going to talk today about, among other things, about the origin of the COVID virus. So that should be entertaining. Matt Ridley is a British writer, journalist, and public speaker. He has a BA and DPhil degree from Oxford University. Matt also worked for The Economist for 9 years as science editor. He worked as a Washington correspondent and American editor as well, before becoming a self-employed writer and businessman. Matt writes a weekly column in the Times of London and also writes regularly for the Wall Street Journal. As Viscount Ridley, he was elected to the House of Lords in February 2013 and served on the Science and Technology Select Committee from 2014 to 2017. He won the Hayek Prize in 2011, the Julian Simon Award in 2012, and the Free Enterprise Award from the Institute of Economic Affairs in 2014. He's a fellow of the Royal Society of Literature and of the Academy of Medical Sciences, and a foreign honorary member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He is honorary president of the International Center for Life in Newcastle. Matt also holds honorary doctorates from Buckingham University, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, and University Francisco Mariquin, Guatemala. His books have sold over 1 million copies, been translated into 31 languages, and have won several awards. His books include The Red Queen, The Origins of Virtue, Genome, Nature via Nurture, Francis Crick, The Rational Optimist, The Evolution of Everything, How Innovation Works, and the revised and expanded version of his latest book, Viral, The Search for the Origin of COVID-19. We're going to talk about a variety of issues, including, not least, the politicization of science and perhaps the politicization of everything. But I think maybe we'll start by walking through your your book on the origin of COVID-19. So the first thing I'm curious about, I suppose, is why did you decide to investigate the origin of COVID-19? Why didn't you just accept the idea that it emerged in the exotic meat market and in Wuhan, and like a good boy, let's say, and leave it at that?
It's a good question, and the answer is, to start with, I did accept the conventional version, but I was interested. I mean, I'm a zoologist by background, and I was interested in how these diseases jump, and I thought it was highly likely this one had jumped like SARS did from a bat through the food chain, but I wanted to know where and when and how, and I knew that the scientists in Wuhan had an idea about a similar virus, so I got the Wall Street Journal to commission an article from me called "The Bats Behind the Pandemic." What was it about horseshoe bats that was harboring such viruses? How were people coming into contact with them? What did we know? What was the story in this case? It's a very interesting story in the case of SARS in 2003 to do with food markets near Hong Kong. What was going to be the story in this case? And in investigating it, I came upon anomalies like the fact that this virus was not particularly closely related to the bat one they had, like they couldn't tell me where they found the bat one. The paper that I read didn't give the location, and the name of the virus, the bat virus, was one that didn't appear in the scientific literature, and yet they said they'd found it previously. So I was rather puzzled by all this. I called up a number of virologists, and they said, well, yes, there's some anomalies here we don't understand, but it's nothing to do with a lab leak. You could rule that out. Now, I believed that for about 2.5 months, and then I came across the work of Alina Chan, who eventually became my co-author of this book, and she was saying, actually, we can't rule out a lab leak. There's quite a lot of things about this story that make it really quite plausible that what's happened here is an escape from a lab, because we're dealing with a virus that turns up in the city, which has the lab that does work on SARS-like coronaviruses more than any other lab in the world. And that geographical coincidence has to be taken seriously, particularly when we find that the virus from the bat that they identified as being closely related to SARS-CoV-2 had been found effectively in their own freezer. And that's a starting point for a query. So by the middle of May 2020, the Chinese were announcing they didn't think it started in that market. Alina Chan was saying there's lots of evidence to suggest this thing is well adapted to human beings. And the geographical coincidence all got me interested in this being an open question, not a closed one that needed further investigation. And the deeper I dug, the more emerged.
Okay, so let me summarize that. So the first smoking pistol, in some sense, as you point out, is the coincidence of the location of this lab, which studies exactly this kind of virus and the outbreak itself. And that's a problem, right? So that means that it's reasonable to look at that and think that, well, it could have escaped from a lab there. That's the first conclusion. And that it has to be demonstrated in some sense that it didn't. And then, so that's a problem. And I can't see how that's anything but an incontrovertible problem. The mere fact that that lab is there and that it does research on those types of viruses and that that's where the outbreak was doesn't prove that it originated in the lab, but it certainly makes that a plausible hypothesis. But then you have this additional twist, which is, I think, more complicated for people to understand. And you detail this out, you provide some detail for this in the book, that this virus is somewhat remarkably well adapted to human beings. Now, there are literally trillions and trillions of different forms of viruses. And so obviously most of them aren't particularly well adapted to human beings, because otherwise we would have trillions of viruses producing pandemics through all the time. So it's generally the case that viruses are not well adapted to transmission in human beings. and that's true for the overwhelming majority of viruses. And so the fact of this human adaptation or adaptation to human transmission is something of signal importance. And so maybe you could walk me and everyone else listening through why a typical virus isn't adapted to human transmission and what it means that one is and how that develops.
Yes. The normal pattern when a virus first emerges into the human species is for it to be very difficult for the virus to spread human to human. It can infect someone, it can even possibly kill someone, but they're not very good at passing it on to people. The virus is not really very good at transmitting between members of this new host. Now, if enough time goes by with enough infections happening, then eventually it will get good at it. And that's what was starting to happen with SARS in 2003. It first infected people in the fall of 2002. By the spring of 2003, you were starting to see chains of transmission from person to person. And the reason for this is that the virus has to evolve. It has to change its genetic code in such a way that it can better fit the receptors on the cells of humans as opposed to the receptors on the cells of bats, or in the case of SARS, the intermediate host, which was a palm civet.
Will the lack of a red tag convert your IRA?
Solve is no different from the problem of the virus determining in some sense or evolving so that it can live. Transmission in a virus is the same thing as propagation in the environment. So this is a very knotty problem, KNOTTY, for a virus to solve. It's not simple at all because it has to not kill the host too quickly, and it has to be able to replicate within an individual, but then it not only does it have to manage those things, which is very difficult, it also has to figure out how to transmit itself with some degree of effectiveness. And thank God most viruses can't solve that problem. So this is a very thorny problem. And maybe you can outline for everyone how viruses do solve that problem and why most don't, and why the fact of human adaptation to humans is so important.
So just to give you a good example, bird flu, which is a big problem at the moment in poultry flocks and wild birds, is not very good at infecting human beings. People can catch it. People have even died of it. If you're exposed to a huge dose by working in a poultry farm, you can get sick and you'll probably die, but you probably won't give it to anybody else. We've not seen any human-to-human transmission of that virus. This virus was good at transmitting between human beings from the word go, from the November or December of 2019. And the reason for that, we now know in molecular terms, it has a so-called receptor binding domain on its spike gene, which is well adapted to the human ACE2 receptor on our cells. Not very well adapted to other species receptors, which is intriguing. So it's a specific human adaptation. Well, not specific. It's not completely specific. It's quite good at lots of animals, but it's really good at us. Okay. And the other feature that it has that is very striking, very surprising, is that it has something called a furin cleavage site. Now, this is a small section of the spike gene that is coded by about 12 letters of RNA genetic code, which has been inserted into it, compared with all its close relatives. And that gives it the ability to use a human enzyme called furin that is in many of our cells, in order to reconfigure the virus as it leaves the cell to make it, to as it were, prime it to attack another cell. So it's actually using one of our enzymes to spread in the body. This enables it to infect more tissues in the body and to multiply much more effectively. So it's the reason we're having a pandemic, is the furin cleavage site. If this virus didn't have that, it would probably have been pretty easy to control in the early months. You said something very interesting, and this is another piece of the puzzle, I presume, is that compared to other viruses of its type, it has this interesting furin cleavage site. I've got that right.
and you said that it had been inserted, and that's that's an anomalous statement, let's say. So there's something about this particular virus that sets it out against other viruses of its type, and it's this particular ability to use a human enzyme, and you describe that as inserted, and so I presume that could be inserted as a consequence, hypothetically, of natural selection processes, or that there's other alternative explanations. So what do you see when you look at that?
What I mean by inserted here is that it's an extra piece of genetic information. We can look at 20 or 30 other very similar viruses, and we can line their genomes up and match them up against this one. And the furin cleavage site is not an altered bit; it's an added bit. It's an extra chunk that's been added in the middle of the spike gene.
So how do you differentiate between added and different? I presume that's a consequence of degree of divergence. So you can imagine that there's a set of viruses that are genetically and evolutionarily similar, so they stem from a similar source, and they have a predictable pattern of variation. And you're saying that this is an anomaly that exists outside that.
Well, you line them up. You align the genetic codes of the viruses, and in this particular part of the spike gene, they all align up quite well. The sequence is mostly the same. You can tell it's been added because you can align the genes of the spike genes of other viruses alongside each other and see that this is an extra piece of RNA, not a changed piece of RNA. It's about 12 letters long, and this spells out a sequence that allows. It's called a furin cleavage site, and it allows the virus to use a human enzyme called furin to spread from cell to cell, from tissue to tissue, and effectively makes the virus much more dangerous and much more transmissible. It's the reason we're having a pandemic. If the virus didn't have this furin cleavage site, we'd probably been able to get it under control very easily early in the pandemic. Now, what's interesting is that a number of Western virologists, when they first saw the sequence of this virus, said, whoa, it's got a furin cleavage site in. That's very unusual for a SARS-like virus. In fact, it's unique. We've never seen one with this before. There are other coronaviruses with furin cleavage sites, but not SARS-like coronaviruses. And they said, I'm afraid that suggests it might have been engineered. Now, they kept those thoughts to themselves. We only know about them now because of leaks of emails that have emerged more than a year later. But they got on a conference call at the beginning of February, US and UK and other virologists, about a dozen of them.
Who are these people? Who's they that you're referring to in the early stages of speculation?
Yeah, these are virologists, so senior virologists who've been studying this kind of virus or other similar outbreaks. There's about a dozen of them. But also on the call was Dr. Anthony Fauci, the head of the National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases in the US and the main advisor to the president on this, and Dr. Jeremy Farrar, a senior advisor to the British government and the head of the Wellcome Trust in the UK, which had funded a lot of research of this kind. And they discussed on this call their doubts that this virus was natural and their worry that it might have been engineered. Within 2 days, however, that same group of virologists started drafting an article, which was eventually published in Nature Medicine, saying it couldn't possibly have been engineered. The furin cleavage site will probably turn up in a wild-back virus. Well, it hasn't so far. And the reason they have given for changing their mind after these emails emerged, showing they were actually thinking in February, is that the Chinese had announced they'd found a virus in a pangolin. You probably remember that, a scaly anteater that is trafficked because of the belief that it contributes to good medical health and so on. If you eat its scales, not true, they're made of the same stuff as fingernails, you might as well eat your fingernails, but still, it's a widely held belief, and as a result, many of these scaly anteaters are trafficked into China. Well, it turns out that a university in China announced in February 2020 that they found a very similar virus, a 99% similar virus in pangolin. And people thought, right, case closed, we found the intermediate animal, we know what's happening. Well, there's three problems with that. One, when they eventually published the sequence of this pangolin virus, it was not very similar. It was 90% similar. That's not good enough. It's nothing like close enough. Two, it didn't have the furin cleavage site in. And three, there were no pangolins on sale in Wuhan, so it couldn't have explained how the outbreak happened in Wuhan. Those are problems. Those are big problems. So we're in this strange situation where this particular feature has alarmed Western virologists, but they've kept the information to themselves. We didn't find out about this for months.
No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that because these virologists that you're talking about include Fauci. And so it's not just virologists. It's the virologists who end up being in charge of the entire response. And so the question that emerges for me there is that if they were concerned about this being a lab leak, then why the strenuous attempt to deflect? Now, there's two possible reasons. One is that they didn't want to move forward with their presumption that it was a lab leak without a smoking pistol. And that's fair enough, because you might think, well, yeah, we're concerned and we're inquiring, but we're not going to beat the drum about the lab leak till we're certain. And then there's whatever other reasons might be lurking in the background, and I suppose that's part of what we're trying to investigate. And so that would be the scandal that would emerge, perhaps, if it was a lab leak, and what that might do to Chinese-American relationships and what it says about virology research in general. And God only knows what other host of explanations. And so, but it's very striking to me. So you've laid out a story that goes, well, first of all, there was a lab in Wuhan that was doing research that was strikingly similar on viruses that were strikingly similar to the virus that caused the pandemic. And that is the geographical locale of the origin of the pandemic. And then the virus itself has peculiarities that might indicate engineering. And so that's two pieces of evidence that are starting to converge pretty hard and unlikely convergence. And then you have the virologists themselves, including those who are in charge of the response, or who will be eventually, also noting that this looks suspicious, to say the least. And then for some reason, and in a great scientific journal, or at least a once great scientific journal, downplaying their own fears. And so what's the motivation here? What's going on precisely?
You don't ride an elevator for the music, or choose an airline for the movie selection. When it comes to audio entertainment, it makes sense to choose Audible. Audible is the home of storytelling, whether it's an epic adventure, a chilling mystery, or a can't-miss comedy. It houses all your audio entertainment, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals in one single app, so that you can find the best of what you love or discover something new. As an Audible member, you can choose one title per month to keep from their entire catalog, including the latest bestsellers and new releases. Members also get full access to a growing selection of included audiobooks, Audible originals, and podcasts. You can download or stream included titles all you want. You can even listen to Dr. Peterson's Beyond Order on Audible. Let Audible help you discover new ways to laugh, be inspired, or be entertained. New members can try it for free for 30 days. Visit audible.com/Peterson or text Peterson to 500-500. That's audible.com/Peterson or text Peterson to 500-500 to try Audible free for 30 days. Audible.com/Peterson.
Well, there was an exchange of emails among these scientists in which some of them said it's important that we don't damage international harmony. That was the phrase used by Francis Collins, the head of the NIH, in these emails. And another one says we mustn't damage the reputation of science, and of Chinese science in particular. Now, at the same time, another letter.
You mean by pointing out that something unbelievably and god-awfully and unforgivably dangerous had actually happened. That was how we were going to damage the reputation, so to speak, by just admitting that something catastrophic had happened. And so it was reputation management. Yes, but clearly, if there is a risk
the world rushes off and comes to the conclusion it came out of a lab and this damages biotechnology, and it's not true. It might have in a natural way, and then we've done unnecessary damage to science, which is a great pity. And I'm a big fan of biotechnology. I would think that was a problem. So that is one risk. But the other risk is that we are so worried about doing damage to the reputation of science that we overlook the possibility that this thing did start in the laboratory. Now, at the same time, also in February 2020, the closest collaborator of the Wuhan lab in the West, a man named Peter Daszak, who runs an organization called the EcoHealth Alliance, which had funneled millions of dollars from US taxpayers to this research in Wuhan over the years. He was preparing a letter for the Lancet, which he got 27 scientists to sign, saying it couldn't possibly have come from a lab, and we've got to shut down that possibility. He didn't reveal his role in orchestrating that. It was just one of the signatures. He didn't note his conflict of interest in that letter, the fact that he was a very close collaborator at the Wuhan lab. It took 18 months before the Lancet published a statement of conflict of interest under pressure on that. But more important than any of that, the one crucial thing that Peter Daszak didn't reveal, and that we didn't find out until September 2021, was that he had put in an application to the Pentagon, to the DARPA research arm of the Pentagon, in 2018, in collaboration with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, among others, to do experiments on SARS-like viruses that they found in bats. And those experiments were to include, if they found ones that weren't very similar to SARS-1, that were new, were to include putting a furin cleavage site into such a virus. Now that is a major discovery. And as I say, we found that out from a linked document called Project Defuse. It came to light in September 2021 because someone in DARPA, I think, linked it to people who were investigating this. And Peter Daszak hadn't bothered to tell us that he was the lead investigator on exactly this proposal. Now, for me as a citizen of the planet Earth, that's pretty annoying. As a scientist and a writer about science, it's even more annoying because we all want to know what happened here. I don't go into this wanting it to be a leak. I just want to know the truth, and it seems absolutely vital to get us as much information as we can. Now, some of that information is from China.
Incredibly competitive, and he just has a lot of confidence that he can make the flavors hard. But he's got a nice arm, he sees it, he's got a high football IQ, he's an excellent leader. You see all those things. So he can move around, he can run with it, and he can do everything. So he's a complete player in that position.
Again, tonight, ACC Championship game presented by Dr. Pepper. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Conference USA, they crowned their champion last night. UTSA and North Texas face off in the Alamo Dome for UTSA. How about Kalorian Harris hooking up with Zachary Franklin 3 times for touchdowns? Back to Massis Harris. He's gone all day. Now he fires deep downfield for Zachary. He's got a huge touchdown. He does it today. He's never been. Just look better than Zachary Franklin. And UTSA scores to make it 40-27. That's Andy Everett from Learfield. The Roadrunners take care of the Mean Green 48-27 to win the Conference USA Championship. You're listening to Sports Center Online on ESPN Radio. I'm Daniel Salerson to the hardwood now. Lakers and Bucks in Milwaukee. You saw this one on ESPN, which means you saw what Anthony Davis did tonight. Yes, the Grayson Allen. Middleton dropped it. Westbrook signs on the floor. LeBron shot it. I hate you. No, LeBron James. And the Lakers with 107 to go in the 5 times. The 7-10 ESPN LA, John Ireland on the call. Anthony Davis, 44 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks, his 31st career 40-point, 10-rebound game, tying James Harden for the 3rd most since the NBA-ABA merger. It's also the 5th straight game with 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks, the longest streak by any player since Shaquille O'Neal in 1999. Giannis Antetokounmpo also dropped 40 points, but it wasn't enough. Lakers get by the Bucks, 133-129. In Boston, the Heat were looking for their first win against the Celtics this season. It looked like the Heat were going to get it, but Jaylen Brown had other plans. Mark has it in his hands, no timeout. Holding it, gets it into Jaylen. Guards not on, so Jaylen has to take a crazy deep 3. He banks it in! Jaylen Brown, 8 feet behind the 3-point line, ties the game with 1.6 to go. That's Sean Brandy, 98.5, the Sports Up. That shot forced overtime between these two teams, and in overtime, it was all Jimmy Butler. It didn't look like he has missed the last 7 games with a knee injury. That's Jason Jackson, 560 WQAM in Miami. Heat get the win over the Celtics in overtime, 120-116. In Brooklyn, the Nets had some fun with the Raptors. Kyrie Irving led the team with 27 points. That was the Yes Network. Chris Carino. Nets defeat the Raptors 114-105. The Atlanta Hawks were short-handed tonight against the Denver Nuggets. Atlanta was without 3 other starters, including Trae Young. That didn't seem to faze DeJounte Murray. DeJounte takes it down the lane. He spins the turn. Puts it up and in. DeJounte Murray's got 27. Bucks lead by 5. 3:17 to go in the game. That's Steve Holman, 92-9 the game in Atlanta. Murray led the team with 34 points. Hawks defeat the Nuggets 117-109. The Nuggets had the second-best record in the Western Conference heading into Friday's game with the Hawks. But the New Orleans Pelicans are right on their heels. They were in San Antonio to take on the Spurs. Trey Murphy knocking down the trades for New Orleans. Rebound for Carlos. Goes for trailers. Now, just below the nail, he gets his knee, right blade. He dribbles, shows it to Trey, catches shoot three, splash again. So Murphy feeling it here the last 2 shots from deep. That was Todd Grafnini on 99.5 WRNO in New Orleans. His 5 threes plus Zion Williamson's 30 points and career high 15 rebounds. Helped with the Pelicans past the Spurs 117-99. The Pelicans Southwest Division foe, the Memphis Grizzlies faced off against Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers. It was all John Moran on Friday night for the Grizz. Steven Adams. Adams bouncing for cutting John Moran, who hangs and hits by Embiid, lays it up and in. John Moran had missed his last 6. Jessica Vincent said, well, it's time for him to make them, so he did. That was Eric Hasseltine with 92.9. ESPN Memphis. Morant finished with 28 points. Grizzlies defeat the 76ers 117-109. That's a look around the NBA. Up next, we'll have your top sounds of college basketball and some MLB news. You're listening to Sports Center All Night on ESPN Radio. Coming up on Monday, he said last week that the Cowboys are the best team in the NFL. But I'll tell you why I think that pick is completely wrong. You won't want to miss my answer.
in a row left. Next, the morning show with McKenna and Star on TSN 690. Since you worked with Simon for 10 days, you guys make a bet on I don't know what, but yeah, you end up paying him up instantly. Yes, because I went. Does he have the X factor that Joe Burrow has? Does not. He doesn't. What he does have is geographical friendliness. I went to Center Street. You're asking me to go to another country, a foreign land with different currency. I need a passport. But there's a bit of a day. If you and I had agreed to a dinner at Cafe Gentile, we would have gone. I would have paid it off. I don't think it's fair. I'm not even convinced now. You're lucky that I have such a bad memory for these types of things because I'm not even fully convinced that that's the only thing. It's the only thing. There's been numerous bets. That's for sure. The morning show with McKenna and Star. Weekdays from 6 to 10. TSN 690.
This is you staying home this winter.
Hey, I should have worn long johns under my long johns.
This is you on a sunny winter getaway.
Ooh, I should have worn shorter shorts. It's so hot here. I'm sweating tears of joy.
With big savings up to $3,000 for a couple on winter getaway, you get more under our wing. Sunwing Summer Week sale is on now until December 4th. So contact your travel agent or visit.
2022 FIFA World Cup is here, and TSN 690 is your home for all the action. Don't miss Canada's first World Cup matches in 36 years, plus games every day, live on the air, online, and on the iHeartRadio app. TSN 690's coverage of the 2022 FIFA World Cup is brought to you by a beer, fresh food, full of flavor. FestivalBeer.com. The 2022 FIFA World Cup lives on TSN 690.
Kelly's been in there for 2 hours. Virgin Plus offers unlimited home internet at the speed you need from only $39 per month. Unlimited internet for $39 a month. Maybe I don't need a roommate. Virgin Plus also offers member benefits like discounts on food. Nice. Discounts on food too. Kelly, we need to talk. With unlimited home internet plans and member benefits from only $39 a month, you'll get more in your pockets. Visit virginplus.ca or store for details. Conditions apply.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances, but you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you. With Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada, they are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. That's our license number 470-5786.
Wow! Hi, welcome to Bon Cibon. This is new. The location is new, but Bon Cibon's been around for almost 15 years. How does it work? Michael, get off that ladder. We have customers. It's easy. The menu comes out online Tuesday afternoon, and you have a week to place your order for delivery or pickup.
Or you can buy fresh frozen meals from our boutique.
Ah, le souper est toujours prêt avec Bon Cibon. Rue Grenet in Saint-Laurent.
BONCBON.com.
Does the thought of a vasectomy scare you more than having another baby? I'm Dr. Alroy Shuker. If you don't know this already, at Vasectomy Montreal, we have taken care of thousands of patients as experts of the no needle, no scalpel, and virtually painless procedure. Most importantly, we take extensive precautions in a state-of-the-art private clinic where our safety measures keep you and your family jewels safe. Book your appointment online now at vasectomymontreal.ca.
We're closing years more dollars with their offer, and now pivot to the rest of the free agent pitchers: Justin Verlander, Carlos Rodon, Kodai Senga, and Chris Bassett, who was DeGrom's rotation mate last year. Sources expect them to be aggressive, and with the winter meeting starting on Sunday, the timing for a splash to wash away the sour taste of DeGrom leaving couldn't be better. So that's ESPN's Jeff with Bassett. Again, Jacob deGrom heading to the Texas Rangers. The Mets lose their two-time Cy Young Award winner. Now, how about some of the best sound from Friday night for that? Here's Steve Lennox. Number 4. Conference USA Championship game Friday night. Plenty of points put up by UT San Antonio and North Texas. Back-to-back conference championships. And Roadrunners. Andy Everett the call from Deerfield. Back to passes Harris. He's gone all day. Now he fires deep downfield for Sakari. He's got it. He's up to today. He's nearly there. Listeners to Sakari Franklin. APTSA scores to make it 40-27. Number 3. NBA Hoops Friday night. Lakers and Bucks in Milwaukee. Anthony Davis had a night for the Lakers. Call 710 ESPN LA. Yes, to Grayson Allen. Top of the Joseph Watson. Times on the floor. LeBron James. Ahead you. No LeBron James. And the Lakers with 107 to go in 5-5. Number 2. Pac-12 championship game in Las Vegas. Utah called it a comeback against USC. The second straight conference title for the Utes. Mark Kester to the call on ESPN Radio. 20 to go and counting on the board. Tyson fakes the pitch, rolls left, throws sideline. Caught on the USC 42 tackle. Yasmin down the sideline, 20 to the 10. Breaks another tackle. Plays into the end zone. Touchdown. The Australian tight end Thomas Yasmin, who never played football till he got to the University of Utah. A 60-yard touchdown reception. And the Utes have gone back up 9. And in the fourth quarter, Utah defense making a stand. Again, Mark Kester to the call here on ESPN Radio. The last half time for the Trojans. Back to pass Williams. Pressure coming. Williams taking a hit. Goes down 3. Utah recovers. The Utah Utes are going to spoil the party for USC here in Vegas. And they'll be on their way to their second straight Pac-12 championship. Good stuff. Thank you very much, Steve Lennox. That's top sound from Friday night. Congrats again to the Utah Utes. A huge upset over USC, 47-24. Utah heading to the Rose Bowl, and USC now not going to the college football playoff game. What bowl game the Trojans will be in after being ranked number 4 in the college football playoff. How about some college basketball? Is in full swing, and there are a couple of top 25 matchups on this Friday night. One of them, number 6 Baylor and number 14 Gonzaga, because Gonzaga wasn't up too late until Adam Flagler gave the Bears the lead. Low Tomba picks up the loose ball. To Flagler, a 3, straight away, and it's good. Flagler, another 3. It's a 1-point game. That's Sean Morris from Learfield. Baylor survives a close one, defeating Gonzaga 64-63. How about some Big Ten action between number 22 Maryland and number 16 Illinois? Junior Young secures a win and the upset for the Terps. The passer bounces to Young. He goes to the left side, drives the baseline, back out to Scott. Out of the key mark with 19 seconds to go. Out to Young, 5 on the shot clock. The Young fire the shot away. That was Johnny Holiday from Terrapin Sports Radio Network. Number 22 Maryland over number 16 Illinois, 71-66. This was not a top 25 matchup. Number 15 Auburn hosted Colgate. Let's just say Auburn had no problem to take care of business. 3-sound play to get up the floor. KD3 That's a good season high for the Tigers. I would say he's feeling it, but he's always feeling it. Come think of it. That was the Auburn Sports Network. Number 15 Auburn all over Colgate, 93-66. Back to the NBA, the defending champs in action tonight against the Chicago Bulls on ESPN. How about Draymond Green having himself a night for Golden State? Looney takes a hand off the top, denied by Bryant. Wiggins takes it off the screen. Wiggins back to Looney. Looney looks like Draymond. Draymond for a 3. With 3 on the clock. He hits it from the left sideline. Of course he does. That was Tim Roy, 95-7 the game in San Francisco. Warriors defeat the Bulls Draymond Green, 1 rebound shy of a triple-double, 13 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds, on 4 of 6 shooting in 36 minutes. He was also 2 of 3 from downtown. He also caught up with our Malik Andrews following the win.
Draymond, this is a monster game from you. We're accustomed to Steph Curry stepping up and hitting the big three, but tonight it was you walking through that play.
Well, look at your entire play, so I haven't returned my social citizen entire play to check in there. I think one man found me on the glass, and Steph Curry shot the cover.
With confidence and helped this team save on an impressive Chicago Bulls where the keeper is up to having you more in the second unit. What's that done to open up doors into this game? What did you see from him tonight?
Jordan's incredible. He's impressive from the time he stepped onto the floor. But he plays with that type of pressure. It's up to me. He does it. He respect for the floor. Things just like step on the floor, just like play on the floor. So, God, that third guy that played that way, we're very tough to get it. He came out and hit his first couple, got it going. Great night, though.
Lately, you all have been incredibly tough to beat. What do you model up the issue down these last several games?
We just have to continue to lock in on the defensive side of the ball. I think that's the key for us. Tonight, we fouled a bit more than we wanted to, especially early on in the game. But when we play defense without fouling, it allows us to get out in transition, which helps our offense play a lot better. So the key for us is defense and not fouling.
Draymond, thank you. Congratulations on the win.
All right, that's Draymond Green with Malik Andrews following the 119-111 win over the Chicago Bulls. As Draymond Green just 1 rebound shy of a triple-double. More to come here on ESPN Radio. We'll recap the Pac-12 Championship next on Sports and Online.
Coming up on Monday, my Trojans were tripped up by the Utes of Utah. I'll show you why I still think we deserve a spot. Don't miss my reaction on Tucson. Jay Will back Monday morning at 6 on ESPN Radio, ESPN2.
Are you a real estate broker? Have an apartment building for sale and it's a fucking listing? Contact us at buyersbroker.ca. For this holiday season, JAP offers you hundreds of useful fashion items starting from as low as $20 each. You pick the suit, JAP makes it yours.
Ohio's premier steakhouse for over 60 years. They built up a reputation as one of the classiest places in town. For those who appreciate traditional service, USDA dry-aged beef, fresh fish, and seafood, and an award-winning wine selection. Head to that valley parking, and you know that at Ribbon Reef, you'll be taken care of. All you have to do is enjoy. Ribbon Reef Steakhouse and Cigar Lounge, DeGarry near De La Savannah, 514-735-1601, or ribbonreef.com. Learn to earn at Roseman Technology Center and find work in the well-paid parts manufacturing industry, building and repairing machines in several industries plus CNC. Employers need you. Free tuition. Sign up now in the Machining Techniques program. Google Roseman Technology Center. The biggest prize in sports. The beautiful game continue their quest for FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022 from November 20th to December 18th on TSN and CTV. You're listening to the home of sports in Montreal, TSN 690, CKGM, and Lyra radio station. We apologize for the delay. We are currently experiencing. Kids don't care what she looks like. It may not save my life. It may save my children's life. It may save someone you love. This is musically against the evidence. Up and down the court with the NBA. Championship weekend, everyone. Be a part of Sports Center Online Nation on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. Call us at 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. ESPN Nation is presented by Dr. Pepper. A college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper, the one that fans deserve. We'll get you ready for all of the conference championships happening later today, but we begin with the Pac-12 championship. 11th ranked Utah taking on 4th ranked USC. These two teams are meeting for the second time this season. Utah won the first meeting 43-42 after scoring a touchdown and converting a 2-point conversion with just under a minute to go. USC has an opportunity to make the college football playoff for the first time since the playoff began in 2014. They become the third Pac-12 team to do so, joining Washington and Oregon. And that looked to be the case early on. Heisman hopeful Caleb Williams leading the Trojans to a double-digit lead. Caleb Williams, under center, takes the snap, play fake, rolling to his right, looking for balance. Protected the one, and launches into the end zone. Touchdown USC. Second touchdown pass tonight for Caleb Williams. That lead wouldn't last long. Cameron Rising and the Utes answer with 17 unanswered points. Snap to Rising, throws over the middle, is caught on the slant, and breaking the tackle at the 30-yard line into the 5-yard corner. Touchdown. 57 yards on 3rd and 19. Of course, this is Mark Kester on the call for ESPN Radio. Utah led 24-17 after 3. It was a 17-17 game at the half. In the fourth quarter, it was all Utes. Jaquindon Jackson puts this game on ice for Utah. Here's a run on 3rd and 2. First down, Jaquindon Jackson more. To the 30-yard line of the 20. Breaks the tackle at the 5 and dives into the end zone. Touchdown. Jaquindon Jackson, 53 yards. And that might have sealed the fate for USC and their hopes to get to the playoffs. And I think it did. That put the Utes up 40-24. Your final score from Las Vegas. Utah 47, USC 24. So Utah claims the Pac-12 championship.
Tonight was the 13th time that a team has overcome a deficit of at least 14 points to win a conference championship game. Utah's 23-point margin of victory was the largest of any of those. USC had a 17-3 lead early on in the ball game. Utah quarterback Cameron Rising threw for 310 yards and 3 touchdowns. He caught up with our team Fitzsimmons after the game.
Here with quarterback Cam Rising, back-to-back Pac-12 championships. What's it feel like? So I love this team. They come to work each and every day, and it just makes it a pleasure coming in. And it all comes to fruition when you keep digging and just don't look up and don't worry about what everybody's saying, and just focus on what we have going on. And that's why I love this team. It's a family, and we're back-to-back champs. It's a great feeling right now. 17-3, you're down. How did you guys flip that script? We didn't flinch at all. We have unwavering belief. We knew what we had to do. We just trusted in the defense and knew that they were going to get the job done. And so we started to step up, and then good things started to happen for us. You've been on the leadership council since you've been a sophomore. What does that mean to you? Not just how the coaching staff and your teammates trust you, but to be able to lead them to back-to-back Pac-12 titles. I appreciate these guys, and I take pride in trying to make sure that I'm doing everything I can for them, because I just love them so much. And it's, like I said, it's such a pleasure going in there because they just love to work and put their head down. And I'm just happy to be a part of this right here. What is it about USC? You've got 3 300-yard passing games in your career as a Utah U quarterback, all against the Trojans. So I'm pleased somebody said that I was a Trojan killer, so that's what it is. Congratulations.
That's Cam Rising, Utah quarterback, with Ian Fitzsimmons again for the second time this season. Both losses for USC comes in the hands of Utah. This one a big one, though. USC falls to Utah in the Pac-12 championship game, 47-24. On the other side, here's USC head coach Lincoln Riley following the loss.
You come as far as this team has come and this program has come in the last 12 months, get that close to winning a championship and have done so much more, and then obviously to not get it done is it's a tough pill to swallow. I mean, that's when you get to the top like this and then these games that have so much riding on them, that it takes so much to get here, especially where we started from. And so to get here and not get it done, not for our best is obviously, very disappointed locker room.
So that's USC head coach Lincoln Riley. Of course, now one of the dominoes has fallen as the number 4 team in the college football playoff. Has lost with USC tonight, or Friday night, I should say. Now things will get interesting as far as who will grab that final spot in the college football playoff. On Tuesday's playoff show, ESPN college football analyst Kirk Bertree mentioned how Ohio State could benefit from a USC loss with the other 3 spots pretty much locked in.
I thought Georgia would hold on to that number 1 spot, being the defending champs, and when they played all year, there's really nothing that they've done, regardless if you want to go through every week in their schedule. They deserve to be at that top spot, despite Michigan having, as you said, maybe the best win of anybody from what they did last week at Ohio State. I think both of those teams going into the last weekend, championship Saturday, if they lose the game, I think they're still in. You mentioned that even last weekend. So I think now that we've seen these teams play, I think it's pretty much a done deal. Maybe can even make the case for TCU. It's pretty simple, pretty clean this year. If USC wins, they're in. We got our floor, and if they lose, which Ohio State fans will be hoping for, you would open up the possibility of Ohio State. Even though it's hard to imagine after the way Ohio State played last weekend, especially in that second half, that they would still be in a position. But there's really nobody else that could go by them right now this particular year. So even though they're frustrated, disappointed with the way they played, they still, I guess, mathematically have a shot against the Eagles down on Friday night against Utah.
They certainly did. You're listening to Sports Center on Live on ESPN Radio. I'm Daniel Sallerson. Now to the rest of the conference championship games taking place today. SEC championship game. Number 1 Georgia, number 14 LSU. Yes, you heard that right. It's not Alabama playing for the conference title. The Crimson Tide will need a little help if they want to finish in the top 4. They did get a little bit of help with USC losing on Friday night. But here's ESPN college football analyst Heather Dinich on how the Tide can roll into the playoffs.
They need absolute chaos. At number 6 tonight, they are what I would classify as a long shot. Do they need TCU to lose? I think they need USC to lose. They need them both to lose convincingly. The fact that Ohio State is sitting there at number 5 gives them the edge over Alabama.
Georgia will most likely make the playoff even with a loss, as Kirk Herbstreit mentioned. Michigan's monster win over Ohio State last week and put them in the conversation for maybe being number one team. Here's ESPN college football analyst Joey Galloway on Michigan as an argument to be number one.
If I'm looking at the Michigan argument, though, and regarding my resume, not provide a look at the team, and you mentioned the best one, and you also mentioned Penn State, another top 10 team that they beat solid. If you look at the resume, Michigan has an argument that they should be the top-ranked team in the country. It doesn't matter because they're in, but if we're just going rules and say this is what the committee looks like, this is what matters to the committee, then that resume, even though the out-of-conference schedule this week, from a resume standpoint, those big wins and the way they did it matters.
Speaking of Michigan, they take on Purdue at 7 p.m. Eastern in the Big Ten Championship. Earlier this week, Illinois head coach Brett Bielema joined Freddie Fitzsimmons to preview the game. Of course, Coach knows a lot about these two teams and shares his thoughts on how Purdue can potentially upset Michigan.
I think it'll be a game that really gets down to who can execute their plan. Obviously, Purdue's plan on that's going to be a little bit different than Michigan. It'll be about who can execute it, right? Defense only Michigan was going to start, but I think that, that
and they're not being grateful for coming. But information that is in America ought to be volunteered in this case. The other thing, the thing that the Chinese have failed to do is tell us what's in their database. They had a database with 22,000 entries in it at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which was wildlife pathogens. It was bacteria and viruses that affected wildlife. About 15,000 of them related to bats, and most of those were viruses. So these were the viruses they'd been collecting from, mostly not from Wuhan, but from a long way away from southern China and Laos and other neighboring countries. And they'd been collecting thousands of these viruses, and they'd been sequencing them, and they'd been characterizing them and describing them, and they had a database. And the purpose of this database, partly funded with US money, was to predict and prevent future pandemics. When on the 12th of September 2019, that is about 2 months before the pandemic started, as far as we can tell, at 2 o'clock in the morning, that database went offline. It's never come back online. We've never, therefore, been able to access it and look at what viruses they had in that lab. Now, when we asked them why won't you show us that database, which, after all, the purpose of which was to share with the world so that we can predict pandemics, remember, they say, oh, well, people might hack it. Well, that's a meaningless statement. If you're going to share it, you don't need to worry about people hacking it. It's a sort of circular non-argument, if you like. And remember, showing us what's in that database would be the quickest way to exonerate the Wuhan Institute of Virology, because it would show, look, they didn't have a virus resembling SARS-CoV-2 in their database, and so case closed. But they won't show us that document, and that, for me, is a very, very important piece of information.
We'll get back to our conversation with Matt Ridley in just 1 minute. First, we wanted to give you a sneak peek at Jordan's new documentary, Logos and Literacy.
I was very much struck by how the translation of the biblical writings jump-started the development of literacy across the entire world.
Illiteracy was the norm. The pastor's home was the first school. And every morning it would begin with thinking.
The Christian faith is a semi-religion. Probably 80% of scripture memorization today exists only because of what is sung.
This is amazing. Here we have a Gutenberg Bible printed on the press of Johann Gutenberg.
Science and religion are opposing forces, but historically that has not been the case. Now the book is available to everyone,
from Shakespeare to modern education, medicine, and science to civilization itself.
It is the most influential book in all of history, and hopefully people can walk away with at least a sense of that.
Yeah, well, this begs a broader question too that was popping up in my mind, and perhaps this is a reasonable place to interject to broaden out the conversation. We don't really know what the preconditions are for science to function as it has functioned, let's say, in the West for the last 400 years. But it's certainly the case that real scientists, and there are very few of them, because most scientists are technicians in some real sense, and they're certainly not on the cutting edge. They're worried about the pushing forward of their career, let's say, and other extraneous issues rather than concentrating on the science at hand. It's an unbelievably stringently ethical enterprise. If you want to be a good scientist, you have to assume that what you don't know should take priority over what you do know. That's hypothesis testing in some real sense. And you also have to be willing to go where the data takes you, and you have to do your statistical analysis in the most honest possible manner. And all of that requires the abiding by an extraordinarily stringent ethic. And yet we tend to think of science as a technical enterprise. And when we presume that it's a technical enterprise, we also presume that, for example, it could take place in any real sense in a totalitarian country, that you can do science in a totalitarian country. And it isn't obvious to me at all that you can do science in a totalitarian country. And the reason for that is that in a totalitarian country, everyone lies about everything all the time.
That's a very good point, and that actually brings up questions that were raised in a report that came from the Senate in recent weeks. The Health Committee of the Senate, the Republican side of that committee, has employed experts to spend a couple of several months, year and a bit actually, investigating exactly what was going on in that laboratory in Wuhan in 2018, 19, and 20. And what they discovered was that there was some kind of crisis over biosafety in the lab in November of 2019. There were meetings, very high-level meetings. Beijing got involved. Xi Jinping himself seems to have been consulted. And the lab was basically given a major ticking off about failures on biosafety. And there's a lot of sort of self-examination going on. But to your point, these documents that reveal this are Communist Party documents. That is to say, like every organization in China, the Wuhan lab is basically run by the Communist Party. And as part of that, you, as a scientist, have to keep reporting to the party what you're doing, how hard you're working, and how it's going to glorify the Communist Party.
Right. To the party, yes, exactly. And that's not science.
Well, you can do good science while doing that, but it's very clear that the direction the party is giving you in 2019 is, come on, we want more results out of this science. We haven't seen enough from these virology experiments. We need to why aren't you getting more results, getting more papers published, etc. There's a real pressure on these scientists. You can read it in these documents to do more work. But then there's also real pressure to, for God's sake, stop having these accidents, or whatever it is. It's never quite that explicit, but what can you do to solve these biosafety problems that you've got in the lab? Now, all of that suggests that there was pressure to do risky experiments, and there was pressure to clean up the safety record of the lab at the time that something started in Wuhan. Now, again, none of that proves that that's how it began. But given the experiments that we know they were doing, that they published, these were chimera virus experiments where you take part of the gene from one virus and you insert it into another in order to make a hybrid virus to see how dangerous the spike gene of the newly discovered virus is in a live virus that you know how to grow. And those experiments resulted in up to 10,000 times increases in the infectivity of the viruses in human cells, human airway epithelial cells in the lung.
Is that the gain of function research that people refer to? Yes. And the function that's being gained is transmissibleness, is the capacity of the virus to be
original gain of function debate. Yeah. The original gain of function debate was about how to turn a bird flu into a mammal flu, how to give it the new function of infecting mammal. But the term then came to be used for increases in the infectivity or the virulence of viruses.
So let me ask you a question. All right, so let me ask you a question about that. So we've already established earlier in this conversation that there are trillions upon trillions of viral variants, and a very, very tiny fraction of those pose a human risk, almost an infinitesimally small fraction. And so the vast majority of viruses are harmless. And then the theory would be, well, there are some that are still harmful, and we need to understand those, fair enough. And one of the ways of understanding them is to produce
I'll tell you what's real. This government has missed every climate change target they set. And meanwhile, the Liberal minister from Newfoundland says that it's good news that we have a carbon tax. The shameless Liberals think that it's good news that gas will increase to 14 cents a litre. They think it's good news that home heating will increase 17 cents a litre. Any more of this Liberal good news, and food bank usage will go up triple from now. So I ask all those silent Nova Scotia MPs, will they stand up and ask to scrap the failed carbon tax?
The right honorable Prime Minister. Atlantic Canadians know that we need to fight climate change. So yes, Mr. Speaker, it is good news that we have a strong price on pollution right across the country. And it's even better change, but all Conservative Party politicians are offering is
the eve of what's going to be the biggest game of his professional career, he sat down with us to talk about a number of things, including a goal he'll always remember for a number of reasons. So let's go back to the goal. I mean, it seems like an incredible mix of emotion, positive emotion about scoring, but also physical pain. Can you describe what those moments lead up to making contact with the ball was, and then what happened afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, a great ball comes from Weston, and Serge gets in that area, I know the ball's going to be in front of the goal. So I just had to, try to get in front of that defender, and luckily I was able to do so. And, I didn't even think about, taking a hit or being brave. I just wanted that goal. I wanted to get there in time for the chance that the ball would arrive, and sure enough it did. And of course, once it happened, it was a strange moment because it was extremely painful, but it was all worth it, of course, to get the goal. Were you able to celebrate internally, or was the pain basically sort of rolling? It was a bit of a weird moment for me because there wasn't really guys going celebrating around me. They were kind of like, oh, what happened? Making sure I was okay. So it wasn't much of a celebration, but I knew once I figured out that okay, the goal counted and it's good. I didn't know with offsides with anything nowadays. Once I, obviously there was a big joy there, but it was kind of it was a strange one for sure without the big celebration and being able to, enjoy that moment. This is the moment that you've been playing to for years, it feels like. I'm sure you've been dreaming about it for even longer than that. How does it compare to what you imagined? It's everything and more, to be honest. To be in the World Cup knockout stage, to be here representing my country, it's absolutely what I dreamed of. So I'm so proud. But when I look back on this experience,
back in the day, I had an RV, and for whatever reason, I had taken the mint chocolate chip ice cream and put it in the RV freezer for some reason. I forget why. And when that stuff's in the freezer in the house, it was like, oh, cool, I'm gonna get it right there. We're gonna go get it, right? But I guess I wasn't dopamine fueled enough. 3, 4, 5 days went by before I was like, all right, I really want it, so I'm gonna go get it.
Well, it is the molecule of drive. The way to think about dopamine is that it is a non-infinite yet renewable resource. Non-infinite yet renewable. What do I mean by that? Well, this relates to the energy drink caffeine question. Should you be doing all this stuff? Just as adrenaline, epinephrine, is released in response to psychological stressors, physical stressors, cold water, final exams, broken relationship, excitement. These are generic molecules, right? They're used to create activation states in the body. Dopamine is the molecule of motivation, pursuit, desire. And it can be triggered by a number of different things. However, it is a non-infinite yet renewable resource. So if you have too big a dopamine release, let's say from methamphetamine, cocaine,
we're going there.
We're going there. Or let's say, to be fair, because I know people, or from being in a lot of gunfights in a short period of time. The period immediately after that will involve a mirror symmetric decrease in dopamine. You don't go back down to baseline, you go below baseline. So we all should guard our dopamine peaks very carefully. A little bit goes a long way. A lot goes even further, but it also takes you down deeper afterwards. This is the basis of addiction. And this is the beautiful work of Anna Lemke and Rob Malenka at Stanford and elsewhere, showing that when it goes down, do we want it back right now? So the dip afterwards is actually associated with a molecule called dynorphin, which is the opposite of endorphin and involves pain. Okay. So for every bit of pleasure that we get from pursuit and getting the thing that we were pursuing, the crash that comes afterwards feels painful. And all that we need to do in order to return to a baseline of dopamine, renew that resource, is to wait and make sure that we don't try and trigger yet more dopamine in that time. So you asked about, should I be taking caffeine in addition to training and blasting music? I always say people differ on the spectrum, but be careful about stacking dopamine. Training itself is a stimulus for dopamine. Cold water is a stimulus for dopamine. But if you start doing training, cold water, listening to your favorite music, plus you're taking, let's say, some stimulant, doesn't obviously the stimulants we've been talking about are terrible, but some of the stronger stimulants out there used to be ephedrine back when I was in college, but now people taking Adderall, is that ridiculous? Now illegal, right? Now illegal. Yeah.
I had a guy I worked with, unfortunately he died, but you would see like he was in my platoon, you would see he would take that. You called it rippy rip.
Well, and it readies you. Actually, you can tell if somebody has a lot of dopamine and adrenaline in their system just by looking at them. Their pupils are big. So somewhat paradoxically, when pupils are big, your visual aperture is narrow. That just has to do with the so-called accommodation of the eye, the optics of the eye. So remember, big pupils means somebody is high on their own dopamine and adrenaline. Could be drug-induced, could be situational, etc. Small pupils are going to be a relaxed state. Now, of course, it's also going to be modulated by how bright it is in an environment because of the way these systems work. But when you can see somebody wide-eyed, well, dopamine and adrenaline also do something else. They actually trigger activation of the brainstem cranial nuclei that cause opening of the eyelids. They also cause an eyes-up effect. When we get sleepy, what happens? Our eyes go down. When we're awake, eyelids are open and eyes are up. They might not be up like this. These relate to 3 different cranial nerve nuclei. For the future med students, you'll learn what these are. So it all makes perfect sense when because nature is beautiful and the biology is laid out for us. But if we start stacking behaviors plus pharmacology plus mindsets that increase dopamine, great. But what that means is that if you get a really big dopamine increase, well, then that afternoon you might not feel the drive to do the work. You might think, oh, why am I sleeping in the afternoon? Why am I kind of less motivated? Or next day for training without that pharmacology, you're thinking, oh yeah, the workout isn't. I don't get quite as intense a contraction of the muscle.
Train
Exactly. That's how you talk the hype train.
Well, I'm just thinking about it because a lot of times people ask me, oh, I have a hard time, like I get fired up to do stuff, but then I don't actually do it. That's a common sort of thing for humans, and now I kind of track it a little bit. Oh, you got yourself super worked up. And then you let that go, or you maybe you work for a little bit of time, like writing a book, right? I've written a bunch of books. You're not like hyped to write the book. You're like, oh man, it's gonna be, that only lasts for 7 minutes of hyping, bro. That's it.
It's chop wood, carry wood.
Yeah. Then it's like, oh, this is just gonna suck, and that's just the way it is. But now I realize this is what I like about this. If you're aware of the fact that, oh, this is my dopamine crash, and I shouldn't anticipate continued hype through this situation. I need to push through it. That's good awareness to have.
Definitely. And nowadays you hear, especially in Silicon Valley, about dopamine fasting. People, I don't even want to look at somebody else's face. I'm not going to eat any tasty food. I'm not going to do anything that stimulates dopamine. Sure, that will reset what you find pleasurable. But let's be realistic. The better way to do things would be to modulate dopamine release, control it, make it work for you. And everyone's going to differ. So for some people, it's got to be music, the pre-workout, the 4 cups of espresso, and someone screaming in their face that they have to do it. Well, for other people, require fewer of those variables. But everyone needs to learn how they feel both before, during, and after a behavior. I think the right amount of exercise is what you can do consistently and train hard, but that also allow you to perform, unless you're an athlete and that's your profession, to be able to do the other things throughout the day that are beneficial. And of course, some people are training late in the day, and I have no problem with that. I got kind of attacked by the fitnessanistas recently, or whatever you call them online, because I said, training early in the day sets this dopamine pulse. Training late in the day has been shown in these 19 studies. Sure, I'm sure for when your body temperature is elevated later in the day, lubrication of the joints and mental acuity, sure. But for most people who just need to get more movement or trying to maximize focus and productivity throughout the day, early day training is going to be probably the better option. But sometime is better than no time. But if you're training late in the day and you're getting a big increase in body temperature and you're doing it under bright lights and you're drinking a pre-workout and you're wondering why you can't sleep at night, it's you don't have to be Sigmund Freud or a neuroscientist to understand that you're basically just have you're cranking your body temperature up. Hence, a lot of these technologies, here, this isn't a promotion, we don't, at least not now, don't have a relationship to anything. I won't even name them. There are a lot of technologies now about making your bed cool. This, that, this, to cool down your body temperature at nice units. So if you start thinking about this in kind of a rational structure, it makes sense. It also makes sense why, for instance, after a big win, sometimes we feel a crash. And we need some time to reset. And that low or depression, sometimes people make the mistake of going out and pursuing more dopamine. One of the areas that I have real concern about, just because I hear about it so often, wasn't an issue when I was growing up, is a lot of young guys in particular approach me because they're questions I'm getting, they're watching a lot of really intense pornography. And that has, we know, there's studies now going on at Stanford and elsewhere. Pornography creates a strong dopamine rush. These are very primitive pathways that in some ways can overwhelm the dopamine system. And then, another thing is happening. There's a lot of young guys are getting all this arousal from watching other people have sex. And then they're in the real world scenario, and it's like, wait, you're no longer third person. You're actually in this scene, and it's completely collapsing. And so I'm not one of these anti-porn people. I'm not here to judge. I'm just a scientist. I'm reporting I always say I'm not a doctor. I don't prescribe things. Professors are professors. You can decide what you want to do with it or not. But once you understand dopamine, that all makes perfect sense. They're getting this enormous dopamine release from something that is external to them, and real life, may not mimic the intensity of the combination of variables, right? Or people are exercising for a little while and it's all exciting to them, and they're taking tons and tons of pharmacology to do it, and then they kind of lose motivation. Well, remember, non-infinite yet renewable resource.
The human brain is wired for pleasure and pain. Neurotransmitters carry such messages, and there is no shortage of ways to trigger them. Yes, with the old standards such as drugs and food, but now also with technological quick hits that can be just as addictive and destructive. Dr. Anna Lemke is a professor of psychiatry at the Stanford University School of Medicine and chief of the Stanford Addiction Medicine Dual Diagnosis Clinic. Her new book is called Dopamine Nation, Finding Balance in the Age of Indulgence, and she joins us tonight from Stanford, California. Dr. Lemke, it's great to have you on our program. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
A pleasure. I'm going to quote back to you to get us started here, and then we'll dive in. Here's what you've written. We have transformed the world, you write, from a place of scarcity to a place of overwhelming abundance. Drugs, food, news, gambling, shopping, gaming, texting, sexting, Facebooking, Instagramming, YouTubing, tweeting. The increased numbers, variety, and potency of highly rewarding stimuli today is staggering. The smartphone is the modern-day hypodermic needle, delivering digital dopamine 24/7 for a wired generation. If you haven't met your drug of choice yet, it's coming soon to a website near you. Well, that beautifully sets up what we're going to be talking about for the next 24 minutes or so. So let's start with a basic definition. What is dopamine?
Dopamine is a chemical that we make in our brain. It's a neurotransmitter. So it's a molecule that allows our neurons to communicate, and a neuron is sort of the workhorse cell of the brain that creates the circuits that make our thoughts, emotions, consciousness that we are. And dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is fundamental to the experience of pleasure, reward, and motivation. It may be even more important for motivation than for reward. So, for example, there's a very famous experiment where rats were engineered to have no dopamine in the specific reward circuit in the brain. And what the scientists discovered is if they put food into the rat's mouth, it would eat the food, seem to get pleasure from the food. But if they put the food even a body length away, the rat would starve to death. In other words, the lack of dopamine made that rat not motivated to get up and go get the food that it needed to survive.
Now, these reward pathways, as it were of course established many, many thousands of years ago. And I wonder how mismatched they are to the world we live in today.
Yes, great question. So our brains have evolved over millions of years of evolution to have us approach pleasure and avoid pain. And dopamine is essentially the signal to approach, to explore, to investigate. It's the signal of a potential reward. But the problem is that we have spent most of human existence in a world of scarcity and ever-present danger. And we now live in a world of overwhelming abundance, in which we have access to an almost infinite variety of highly reinforcing drugs and behaviors, and we're largely insulated from pain. And the result is that our brains are reeling in response to the fire caffeinated beverage and eat our, sugar donut to the Netflix that you can do at night and everything.
So can we understand the world we live in today truly without understanding how dopamine works?
I don't think so. I think understanding this basic neuroscience of how we process pleasure and pain is really fundamental to understanding how our ancient wiring is mismatched with the modern ecosystem and also, importantly, what we can do about it.
I feel a bit like Barbara Walters asking this next question. As you may remember, she did it at Catherine Effort once upon a time. She said, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I'm going to take a little variation on that by saying, if dopamine were a person in our lives, what would our relationship with that person be?
I think that would be a person that you would want to distrust somewhat. That would be a person who on occasion might be lying to you about what you should be doing. Because again, what happens is that our brain releases dopamine when we ingest a substance which is behavior that makes us feel good. And from the perspective of survival and scarcity, that's great because that has us seek out food, clothing, shelter, mate. But in a world in which you've got TikTok and Facebook and cigarettes and potent cannabis, it's all so available, so potent, and so ubiquitous, we have to distrust those signals of pleasure. And really, we have to kind of create a world within a world in which we learn to restrain ourselves and abstain from too much pleasure. And believe it or not, actually seek out pain, which is very challenging. And the reason for this is because the same parts of the brain that process pleasure also process pain. And they work like opposite sides of the balance. So when we do something pleasurable, balance tips to the side of pleasure, we release dopamine in the brain's reward pathway. But one of the overarching rules governing that balance is that it wants to go back to the level position, or what neuroscientists call homeostasis. And the way it does that is what's called the opponent process reaction. It first tilts the equal and opposite amount to the side of pain. That's the come down, hang over the after effect. I like to imagine that as this little neuroadaptation gremlin hopping on the pain side of the balance to bring it level again. But they really like it on the balance, those gremlins. They don't get up to the level, they stay on until they're tilted the equal and opposite amount to the side of pain. Now, if we wait long enough, or we grab another piece of chocolate or watch another Netflix,
yesterday afternoon, I was discussing the plausibility of two essential features of the philosophy of illusion. The question that we have to decide whether to take life seriously or not, that is to say, whether the plot is comic or tragic. And if it's tragic, you see, must we say that it's ultimately tragic? And the question of who are you? And are we to say that I myself, right down at root, am just a little kind of jerk of some kind that really has nothing to do with this cosmos, but just arises in it and is here on sufferance for a short period, and then absolutely nothing follows, you see. Or the alternative to that is what I really am, the same as the whole thing, that is, the works, the it, or whatever you want to call it, Brahman, God, the Tao, the great void, the Buddha nature, I don't care, the self, anything, any name you want. And whereas that attitude, you can look at it from various points of view in judging it. You can say it's wishful thinking. You can say that it's insufferable pride. But the point of the matter is, as I tried to show, any other way of looking at things This kind of schizoid. It looks at human beings as if they arrived in this world like a bunch of birds on the branches of a barren tree. They just got settled there, you know, they don't belong. The sense of being strangers and pilgrims from another domain altogether. Well, where is this other domain? And how does it relate to this one? Are they separate? I showed you that even when we say that two domains are the poles apart, the very fact that they're poles shows that they have a hidden connection. And the hidden connection is the big thing in life. Well, you junkies know that. And so, in other words, we get a pattern of organization that is radial rather than an assemblage, as if the universe were really a multiverse. A lot of things that got collected together out of the infinite wastes of space and sort of began to wander around each other. Whereas the other pattern, which is so much more sensible, is central and radial. And I showed you how the crystals and the stars and the octopuses and even the human beings are all radial structures. Of course, we don't see our radial relationship to the totality of the universe because it isn't obvious. It's obvious that a tree is an arm of the earth reaching up and waving at the sky. And a mountain is another kind of radiation from the earth.
First all largest population in the United States of America has grown from 2.5 million people in 1776 to 330 million years ago. What if that growth stops? What if our population shrinks? What if that? One man has devoted himself to studying that very question. Dr. Nicholas Eberstadt on Uncommon Knowledge. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. A fellow of the American Enterprise Institute, Dr. Eberstadt. I should say, by the way, that there are billions of them at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington. Dr. Nicholas Eberstadt earned both his undergraduate degree and his doctorate in political economy from Harvard. Dr. Eberstadt's many books and papers include Poverty in China and The End of North Korea. In recent years, Dr. Eberstadt has been examining population and demography. First, he recognized that other countries have a problem, publishing Russia's peacetime demographic crisis in 2010. In more recent years, he has been describing this country's problem, publishing Men Without Work, America's Invisible Crisis in 2016. Our topic today, let me just read the title of a long essay Dr. Eberstadt published in National Review not long ago, An American Code of Demographic Decline. Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure. It was a pleasure to add you to myself to read an Eberstadt essay with Nick Eberstadt. All right. Nick Eberstadt, I quote, over the past decade and more, since the crash of 2008 and the Great Recession, America's birth trends have taken a big return, feeling well below the replacement level. What is the replacement level? What is the degree below? What makes us suppose this is
the replacement level or net reproduction ratio means that there's one baby girl born for every childbearing woman who's going to make it up to childbearing age itself. What this means is that a society is on a long-term trajectory for population stability without compensating immigration or anything like that to keep things status quo. For 30 years before the crash of 2008, the United States was the lone large rich society that was at replacement or slightly above the replacement level. Above this, let's say, we have slumped steadily since 2008. We've been on an escalator going down, and of course the COVID shock didn't get everybody into the bedrooms having babies. It actually had the opposite effect. The United States is now maybe on track to be 20% below the replacement level if current trends continue, which is a weasel word we always have to use because demographers are really pretty clueless about forecasting fertility. If current trends continue, the United States would be on track without compensating immigration to shrink 20% each generation, which is two generation. We had a blip in the 1970s, which some of us will remember was a super great time in the United States, where snapshot calculations of replacement rates had us below replacement profile. What was really going on in those days was that there was a big shift in timing of kids. Women were deciding to have they ended up deciding to have about the same number of babies. They just decided to have them later. If you did the snapshot for a couple of years, it looked
historical terms, but subsequently, which is a growth may stop, absent immigration will come to immigration. The next question was as well, what does the European Union is ahead of us? I think that's the way to put it. They expect their population, fertility level has been down for several decades. They expect their population to be shrinking, within a decade or so.
At the end of this
interview, Russia's in the state. China, from the point of view of population, is in worse circumstances still. In spite of that, they're eliminating the one-child policy. China's just not that much older. Birth rate is, I think,
yeah, it's plunged since the end of the wars of some messages.
So, the question would be, for those immediately seeking reassurance, well, this may be happening to us. It seems to happen all over what is called broadly construed modern world. And other countries are in worse shape. We're still retaining our relative position. We still have relative growth. And then Nick Everstedt says, well, maybe, but the formula by which the U.S. ascended to its current status of wealth and power was predicated on over 2 centuries of continuous and exceptional population growth, unique among Western countries in tempo and scale, close quote. We don't know how to be a country without population growth.
The last time that we faced the specter of population decline, we were the last time we faced the specter of population decline was in the Great Depression, for reasons that we can imagine. Right? Not a time of great optimism about the future, almost no immigration. And the projections from the 1930s had us peaking and declining by 1960s. Those were as wrong as demographic projections turned out to be. It didn't happen. But we're back to a moment where it is very plausible to think our population may decline. The latest information from the Census Bureau reports that U.S. population growth, nation's U.S. population growth, never been as tiny as it was last year. And that's births, deaths, immigration. We've never had a confluence of births, deaths, and immigration that ended up with such a fractional increase in U.S. population since we started collecting statistics.
And the question would be, why does that matter to our health, our buoyancy, our economic growth? I mean, I'm thinking of crude plus talent plus. So I'll offer a crude plus. Actually, and then you can. But I think to myself, all right, real estate. Yeah. All those overbuilt neighborhoods in Las Vegas, all the building in Florida, those huge tracts being erected in Texas. What happens if everybody is around? You get the whole banking, borrowing, legal systems, does property. You get a whole sector of the economy predicated on the existence of growing numbers of human beings. And that just goes away if the population stops growing. Is that correct? And there are there's some tie between economic growth and population growth. And if population stops growing, economic growth gets harder. It's more complicated than that. But keep that up front.
Yeah, so we can look at it 2 ways. We can look at it as kind of like the head count measure sort of way of looking at population. We look at its components and what we might call the productivity or human capital quality of human resources, if we want to get into this a little bit more. I was always a skeptic of the population scare back in the 70s and the 80s. The idea that we would end up because it's looking at the components of population change. The population explosion wasn't driven because we rabbits. It was because we stopped dying like flies. It was because there was a health explosion. Well, if you have to deal with a population problem, I'll take a health explosion. Okay, right? Just you can mess it up, but you've got a lot of potential. I'm also I would caution against people who are alarmist about population decline in a world that is bursting with health, bursting with innovation and technological potentialities. We've got an escalator that we can work with that's moving in the right direction. We have to be pretty mindful about what we do, but if you surf that wave, a aging and shrinking society can not only maintain its prosperity, but improve it. If we look at what's happening now in the U.S., you can see what's troubling if we break it down into births, deaths, and depression. People will have a debate about what the right number of births is. I don't think that I can tell parents how many children they should have. People know themselves. Leave that aside for a moment. Everybody agrees that less deaths is better than deaths, and longer lives and better health is better than the opposite. The United States has been moving in a very
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Romney, and guess what I learned yesterday? Merriam-Webster said the word of the year for 2022 is gaslighting. The word of the year. When I got that message from a colleague of mine, I had a strong mix of emotions to that. Mostly good, somewhat surprised, but it also led me to reflect on what got us to this moment. Because in fact, in 2019, the word of the year was toxic. But I do think that the choice of the word really raises some issues about what's good and what's bad about what's happening now. So let's start with your first time that you heard the word gaslight. When was the first time you heard the word? What was the context? Was it possible you were doing your own research about toxic relationships? Did someone tell you about it? In fact, drop in the comments. When was the first time you heard the word? Everyone comes to this word in different ways. I have worked with multiple clients who've been in very long-term marriages, 30, 40, 50 years plus. And many of them shared with me after 30, 40 plus years of marriage, they'd only heard and connected to this word gaslighting and connected that to the disaster of their marriages only in the last 3, 5, 6 years. And of course, about the last 10, 15, fun years came the internet, social media, and a way to get away from the flat mainstream media, and the opportunity for lots of people to talk about their experiences in their lives, good, bad, and different, in an honest way, though I don't know that everyone uses the word gaslighting accurately. We'll talk more about that. It's a bit of a bummer because if gaslighting is the word of the year, it's a reminder of how many people are being gaslighted by so many different sources. It's a reminder that narcissistic abuse, toxic relationships, and manipulation not only appear to be universal, but it seems like they've become a really sad new world. Now, I'm going to use this video as a chance of gaslighting for the word of the year to make sure everyone really knows what it is. The problem is that when something is the word of the year, and it is a bit of a subtle, nuanced concept like gaslighting is, but a lot of people may not actually know what it is. So we must remember that gaslighting is a multi-step process. It requires some trust or belief in the gaslighter, otherwise they wouldn't have that much power in life. And that would mean that it's likely a partner, family member, some kind of expert or person in power, or maybe somebody or many people who already have a platform. And next, there has to be an attempt to deny another person's reality or their experience or their perception. A denial that something didn't happen, or a denial that something, or you're telling them they remembered something the wrong way. There has to be an attempt also to pathologize or depict the person who has been gaslighted as somehow pathological or impaired. You're too sensitive. You really aren't that smart. Or paranoid, or you need help. Or you think everything's about you, or you seem to be mentally off, or maybe you're getting demented. Whatever the person says, not only do they deny reality, they tell them they're impaired. And then this gaslighting process is repeated. Now, one episode of gaslighting is enough to throw us off our game. But multiple episodes, over and over again, leave us destabilized, anxious, depressed, apathetic, confused, self-doubting, self-blaming, and definitely not our best selves. The final step of gaslighting is basically utter domination. If a person is gaslighted for long enough and doesn't leave the relationship and never gets to hear that, in fact, that their reality is quite valid, then the gaslighter basically has psychologically imprisoned their target. And the person who has been gaslighted may actually present a face to the world that makes it seem like they are in agreement with the gaslighter. They kind of look and sound like someone who has been indoctrinated into a cult. All of this, is a damaging process. Now, gaslighting happens, obviously, and it's the example most of us have, at the individual level in our close relationships. But it can also obviously happen at the family level with multiple people gaslighting someone, at the community level with people in our local world, in the workplace level. Whatever kind of community we're in, perhaps again, gaslighting and experience. And then, of course, there are the politicians, corporations, media, and society at large. Well, these days, these kinds of places and people and platforms are making their money and deriving their power from gaslighting the public at large. So it's really no wonder that gaslighting is the word of the year. This isn't just about toxic romantic relationships. It can feel frustrating talking about gaslighting unless we know, is there something we can actually do about it? It's not always easy. Now, half of the battle is recognizing that we're being gaslighted, and ideally in real time, so we don't blame ourselves for the upside-down, confusing mess that is a manipulative relationship. And then, if we can understand the phenomenon, we can disengage quickly. If we see it happening, we see gaslighting happening to someone else, to know that we can step in and let that person know that we've been gaslighted. Therapy can also be a powerful space in which to turn off gaslighting, as long as the therapist knows what it is. Now, I have to say I am a little bit worried that words like gaslighting and narcissism become more and more prevalent, that people are more and more likely to not understand them and then use them in the wrong way. A lot of people view gaslighting as just lying or a difference of opinion or a disagreement. It's not. It's a systematic dismantling of another person. It's more than you can get into in a 30-second TikTok. It's a deep, subtle, nuanced, pervasive phenomenon. It's important we don't use this word wrong, because when we do, we sort of soften the word. And over time, as words like gaslighting enter the vernacular, there is a greater risk of the people who really are being harmed by gaslighting being minimized for their experiences, being minimized by courts and justice systems and therapists and healthcare and the workplace and just by the world at large. Listen, the same thing is happening with the word narcissism, with lots of people using it incorrectly, leaving those who are actually enduring narcissistically abusive relationships being doubted again, which is terrible after they've been doubted in these relationships for so long. So if gaslighting is the word of the year, which means it wasn't really a very good year, but if gaslighting is the word of the year, let's just make sure we understand it. And then be aware of it when it's happening, so we can all stop blaming ourselves for the toxic relationships that are clearly happening to most of us. So we go from toxic to gaslighting and the words of the year. I'm still holding my breath. Who wants to take a bet that narcissism is going to be the word of the year within the next 5 years? Thank you again.
Probably the stupid thing the stupid thing about it probably
Dating someone new, it always begins with a first impression. But even if it's the best first impression of all time, how will the relationship look if that person is a clinical psychopath? How much can you read from that first impression, really? Here to tell you how to spot the signs of a psychopath when it comes to dating, relationships, and yes, sex, it's Dr. Seth Meyers. Dr. Meyers, what is a psychopath?
So a psychopath is someone who would test positive on a psychology test called the Psychopathy Checklist Revised, which was developed by someone named Robert Hare. So it is a specific psychological measure